Basketball scientist. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, The Strongest Showdown. Dear viewers, welcome to watch the NBA regular season broadcast by CCTV5. I'm Yang Jian, and sitting next to me is Coach Zhang. Today, I will bring you the game between the Dallas Mavericks and the Atlanta Hawks at home. This is a direct dialogue between the top teams in the East and West. Yang Jian talked to the camera. Coach Zhang, what do you think of this game? The Hawks, Mavericks, and the Spurs are the three teams with the most championship potential so far in the regular season. The matchup between these two teams is also the most interesting. I believe Popovich is also paying attention to this game now. After several sentences, Zhang Heli slowly got to the point. The last time the two teams played against each other was at the beginning of the season. After a perfect start, the Hawks had their 13-game winning streak ended by the Mavericks. But one thing to point out is that Battier had not joined the Hawks at that time, which means that the Hawks had not yet entered their current complete state. It can be said that the game does not have complete reference value. If these two teams can enter the finals, then this game will be a duel to determine which side will have a psychological advantage. After a lengthy and meaningless analysis, domestic fans were getting impatient. The screen finally cut to the American Airlines Center. Players from both teams stood on the court and the game was about to begin. Yang Jian looked at the players on the court and said, the Hawks still have their regular starting lineup. The big three of Paul, Garnett, and Joe Johnson are all there, plus Dio and Battier. Throughout the season, except for the rest of the main players or injuries, the only game against the Spurs was when Kellyan chose to change the lineup and let Milicic start against Duncan. The Mavericks starting lineup is Devin Harris, Jason Terry, Josh Howard, Nowitzki, and Dampier. Devin Harris is very fast and agile. He defended Parker against the Spurs. I wonder how he can perform against Paul today. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and threw the basketball into the air. The game officially began. Garnett beat Dampier and won the jump ball. Dio dribbled the ball across half court, passed the ball to Garnett in the low post, and then set a screen for Joe Johnson. The three played a no-ball tactic on the strong side. Joe Johnson, with the help of Dio's screen, ran to a 45-degree angle, received the pass from Garnett and quickly shot a three-pointer. Swish. Dampier followed slowly, and Joe Johnson's shot was not disturbed at all, and went into the net 3:0. Kellyan on the sidelines clapped his hands and nodded slightly. Dampier was an inside player with both advantages and disadvantages. He was good at defending big centers in the low post. Facing the two inside players of the Hawks who were good at working outside the restricted area, Dampier was not very useful except for protecting rebounds. The round changed. The Mavericks attacked. Devin Harris dribbled across half court and then passed the ball to Nowitzki, who was pulled to the free throw line and ran to the bottom corner skillfully. The Mavericks under Avery Johnson had 5 offensive tactics: Devin Harris singles, Jason Terry singles, Josh Howard singles, Nowitzki singles, and Stackhouse singles. At most, they would call a pick and roll and then play singles after a mismatch. However, facing Dio's defense, Nowitzki didn't need to call a pick and roll. He just faked a shot and slightly touched Dio's defensive center of gravity, then easily broke into the inside and scored a dunk. After completing the dunk, Nowitzki was still a little proud, but he saw Garnett in front of him, ignored his arrogance, and directly sent a quick baseline ball. Dio took Garnett's pass and ran straight to the front court. Battier and Joe Johnson flew on both wings, and the Hawks players rushed to the front court like a tide. As the second-ranked team in the league, the Mavericks players were very focused and retreated quickly, especially Harris and Howard, who stared at Joe Johnson and Battier, who were running fast and did not give them the opportunity to shoot open three-pointers. However, the Mavericks defense in the middle did not provide protection, and the middle door was wide open. Dio's realistic fake move dribbled past Dampier and easily scored a layup. 5:2. What a good shot. Dio is really smart in this aspect. He is not fast, but his sense of rhythm is really good, and his pass is very threatening, so the opponent dare not double team him. Zhang Heli exclaimed. Terry dribbled the ball across half court, passed the ball to Nowitzki, and then suddenly cut downward. After receiving Nowitzki's pass, he rushed straight to the basket and hit a fadeaway jumper against Garnett's defense. 5:4. Terry's offensive choice is quite unique. Usually, everyone would choose to lay up when attacking the basket at close range. Even if they miss, they may be fouled. However, Terry resolutely used a difficult fadeaway jumper to avoid defense. Once he got a good feel, the points came like cannonballs, one after another. Paul dribbled the ball across half court, and just as Harris was about to press him, Paul passed the ball in his hand. Before Harris could react, Paul ran in the opposite direction of Joe Johnson, who received the ball. Joe Johnson, who received the ball, did not stop and ran to the top of the arc with the ball. At the same time, Battier on the right side of the three-point line pulled up. Paul, who was running towards Battier, suddenly stopped and ran to the inside, while Harris was chasing him. Garnett in the inside, pushed Dampier to run to the high position and set an off-ball screen for Paul, who shook off Harris's defense. Nowitzki wanted to make up for the defense, but was also blocked by Dio. Battier and Joe Johnson completed a hand-to-hand cooperation and shook off Jason Terry. Josh Howard immediately switched to defend Battier. Left corner, Avery Johnson, who was off the court, saw the situation on the court clearly. At this time, Joe Johnson was already in an open position. Terry made a desperate attempt to chase him to defend, but was hit by a fake move by Joe Johnson. The rest was for Joe Johnson to calmly adjust the rhythm and easily shoot a three-pointer. Sure, Avery Johnson immediately started to swear on the sidelines. He is a coach who values defense. The reason why he was able to replace Nelson and become the head coach of the Mavericks was because he brainwashed Cuban and let him know that running and gunning alone would not win the championship. Then after taking over the team, he quickly improved the team's defense and made the team's performance increase substantially, even reaching the finals for the first time in team history. However, this year is already Avery Johnson's third season in charge of the Mavericks. The team's investment has always been high. If there is no more results, God knows what Cuban will do. You know, although Cuban is generous and willing to spend money on the team, he also has a bad temper. In the next round, Terry and Nowitzki played pick and roll and completed a mid-range jump shot, and the basketball bounced into the basket. 6:8. Looking back, Dio and Paul made a hand-to-hand cooperation, tied up the defense, and passed the ball to Battier, who missed the three-pointer. Avery Johnson immediately signaled to pass the ball to Josh Howard. In his previous life, Avery Johnson was fired. In addition to being embarrassed by the Warriors' Black 8, another reason was that he wanted to promote Josh Howard to the top and let Nowitzki help Josh Howard. As a result, Cuban fired him before Nowitzki had any reaction. At present, although Avery Johnson has not had an attack, he really favors Josh Howard tactically. Battier stared at Josh Howard's movements with his eyes focused, lowered his center of gravity, half-turned his body, raised his right hand high, covered Howard's shooting space, and crossed his right hand, making a very standard defensive move. But he was a little too close, and although he blocked Josh Howard's shooting space, he left a gap for the opponent to break through. Howard pulled the ball to the left and used his speed to pass Battier in one step, but Battier was not Anthony Parker and would not be easily broken through by him. He first put a physical confrontation on Howard, delaying his movement for a while, and then followed him closely. Although he was slightly behind by half a body, he raised his hand to cover Howard's shooting space at all times, and the two walked to the inside together. Garnett stood in the position of assisting defense in time, blocking Howard's way to the restricted area. Battier also covered Howard from the side, leaving him no easy chance to shoot, forcing Howard into a two-year situation. Howard realized that he had fallen into a trap and hurriedly looked up to find his teammates. He found that Dampier had a gap under the basket and hit the ground to pass the ball. But just when Dampier received the ball, Paul shrank to the basket in time and stretched out his hand to try to cut the ball. Although he did not succeed, he slowed down Dampier's attack rhythm. At the same time, Garnett turned around to protect the frame, and Dampier was completely surrounded. The shooting space and passing route were almost completely blocked. After struggling for several times, he barely found a gap and threw the ball into the basket. Whether it went in or not was up to fate. His aimless shot went straight to the basket and was caught by Battier. The Hawks took the opportunity to counter-attack and switch offense and defense. Garnett got in from the back and scored a dunk. 6-10. Beep. Avery Johnson called a timeout with a sullen face. He arranged the opening tactics and also directed Josh Howard to play one-on-one. He called the timeout to put things right and no one was to blame. Beep. The referee whistled and the game continued. The Mavericks sent a sideline ball. In the first attack after the timeout, Avery Johnson arranged a pick and roll tactic between Terry and Nowitzki, giving Nowitzki the first chance to pass the ball. However, after the pick and roll, taking advantage of the Hawks' focus on defending Nowitzki, Terry decisively broke into the basket and made a layup. 8-10. The Hawks also responded with a pick and roll. Paul used the pick and roll to play against Dampier, attracting Terry to make up for the defense, and then passed the ball to Battier in the bottom corner. Battier got an open opportunity, but after he received the ball, Nowitzki rushed towards him quickly, trying to interfere with his shot. Battier raised his hand to pretend to shoot, and Nowitzki subconsciously raised his hand to interfere. The center of gravity tilted again. Battier quickly received the ball and rushed to the basket. Suddenly, he felt his shoulder being pulled and was pulled to the ground. The situation was unfavorable at the beginning. Nowitzki was a little anxious and the foul was a bit big. Garnett immediately stepped forward and pointed his finger at Nowitzki's face, expressing his dissatisfaction, and was quickly pulled away. Garnett's pressure achieved obvious results. The referee whistled Nowitzki for a technical foul, and the Hawks got the opportunity to execute the technical foul free throw. Garnett and Nowitzki are somewhat opposite in appearance and playing style. Garnett is a well-known trash talker with a foul mouth. As early as the Timberwolves, he had criticized Paul in the preseason game against the Hawks, but he rarely made dangerous moves to intentionally hurt people in the game. On the contrary, although Nowitzki was called a softie, he was also a role that the coach needed to hide on the defensive end. But even so, he actually made a lot of big moves on the defensive end. What many people don't know is that when Nowitzki retired, he had accumulated 192 technical fouls in his career, ranking 6th in league history, and the 5th place was the notorious Rodman. Considering that Nowitzki rarely argued with the referee like Rasheed Wallace and got a technical foul, many of his 192 technical fouls were really caused by dangerous moves. Paul executed the technical foul free throw, and then Joe Johnson singled out Howard, and the Hawks continued to lead 8-13. But Nowitzki's foul really inspired the morale of the Mavericks. The Mavericks took the initiative to slow down the tempo, focusing on Nowitzki on offense and Josh Howard on defense, forcing the Hawks to focus on Paul and Garnett's high pick and roll, relying on Nowitzki's more stable scoring to narrow the gap. With 3 minutes left in the first quarter, the Mavericks replaced Stackhouse and Marquis Daniels, and the firepower was still fierce. Killian chose to replace Joe Johnson and Dio with Stevens and Milicic, and the offensive firepower declined. The advantage of the Mavericks' lineup depth is the result of money, and there is no solution. Fortunately, the inside combination of Garnett and Milicic set up offense in the penalty area and prevented the Mavericks from widening the gap. After the first quarter, the Mavericks led by 3 points 34-31. The game entered the intermission. In the CCTV live broadcast room, Yang Giant said, "It can be seen that the Mavericks Nowitzki's offensive stability is still better, and they have too many offensive points. You don't know who will stand up and help Nowitzki today." Killian has been very successful in creating the Hawks. However, the foundation is indeed slightly worse than that of the old and strong teams such as the Mavericks and the Spurs, which requires more progress from young players. Zhang Heli said with emotion. After watching the first quarter, the Hawks' firepower was slightly inferior to that of the Mavericks. With the thinking of an old school basketball player like him, he couldn't help but underestimate the Hawks. The second quarter began, and the two teams rotated again. The Hawks had Gibson, Joe Johnson, Stevens, Weber and Milicic, while the Mavericks had Daniels, Stockhausen, Josh Howard, Mickey Moore and Diop. Killian on the sidelines saw the rotation lineups of both sides and smiled. Harris and Terry were both nailed to the starting lineup, which means that the Mavericks bench lineup has no point guard at all, and the two inside players are just decorations on the offensive end. The Hawks can focus on the outside defense without restraint. This is also the biggest shortcoming of the Mavericks lineup. There is no organizing point guard, only one single player on the team. Chapter 227. There is no perfect team. As Kellyanne expected, after the main singles player left the court, the Mavericks substitute scorers had some difficulty supporting Avery Johnson's simple and rough singles tactics when facing the relatively complete defense system of the Hawks. This is not difficult to understand. There has never been a team in history that relied solely on singles to win the championship on the offensive end. Many people saw that Phil Jackson had to use bugs such as Jordan and O'Neal to win the championship, so they simply understood the triangle offense as superstar singles. This is purely a blind understanding. The execution of the triangle offense requires supporting players to focus on details on the offensive end. Players like Kukoc, Patterson, Kerr, and Fisher, even a simple pass and receive, will have obvious three-threat actions, the purpose of which is to contain the defender. Whether it is O'Neal or Jordan holding the ball and playing singles, role players need to cut and run with purpose. These are relatively rare in the current Mavericks lineup. They rely more on mismatch singles after pick and rolls, and now it's Skiz's indiscriminate offense to score. Joe Johnson tied up more defensive resources of the Mavericks on the offensive end. Gibson and Stevens hit 3-pointers in succession, helping the Hawks to widen the gap to 10 points. Avery Johnson made timely adjustments and replaced Daniels with Terry. The former Hawks king was not good at organization, but after all, he was pressed to play as the starting point guard for 3 seasons, and he was considered a player who could pass the ball to the Mavericks. His appearance immediately improved the situation of the Mavericks offensive end fighting alone. At least everyone could touch the ball. The competition between the two sides also entered a stalemate. Sitting on a more, it can't be said to be luxurious, but at least it is a more expensive lineup. The Mavericks rotation lineup can't beat the Hawks, which reflects the gap between Avery Johnson and Kellyanne. In the second half of the quarter, the main lineups of both sides returned, but the Mavericks still failed to play an advantage. At the end of the half, the Mavericks were 8 points behind the Hawks with 54-62. In the second quarter, the more difficult transition period was over, and Avery Johnson breathed a sigh of relief. For him, beating Kean is the most important thing. In the second half of the game, the Mavericks can shorten the rotation appropriately. Compared with the last time the two teams played against each other, the improvement of the Hawks is very obvious. Not only did they upgrade the main lineup, but in fact, if you look at their substitutes, Gibson has made obvious progress after half a season of training. Stevens has also found his position, and he is also a greater threat outside the 3-point line, plus Weber's joining. Millsap is very good, but for a championship team, veterans like Weber are more experienced. Zhang Heli analyzed. To put it simply, after half a season, the Hawks' combat effectiveness has been significantly improved, while the Mavericks seems not so obvious. This is also an important reason why the Hawks can control the situation, in turn compared to the first round of confrontation. The 15-minute halftime break passed quickly, and the players of both sides returned to the court. Compared with the starting lineup in the first quarter, neither side made any adjustments. The Mavericks took the lead in attacking. Nowitzki pulled out of the 3-point line, and Josh Howard received the ball on the wing, looking for an opportunity to hit Battier. In the first half of the game, Josh Howard's offensive efficiency against Battier was average. However, at the beginning of the second half, Avery Johnson was still courting death, and gave him the main attack position. Battier's defensive strategy was the same as in the first half. He stuck to him and gave him a certain breakthrough space, but blocked the right road, so Howard could only go to the left. At the end of this road, Garnett stepped on the edge of the penalty area with 1 foot, ready to assist in defense. Paul, who was not far away, was ready to move into the penalty area at any time and foul Dampier directly when necessary. Howard was also unceremonious. Since Battier gave him the left road, he pulled the ball to the left and rushed straight into the 3-point line. Battier followed him and wanted to interfere with his movements, but Josh Howard was an all-star player after all. He suddenly stopped and shook Battier, followed by a low hand pass, completely past Battier, and rushed past him. Garnett came up to assist in defense in time. Howard picked up the ball and pretended to throw it to Dampier. He shook Garnett and then made a clever European step to pass Garnett and made a layup. 56:62. The round changed. The Hawks attacked. After Paul dribbled across half court, he passed the ball to Dio in the high position. Then he came to the bottom corner and ran a screen with Battier in the opposite bottom corner. Howard and Harris lacked tacit understanding in the switch defense. They chased after Paul at the same time. Although Harris reacted quickly, he was still one step behind Battier. Dio passed the ball to Battier at the right time. Battier took the ball and shot. The basketball went into the net accurately. 56:64. Looking back, Howard of the Mavericks still played against Battier. After he walked to the left and entered the three-point line, he made a mid-range jump shot. 58:64. Howard's consecutive singles not only helped the Mavericks keep the score close, but also gave Nowitzki some rest time to ensure his physical strength to continue the team's offensive firepower. Killian came to the sidelines and shouted a few words. The content was not important. The key point was that the players understood his meaning and knew to pay attention to Howard's offense. The defense did not put enough pressure on the Mavericks, and Garnett made some gains on the offensive end. Paul played small against big after the pick and roll and missed the mid-range shot. Garnett grabbed the front court rebound and forced the ball into the basket against Dampier's defense, causing Dampier to foul. Come on. Garnett roared in victory, venting his emotions. In the past few years, although Garnett's reputation has been better than Nowitzki's, it is an indisputable fact that the Timberwolves' record is one level worse than the Mavericks. In the 11 years of the Timberwolves, the team has made the playoffs for 7 consecutive seasons, and the best result was once reaching the Western Conference Finals, but most of the time it was a first-round exit, while the Mavericks are usually able to reach the second round, and last season they broke through the Lakers and Spurs' 7-year blockade of the Western Conference champion and made it all the way to the finals. This season is the first time that Garnett can compete with Nowitzki in a relatively fair situation for leading the team ability. In the following rounds, the two teams went back and forth. Under the containment of Nowitzki, Josh Howard and Terry took up the banner of the team's offense, while the Hawks focused on Paul and Garnett's high pick and roll. Facing the Mavericks' choice to chase and defend, Paul and Garnett's increasingly tacit cooperation can easily help Garnett score before Dampier arrives. And if the Mavericks switch defense, Paul's excellent ability to play small against big and Garnett's ability to attack the basket are unquestionable. Dampier can't defend small with big, and the Mavericks have the flyweight inside player Mickey Moore who was traded from the Hawks. But after thinking about it, Avery Johnson did not choose to replace him. There is no other way. Nowitzki is an inside player who is better at attacking than defending. If he is paired with Mickey Moore, who will resist Garnett. Garnett is not known for his strong low post play, but if you only use Mickey Moore to defend him, it is really looking down on him. As Josh Howard's touch declined, the Mavericks' offensive focus returned to Nowitzki. But at this time, Killian suddenly changed the formation, replacing Dio with Hassel and letting Battier defend Nowitzki. In the playoffs last season, the Rockets had McGrady defend Nowitzki and achieved very good offensive results. In the series between the Mavericks and the Warriors, Steven Jackson and Al Harrington were the main contributors to strangling Nowitzki. Old Nelson sees the shortcomings of Nowitzki's slow pace, unstable lower body, and average back to the basket ability, and defended the MVP of that season. Compared with McGrady and Steven Jackson, Battier's strength attribute is slightly weaker, but he also has his own advantages. Battier has less responsibility on the offensive end, and only needs to act as a fixed turret. In this tactical thinking, he can use 90% or even 95% of his energy to consume Nowitzki. Battier is the main defense, Garnett assists in defense, Dampier directly fouls when he receives the ball in a dangerous position, sending him to the free throw line. Killian's defensive strategy effectively disrupted the Mavericks' offense, especially Nowitzki, who should have been in the stage of scoring, but failed to play the style of a quasi-MVP. Considering that this is a nationally broadcast game, and the opponent is Garnett, who ranks second on the MVP list, such a performance is quite a deduction for Nowitzki. In the adverse situation, Avery Johnson decisively called a timeout. He is a coach who is very good at finding problems, but also a coach who is not good at solving problems. There is only a system in hand, and there is no plan B. This is also the reason why he was basically forgotten by everyone later. The Hawks established a leading advantage in the second half of the third quarter. At the end of the third quarter, the score was 82-96, and the Hawks led by 14 points away from home. The fourth quarter began with the cheers of the fans. Avery Johnson sent a lineup led by Nowitzki and Terry, intending to use Kellyan's blitzkrieg to close the score and have a strong dialogue. He did not intend to hold back. If necessary, he was prepared to let the main players play the entire fourth quarter. Mentally speaking, he really treated this game as a playoff game. In comparison, Kellyan was a little tied up. He still used the lineup of Joe Johnson plus Dio to lead the role players to deal with the Mavericks. It's hard to imagine that I was the more conservative one in the game. Kellyan laughed at himself when the players from both sides came on the court. Because we are in an advantageous position now, Hamblin said, the key is whether Joe Johnson can hold on. The Hawks have the ball. Joe Johnson and Milicic pick and roll, but Daniels bypasses the screen and follows closely. Joe Johnson wants to shake off his opponent with a dribble, but Daniels doesn't get shaken, and Joe Johnson pulls up, hits. In Young Giant's high voice, Joe Johnson did not disappoint Kellyan and hit the ball accurately on the first attack. Another problem in the Mavericks lineup is that only Josh Howard can provide above standard defense among their outside players. If the opponent's outside firepower is fierce, this team that pursues offensive and defensive balance will not be able to hold on. Last season, the Mavericks were beaten by McGrady and Nash in the playoffs, and Kobe also had an amazing performance of 63 points in 3 quarters in the regular season, which all illustrate this problem. When Josh Howard left the court, no one on the outside of the Mavericks could match Joe Johnson. My sister got married, my dad got drunk, and made a fuss until 22:30. Today's update is a little short of words. Sorry. Chapter 228, MVP. The Hawks took advantage of the absence of Josh Howard to attack from the outside. The Mavericks were not to be trifled with. Nowitzki scored 2 consecutive singles to help the team narrow the gap. When Terry also found his touch and made consecutive mid-range shots to echo Nowitzki's offense, Kellyan knew that he couldn't continue like this. He decisively arranged players to double-team Nowitzki to test the responsibility of the Mavericks role players. Stackhouse was still able to seize the opportunity and hit the shot, but Marquis Daniels' touch was relatively average today. Replacing Daniels with Devin Harris would not have much difference in effect. Facing the mismatched defense after Terry and Nowitzki's pick and roll, the Hawks increased the number of defenders to double team more resolutely. However, when his teammates were not able to grasp the open shots, Nowitzki scored the ball against the double team continuously. In the first 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, he made 4 of 6 shots and scored 9 points. After a sluggish third quarter, Nowitzki found his touch in time in the fourth quarter, helping the Mavericks narrow the gap to 7 points. 97-104. Beat before the official timeout, Kellyan used the dead ball opportunity to replace the main players in advance and started a decisive battle with the Mavericks. The audience also knew that it was time to decide the winner, and they shouted "Let go Mavs" in unison to cheer for the players. Amid the roar of the home team fans, the Hawks sent a sideline ball and the decisive battle began. Paul dribbled the ball across half court, and Harris stepped on the 3-point line and blocked him in front of him, ready to fight. Paul did not intend to single him out, so he made a gesture, and Garnett came up to cover him. Nowitzki reminded Harris loudly from behind, and Harris was on guard and tried to squeeze the screen, but was still blocked by Garnett behind him. Seeing this, Nowitzki immediately stepped forward to defend Paul, not giving the latter an easy mid-range shot. Garnett then suppressed Harris and walked into the penalty area. Mismatched singles are the most important part of the Mavericks' offensive tactics. However, mismatched defense, facing Paul, who is the best in the league at playing small against big, Nowitzki is also somewhat powerless. Paul dribbled continuously, shaking Nowitzki with joy. He noticed that Terry came to defend and passed the ball to Battier in the bottom corner. Terry immediately reacted, turned around and jumped up to block Battier's shot, but it was too late. The bottom corner 3-pointer is Battier's best scoring hand. Leaving him an open shot opportunity is equivalent to asking for death. What's more, Terry himself is a two-way guard with limited defensive ability. He can only watch the basketball fly past his fingertips, draw a high arc, and bounce into the basket. 97:107. The score difference has widened to more than 10 points. Looking back, Nowitzki showed his MVP level strength. Facing Garnett's defense, he broke through the frame and took a step inside against Garnett, then shot his signature fadeaway jumper and hit it accurately. Nowitzki in the MVP season is definitely a bug-like existence. In the round change, the Hawks attacked. Paul and Garnett screened again and found Nowitzki. This time, Nowitzki learned the lesson of being shaken off the center of gravity just now, stood in position, raised his arms high, and responded to changes with the same. This defensive strategy may work against other guards, but Paul is clearer than the average point guard. He used a quick start and stop fake move to mobilize Nowitzki's center of gravity, then deftly passed by him, rushed into the restricted area, and made a light pull up in the air to avoid Dampier's belated defense and block, and hit the board and scored. 99:109. On the sidelines, Avery Johnson saw the Hawks' continuous offense and frowned, but he hesitated for a moment and chose to trust XIUUN on the court and did not respond. On the court, the Mavericks sent a baseline ball. Nowitzki received the ball at the corner and made a fake jump shot, but suddenly passed it to the inside. Josh Howard cut to the basket and completed a dunk against Dio's defense. Beep. The referee whistled Dio for a foul, and the Mavericks got a chance to add a free throw. OMG. Turning his head, Dio was speechless. It really didn't go to this extent. But, home court advantage, everyone knows. Josh Howard made the free throw and the score difference was pulled back to 7 points. Looking back, the Mavericks finally defended the Hawks' goal. Garnett went down after the pick and roll, received Paul's pass, and rushed to the basket, but was interfered by Dampier, and failed to score. Nowitzki grabbed the backcourt rebound, advanced directly to the front court, faced Dio, and shot a three-pointer directly, hitting it. After Nowitzki made this three-pointer, Kellyan couldn't sit still and immediately called a timeout. To deal with this Mavericks team, defense alone is not enough. The most important thing is still on the offensive end. The referee's whistle is in favor of the Mavericks. The Hawks need to expand the team's offensive space, either directly send the ball into the basket, or create a better offensive environment for the inside. After the timeout, the Hawks sent a sideline ball in the front court. Garnett pulled to the free throw line to receive the ball, and played a high-low match with Dio. Dio played a single-handed game against Nowitzki with his back to the basket, dribbled the ball and turned left, attracted Nowitzki to his right side, and then suddenly turned to the right, made a layup with his left hand, and scored the ball. 104:111. Dyer, apart from his assists, has very little to show for his stats. But whenever the Hawks run into trouble, Kellyan calls a timeout, and he always makes changes, or responds to the opponent. No wonder Kellyan thinks highly of him. Zhang Heli said. From his perspective, many of Dyer's ball handling is very reasonable, but it is difficult to be so reasonable on the court. But Dyer is able to make the complex simple, which is hard to understand. Looking back, Terry and Nowitzki continue to play pick and roll, and pass the ball to Nowitzki. The intention of this ball is very obvious, and the defense is not distracted at all. Under heavy defense, Nowitzki finally misses a shot. TMD, if this ball goes in again, Kellyan will really curse. The Hawks attack. Garnett eats Dampier in the low post, and after two back-to-back hits, he passes the ball from behind to help Joe Johnson, who is cutting into the basket, break into the basket and dunk. After landing, Joe Johnson pointed at Garnett. Garnett raised his hand and shook hands with Joe Johnson, then bent down and glared at Nowitzki, who was walking towards him. The Mavericks' wave after wave of attack was pushed back by the Hawks. In the blink of an eye, the game entered the last 2 minutes and the team was still 8 points behind. Nowitzki received the ball in the front court, tested Garnett's defense, and rushed directly into the inside. Garnett tried his best to interfere, but Nowitzki also tried his best to carry it, directly carried Garnett away, and rushed into the penalty area. Jabatia came to assist in defense in time. Nowitzki jumped up and passed the ball to Howard. After Howard received the ball, he jumped up and dunked. Nice defense. Garnett's block pushed the Mavericks to the edge of the cliff. With 1.5 minutes left in the game, the Mavericks were in danger. Nowitzki scored 33 points in the game, but he didn't take the shot himself, but let Howard finish it. Maybe this choice was fatal. Although he was explaining from the perspective of the Hawks, Yang Jian felt sorry for Nowitzki when he saw this scene. The Hawks attacked. Paul controlled the ball. Garnett stepped forward to do an off-ball pick and roll for Joe Johnson, who used Garnett's cover to shake off Josh Howard's defense, attracted Dampier's help defense, and then directly hit the ground and passed the ball to Garnett. Garnett didn't force himself to take the ball, but passed it back to Joe Johnson without stopping. At this time, there was no one around Joe Johnson, and Dampier, who had just been misplaced in defense, instinctively moved inward to help defend Garnett. It was almost a 100% open position, and Joe Johnson made a steady shot. With 75 seconds left in the game, the score difference was widened to 10 points, and the game completely lost its suspense. Under the huge score difference, the Mavericks players also lost their fighting spirit and let the remaining time run out. In the end, the Mavericks lost to the Hawks 115-126 at home. The Hawks avenged their last home defeat. 51-8, Paul scored 27 points, 11 assists, 4 rebounds and 2 steals, and his performance was quite dazzling. Garnett's performance of 24 points, 12 rebounds and 5 assists was also outstanding. He blocked shots and assisted on both ends of the offense and defense, completely killing the game. Joe Johnson scored 26 points, and his firepower support was a great supplement for Paul and Garnett. On the Mavericks side, Nowitzki scored a large double-double of 33 points and 14 rebounds, which in a sense, turned this game into a three heroes fighting Lubu. Howard may have contributed some output and played the role of Huaziang, but when it came to life, it was basically all Nowitzki who was on top. With too many attackers, it is easier to play when the Mavericks are bullying the weak, but facing a top team like the Hawks, the Mavericks' lack of organizers is more obvious. In addition, the team lacks an outside defender. Adrian Griffin, who followed the team to the finals last season, is a good defender. Unfortunately, the Mavericks did not keep him, which is a big loss. If this game was before the trade deadline, the team's problems would be exposed earlier, and Avery Johnson might really have planned to make a trade to strengthen the outside defense. But the problem is that this loss came a little late, and the trade seems unrealistic. Facing Kenyan, Avery Johnson can lose the game, but he cannot lose his momentum. In the post-match interview, Avery Johnson summarized the reason for the loss as the Hawks playing better in key shots. The game is like this. There are many accidents. I have to admit that Kami has created a very strong team. They are very competitive. They have made great progress after playing against us 3 months ago. Batia's joining has significantly improved them, and Kilograms has contributed the most perfect performance at the critical moment. I hope we will have a chance to play against each other this season, and then the victory will change the owner. Avery Johnson did not admit his weakness. On the one hand, it was due to his personality, and on the other hand, it was because many Mavericks fans liked Kenyan to coach in Dallas. In fact, Kenyan himself denied it many times, but he couldn't stand the fans seizing his Niumi attribute to talk about things. Kenyan can't fight with netizens every day, right? Winning this strong dialogue, the Hawks extended their winning streak to 6 games, and the team's lead over the Mavericks also came to 3 games, greatly increasing the probability of winning the regular season championship. And with this victory, Garnett also narrowed the gap between himself and Nowitzki. According to the odds given by the gambling website, Nowitzki's probability of winning the MVP was much higher than Garnett's. After all, Nowitzki is one man, one city, while Garnett is gathered in the Lion Camel Ridge. But victory can cover everything, and Garnett himself has the advantage of nationality, which cannot be ignored. After defeating the Mavericks, the Hawks continued their road trip in the West and came to Sacramento to face the Kings. In the first round of the two teams' confrontation, Artest elbowed Joe Johnson and was directly suspended for 30 games by the league, which directly ruined all the efforts of the Kings this season and forced the team to enter a bad state. Until now, Artest has not returned. In fact, considering the team's bad plan, the Kings have no intention of letting Artest return, and Artest himself is unwilling to play for the Kings again. He has the idea of changing his team and going to other teams to fight. The game itself was not very suspenseful. What was surprising was that many Chinese people who supported Kellyan appeared in the stadium, which was also related to the city of Sacramento. Sacramento is one of the gathering places for Chinese people. The older generation of overseas Chinese usually call Sacramento the second port, and the big port refers to San Francisco. The two cities are 2 hours away by car. It is also because of the proximity to San Francisco that the Kings were the team with the best ticket sales in the league during the years when the Kings were strong. A large number of fans drove from San Francisco to watch the Kings games. Those were also the most glorious years for the Kings. In Kellyan's impression, the Kings in his previous life, that is, starting from this season, missed the playoffs for 16 consecutive seasons, setting a record for the longest time that an NBA team did not enter the playoffs. Whether it was signings or drafting, it was a mess. The management was also very chaotic. And with the Warriors moving to San Francisco in their heyday, relying on Stephen Curry's influence to eat up the San Francisco market, the Kings were completely doomed. Not only is it impossible for fans in San Francisco to come to Sacramento to watch the game, but in turn, fans in Sacramento would rather drive 2 hours to San Francisco to watch the Warriors game than to watch the Kings play. The game went smoothly. The Hawks played steadily and defeated the Kings 124-103, extending their winning streak to 7 games, 52-8. After the game, Kellyan also came to the stands where Chinese people gathered to applaud and greet the Chinese fans who supported him. Chapter 229, Leading Sao Paulo. The Hawks have only 3 games left to win their third 10+ winning streak this season after 2 consecutive away games in the West. If they can beat the next 3 opponents, the Hawks will become the first team since the new century to win 10+ consecutive games 3 times in a single season. After so many years of being in a slump, the Hawks fans have high expectations for this, but they never expected that Joe Johnson would be injured in the next game against the Cavaliers. Near the end of the second quarter, Joe Johnson broke into the penalty area and made a layup against the defense. When he landed, he stepped on the foot of the Cavaliers' backup center Virgilio and unfortunately sprained his foot. This change is a big blow to the home fans. After all, the Hawks are aiming for the championship this season, and the injuries of the core players will definitely have a great impact on the team's season journey. Joe Johnson's injury also affected the mentality of the players and was directly reflected in the game. Without Joe Johnson's containment, the Hawks' rotation lineup was greatly affected, and they eventually lost to the Cavaliers 106-111, and their 7-game winning streak ended 52-9. After the game, Joe Johnson had an MRI and his left ankle injury was not too serious. He will be absent for 2 to 4 weeks. The injury of a core player is not a good thing for any team. Joe Johnson is really unlucky. He plays on the floor, does not jump high, does not rush hard, and does not even play a lot of time. As a result, he missed the game for the 2nd time this season due to an accident. It is really bad luck. Among NBA coaches, Kellyan pays more attention to the depth of the lineup. He rarely uses the main players and lets the core players play for more than 40 minutes. This is also the reason why the injuries of the teams he coached have been well controlled. But in sports events, injuries and accidents are always inevitable. There are some emergencies on the court that no one can control. Kellyan can only adjust his mentality and motivate other players, such as PJ Tucker. After joining the Hawks, PJ Tucker has lost more than 8 pounds in more than 2 months and has a much more symmetrical body. After losing some fat, Tucker's lateral speed has also improved, and he can play a greater role at the small forward position on the defensive end. Joe Johnson's injury freed up more playing time for the wing position, and Tucker was promoted to the team's rotation. On March 6, the Hawks played against Garnett's parent team, the Timberwolves, at home. The transaction with the Hawks for Garnett at the beginning of the season was a successful reconstruction for the Timberwolves. The players exchanged for Garnett, except for Jerome James, who was originally a contract balancer, played well. With the team's cost-free cultivation, Bynum has made significant progress this season, averaging 13.5 points, 9.7 rebounds, and 1.6 blocks per game. While the statistics are impressive, he has also begun to slowly show his ability in the low post. His rapid progress has allowed the Timberwolves to switch their first target in the draft from Ogden to Durant. Of the two rookies, Gay and Foy, the Timberwolves pay more attention to Randy Foy, otherwise they would not have traded Roy for him. However, the one who performed better between the two is Gay. After joining the team, Gay started as a substitute and completed the counter-attack step by step, becoming the team's starting small forward, averaging 14 points and 6 rebounds per game, and is currently the second player in the best rookie selection after Roy. Compared with the unlimited potential of Bynum and Gay, David Lee and James Posey bring more immediate combat power to the Timberwolves. The former is firmly in the starting position of the Timberwolves, averaging a double-double of 16 points and 10 rebounds per game, and is known as the double-double machine. He is also the team's scoring and rebounding champion. However, his defensive weaknesses are more obvious. He gives back as many points as he scores on the offensive end. Because of this, he is underestimated. The latter is a typical strong team puzzle player. He is not very good at playing in a rebuilding team like the Timberwolves. After being replaced by Gay as a starter, his data is not very good. But he is just the opposite of David Lee. As long as he plays, he can significantly improve the team's perimeter defense. He is a player whose performance is greater than data. Joe Johnson does not play. Stevens enters the starting lineup, and the Hawks starting lineup has full defensive strength. Paul, Stevens, Battier, and Garnett are all excellent defensive players in their respective positions, and they easily clamp down on the Timberwolves' offense. The Timberwolves have potential stocks in other positions, but the point guard position is weak. Facing the double team attack from the Hawks, Jerick had no way to comfortably pass the ball to Bynum in the interior. The situation of the game was always in the hands of the Hawks, making the opponent immovable. The Hawks relied on their oppressive defense to frequently cause the opponent to make mistakes, staged many wonderful defensive counterattacks, further boosted the momentum of the whole team, and played very targeted on the offensive end, and finally defeated the Timberwolves 115-95, 53-9. Paul played for 30 minutes, shot 12 of 20. 5 of 5 free throws, scored 33 points, 8 assists and 5 rebounds, effectively filling the firepower gap left by Joe Johnson. Due to the team's large lead, Tucker also got 16 minutes of playing time. In the whole game, he made 1 of 4 shots, scored 2 points, grabbed 4 rebounds, and performed quite well. In the same day's game, the Mavericks lost to the Magic 98-101, and the gap between the two teams was narrowed to 3 games. This also made Kellyanne slightly relieved, and he could take appropriate rest in the next game to protect Garnett and Paul. On March 8, International Women's Day, the Hawks played against the Orlando Magic away, which was also the third match between the two teams this season. In the first 2 matchups, the two sides reached a 1:1. Compared with the Heat picking up the heads of the Hawks during their weak period and the Cavaliers taking advantage of the Hawks' injuries, the game in which the Magic won the Hawks head-on at the beginning of the season was extremely valuable. In addition, the Pistons did not get Webber and were still in a tepid state, and the Magic became the Hawks' strongest opponent in the East. With the injury of Joe Johnson, the Hawks lost one of the big 3, and their strength was obviously damaged. However, in the game, the remnant Hawks made the Magic a little at a loss. At the beginning of the game, as long as Nelson passed the half court with the ball, the Hawks launched a line double team to suppress Nelson's passing. Compared with Parker, who slowly adapted to the Hawks pressing through his own efforts, Nelson's idea of dealing with this tactic was very clear, that is, to give the ball to Turkoglu. This may be the difference between ordinary players and championship point guards. Nelson was suppressed in this regard, and the ball was concentrated on Turkoglu. The Turkish agents dominated the ball and organized the team's offense in an orderly manner. but problems also followed. After focusing his energy on running the ball, Turkoglu's personal offense was sniped by Battier. Whether it was a quick stop jump shot after a pick and roll or a slow 3-step layup after cutting in, he failed to hit. The Hawks sacrificed so many assets to trade for Battier in order to have a high-level defensive force when facing the opponent outside singles. Battier was not enough to defend Kobe James, but he showed his value against Turkoglu and defended his opponent. Facing the low-health Hawks, the Magic's offense was suppressed, and the defense was also turned upside down by Dio and Garnett, and they were quickly defeated 92-105. The Hawks defeated the Magic away, 54-9. Wang's and Iao saw his wife busying around making many dishes, and couldn't help but say, "That's enough, there are only 4 of us, so we can't eat much." Judging from the preparations, they have to make 8 or 9 dishes, and they are all hard dishes, not the kind that can be compromised. Atlanta is still very cold in March. The dishes at the back are not ready yet, and the dishes at the front are already cold. Make more, what Kalyan likes to eat, what Never likes to eat, and what you like to eat, so you don't have to complain. Zhao Yun rolled her eyes at her husband. "Do you think we can settle things by visiting Kalyan's parents this time?" "What did I say?" Kalyan's parents are both public servants and it's not convenient for them to come to the United States, so let's go back and visit them, and don't think about anything else first. Wang's and Iao said unhappily. Kalyan is indeed very good, but our Never is not without people thinking about him, right? No matter, I'm determined to make Kalyan my son-in-law. Zhao Yun emphasized, "You know how lively our daughter is, and only Kalyan can hold her. I don't want to." Cough cough cough. Wang's and Iao coughed heavily to stop his wife from continuing. There are some things that Kalyan doesn't care about very much, but in the eyes of the elders, it is really a black history. The 2 elders were chatting about returning to China to visit Kalyan's parents. When they heard the knock on the door, they hurried over to open the door. Who else could it be but Kalyan and Wang Lifen? Wang Lifen held Kalyan's arm and let go of his hand when he saw the door open. Wang's and Iao was not surprised. "I was just talking about you and was about to call you when you arrived." During the meal, Wang's and Iao happily poured a glass of wine for Kalyan and talked about his and Zhao Yun's plan to visit Kalyan's parents in China. "My parents also feel very embarrassed about this. They have applied to their units several times and want to come to the United States to visit you and your aunt. They are really public officials and the control is relatively strict." Kalyan apologized to the 2 elders on behalf of his parents. "Don't worry, as long as the date is set here, my parents will make sure to arrange it properly." "No way." Wang's and Iao said seriously, "We are embarrassed to bother your family. From the perspective of etiquette, it should be my parents who come." Kalyan was also helpless. Basically speaking, as long as he found a foreigner, he would definitely encounter similar embarrassment. "We are a family from now on, so let's not talk about these things." Wang's and Iao waved his hand generously, signaling Kalyan not to take these trivial matters to heart. Dating with Wang Lifen, let alone other benefits, just the fact that his parents are reasonable makes Kalyan very comfortable. From the first time Wang Lifen brought Kalyan to the 2 elders and announced, "This is my boyfriend," to Kalyan's first visit, second visit, and nth visit, the relationship with Wang's and Iao and Zhao Yun became more and more familiar, and it felt like he was integrated into a very warm family. In this process, everything happened naturally, and there was no change, even because Kalyan's career was very successful, and he made $160 million from investment. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. After chatting about Kalyan's parents for a while, the topic of the 2 turned to Kalyan's career. "How confident are you of winning the championship this season?" Wang's and Iao asked. The person he was chatting with was his father-in-law, so there was no need for a tricky answer. Kalyan calculated and said, the original answer was 45%. The current situation is not very stable, so it's probably between 35% and 50%. Your probability calculation is just like our doctors doing surgery. Wang's and Iao smiled. "Can you explain it?" "It's actually just my own deduction. Because no matter how the Suns, Mavericks, and Spurs strengthen their teams, or how they work together, only one of them can make it out and meet us in the finals. Considering that the Hawks can enter the finals with lower losses, I'm confident that it will be a 50-50 situation against any of them. So your initial confidence was 45%, and the remaining 5% was caused by accidents caused by player injuries. Wangs and IAO understood what Kellyanne meant and nodded. You are worthy of being a scientist. Very precise logical reasoning. Not only that, according to my original idea, the opponent in the finals is likely to be the Spurs. Personally, I'm not afraid of the Spurs. But now, with the reinforcement of the Suns and the weakening of the Warriors, the Mavericks' luck looks better. If it is against the Mavericks, Kellyanne will find it difficult to play. After all, everyone will be obsessed with the main players in the playoffs. Few people can stand up to the Mavericks' singles players. On March 10th, the Hawks ushered in the challenge of another rebuilding team, the Philadelphia 76ers, at home. Considering that the opponent is currently aiming to play badly, Kellyanne chose to rest Garnett in this game. Two of the big three will not play today, and this game is a test of Paul's ability to lead the team. However, what scares the fans is that, even if the Hawks lose two of the big three, the lineup that this team can bring out is still not bad. The starting lineup composed of Paul, Stevens, Battier, Weber, and Dio is a team on the edge of the playoffs if they run in well. Iverson and Weber left the team one after another, and the 76ers entered a state of full team combat. This team just took the initiative to play badly to fight for a high draft pick, and its real strength is not easy to deal with. Iguodala, Felton, Gerald Wallace, D'Alembert and others are not very famous, but their strength is acceptable. The game entered ahead on confrontation from the beginning. The Hawks soon fell into a passive situation, and their offense had problems. Stevens and Dio both had baskets, but they were not stable. Without Garnett and Joe Johnson to create an offensive environment, their touch was not very good, and the Hawks could only rely on Battier and Weber to assist Paul and make some cooperation. Although the Hawks relied on Berrier and Milicic to regain some points in the transition period, they still could not fill the gap in the firepower of the main lineup, and the Hawks have been lagging behind their opponents. It's just that the reason why the 76ers chose to play badly is because the team lacks a star player who can be relied on at critical moments. Although Iguodala is all-round, he really has no stable scoring method. It is more suitable to be a deputy rather than a main attacker. In comparison, although Paul is not the one who can hold up in the critical moment, he is still a few levels more reliable than Iguodala. He first used the pick and roll with Weber to score, and then attacked Milicic to hit a long two-pointer, helping the team to keep the victory. In the end, the Hawks defeated the 76ers 107-102, and continued their pace to hit the first place in the league, 55-9. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Shameless, Invincible. Entering March, the popularity of the NBA was largely divided by another basketball event. This year's NCAA March Madness has attracted much attention because of the presence of Odin, the key to the next center era. Durant, who could have been the top pick in most previous years, was even ignored. Almost everyone's attention was focused on Odin. It can almost be said that since the new century, Odin is second only to James in terms of momentum before the draft. However, without any draft picks, the Hawks' presence in this year's draft is destined to be not very strong. The Hawks scouting team also focuses on some rookies who have immediate combat effectiveness but average potential. These people have a certain probability of being eliminated, and they can be picked up at that time. I don't know if it was to flatter Kellyanne, but the scouting team also made a draft report for Chinese player Sun Yu and sent it to him. He is 205 centimeters tall and has the body of a point guard that everyone dreams of. He has excellent ball handling skills and can get rid of defenders by dribbling between his legs. He is very selfless and mainly passes the ball. He has a field of view above the average level and has improved in controlling the rhythm. He is good at creating scoring opportunities for his teammates and has a 3-point range in his jump shot. He lacks upper body strength. He must improve his lateral speed, as fast defenders may cause him trouble. He sometimes cannot protect the ball, especially when he is doing something special. His outside shooting has improved, but he still needs training. Sun Yu should improve his off-ball running, because he tends to stand still when no one is guarding him. Although domestic netizens like to use Wishu piece, car formation gate, average goals per game is not as good as Messi to tease Sun Yu. The scouts in the United States are really optimistic about him. However, Kylian knows his moral character very well. He is the type who works as hard as he does before he becomes famous, and then becomes as dissolute as he becomes famous. Drafted in 2007, he hadn't even played in the NBA in 2008, but he dared to act arrogantly in the national team, and was almost kicked out by Yao Ming. What happened afterwards is hard to describe. If you search Sun Yu on Baidu, the entries that pop up are either Sun Yu car formation gate or Sun Yu Chen Lu, all about women's things. After glancing at the scouts report, Kylian invited Sun Yu to a tryout, intending to give him some advice during the tryout. Whether Sun Yu listens or not is up to him. On March 12th, the Hawks came to Indiana to challenge the Pacers away. The Palace of Auburn Hills incident destroyed the Pacers. 2 seasons ago, they were in the golden period of their team history and had the hope of winning the championship, but now they are only ranked 10th in the East, 5 wins behind the 8th placed Wizards in the West. With 18 games left, they have basically bid farewell to the playoffs. O'Neal struggled for a season, but still couldn't avoid the tragedy of a hero's end. The fans at the home court also realized that the era of the Pacers was over. Artest left first, followed by Steven Jackson. Only O'Neal could not support the team, and reconstruction was inevitable. Compared with the 3 top power forwards, Nowitzki, Duncan and Garnett, O'Neal's reputation was slightly weaker. He had comprehensive offensive skills. He could hold the ball in the high position, shoot in the middle, and force the low position, but he was not the type who could score continuously in the matchup. In the direct dialogue with Garnett, O'Neal scored a double-double of 22 points and 11 rebounds. At first glance, it was really good, but in front of Garnett's gorgeous performance of 37 points, 10 rebounds and 5 assists, it was not enough. The difference in data was obvious, and if you look at the game, the difference was even greater. O'Neal's scores were evenly distributed in the 4 quarters, with scores of 7, 4, 5, and 6 in each quarter. It was almost 2-3 shots in each quarter, and Garnett blew O'Neal in the first and third quarters, when he was in good shape 94-119. The Hawks beat the Pacers away from home, and the team record came to 56 wins and 9 losses. Unknowingly, they are only 2 wins away from the most 58 wins in team history. As early as the middle of the season, when the team was firmly in the first place in the league, the Hawks fans were optimistic about the team creating the best record in team history. But when the record was within reach, the fans were surprised to find that they didn't know to what level this Hawks team could improve the record. On March 14th, the Hawks came to Houston to challenge the Houston Rockets away. This was the second stop of their 3 consecutive away games, and the last stop was to play the Spurs. The reputation of the Texas 3 is not covered, and this is particularly evident this season. Last season, the Hawks were 1 game away from sweeping Texas. This season, the Mavericks taught the Hawks a lesson in their first encounter of the season. The Rockets and the Hawks are the 2 most popular NBA teams in China. In the first round of the season between the 2 teams, the support rate counted by CCTV was 70:30. Quote, "This is the first time that a team has received a 30% support rate when facing the Rockets. In this game, the support rate is still the same. Strictly speaking, there are even many fans who originally supported the Hawks who turned against the Rockets. The reason is simple. The Hawks are 3 games ahead of the Mavericks and their ranking is relatively stable, while the Rockets' record is mixed with that of the Jazz and they need a victory to gain home court advantage in the playoffs." Even before the game, there was a message on the screen of CCTV saying that some fans hoped that Kylian would rotate the lineup, give the Rockets a game, and go all out to fight the Spurs. To be honest, if the game was not so popular, Kylian might have done this, just to give Yao Ming a face, but China's attention to this game is full. The NBA is also promoting this game, and the local Chinese community is also looking forward to this civil war. If Kylian holds back, he will not only let down the fans, but also ruin his reputation. Most importantly, if he blatantly plays this trick, he may be tricked by Stern in the subsequent games. Not only must we fight, but we must also fight hard. Before the game started, some Rockets fans were full of confidence, thinking that the Hawks were just located in the East and enjoyed the benefits of the division, and their strength was not as strong as the record showed. However, when the game really started, the gap between the two sides instantly appeared. Killian did not adjust the inside line to target Yao Ming, but directly commanded the players to speed up the game, run and play, and tire Yao Ming to death. Yao Ming can control Dio at will in the low post, but another superstar of the Rockets, McGrady, is struggling under the double team of Battier and Stevens, and it is difficult to complete a breakthrough. He can only pull up from the mid-range again and again, which is inefficient. The Rockets' Achilles heel is still the quality of their role players. In the previous life, their third in command was Battier, and now he is almost the fifth in the Hawks. In this life, although Alexander has saved money, the team's lineup is worse. The main point guard Alston can only watch the water dispenser in the Hawks. The main small forward Barnes is just a marginal figure in the Hawks rotation last season, and the main power forward Hayes is just the water dispenser of the Hawks last season. The Rockets' ceiling was stuck at this step. In addition to blaming Alexander for being stingy, Van Gundy himself was also to blame. He kept the team's third highest paid Mike James on the bench. The fourth highest paid Swift was a waste that the Hawks would rather not use Hassel in exchange for the power forward position. He did not use Bonzi Wells, who came in at a low salary, and he did not use Panaulis, who performed very well in the European Championship. Taking advantage of Yao Ming's rest, the Hawks easily widened the gap to more than 20 points, and did not give the Rockets any chance to counterattack, firmly controlling the situation on the court until the end of the game 88:109. The Hawks won away. At the press conference after the game, a reporter who likes to watch the fun asked Killian, "You were once an assistant coach of the Rockets, but later left the Rockets because of your disagreement with Jeff's philosophy. Now, your achievements in the Lakers and the Hawks are better than the Rockets' past achievements. Does this prove that your philosophy was right?" I don't think it can be said that way. In the 2005 playoffs, the Rockets just lacked a little luck. In 2006, they fought injuries for the entire season, and I might not be able to do better if you ask me to handle it. Maybe our operations will be different. For example, I will definitely not trade draft picks, etc. But a person's development depends on both his own efforts and the course of history. And I really don't think any team will choose to trust a new assistant coach instead of the team's head coach. Killian looked down on Van Gundy on the one hand, and it is also true that the Rockets' predicament in the past 2 years cannot be entirely blamed on him. Referee problems and injuries, these objective factors have more or less restricted this team. However, during the dinner party in the evening, Killian still suggested to Yao Ming to control his playing time and not to force himself to do so. First of all, I don't agree with you gaining weight on a large scale, but the matter is done. Now I can only say that you are under my control and I will let you play for a maximum of 30 minutes in each game. Killian is now a top figure and can force some ideas into Yao Ming, telling him to take care of his body. In terms of controlling Yao Ming's playing time, Van Gundy did a good job, but Edelman's performance was hard to describe. But that's all for later. The topic of basketball came to an end, and Yao Ming suddenly asked about Killian's investment plan. Killian invested in YouTube and made a net profit of $160 million, which is well known to everyone. Looking at all the workers in the NBA, he is the richest one. Boss Joe is considered a capitalist. Come on, that was pure luck. I just happened to rent a house in Steve's house, so I had the opportunity to invest. Killian said self-deprecatingly, "If I really had such a good eye for investment, why would I be a basketball coach? Wouldn't it be better to focus on finance?" Killian concealed this matter very well, including Chen Shijin himself, who mentioned Killian's help to them from funding to Creative Mountain when he was interviewed. Therefore, most people envy Killian's luck and just think that God favors him. If you don't become a coach, it will be a loss for the basketball world. Yao Ming shook his head and said, "I only have Google stocks that are still appreciating, and I bought some Apple stocks. It's just a personal hobby of mine. I'm more optimistic about the ad industry," Kellyanne said. The main reason is that he traveled through time without being well prepared. Otherwise he would definitely spend some time to formulate a strict investment plan. After playing the Rockets, the Hawks rested for a day in Houston and went to San Antonio to challenge the Spurs on March 16th. Although it was a continuous away trip, the Hawks were not at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. However, the Hawks were obviously at a disadvantage after losing Joe Johnson, a wing single player. In particular, Parker conducted targeted training on the Hawks' online double teaming, which greatly improved his awareness and thinking of the ball, but exposed the weakness of the Hawks' empty back. On the defensive end, Bowen made another despicable move. In a fight for a floor ball, Bowen held Dio's arm and lay on the ground. If Dio resisted Bowen's strength or lost his center of gravity and fell in other directions, it would be easy for Bowen to break his arm and be directly reimbursed for the season. Fortunately, the Frenchman fell in the direction where Bowen fell, unloading the force to the greatest extent and saving his arm. Dio suffered a loss in this wave. Kellyanne was furious on the sidelines. He first yelled at the referee and pointed out the opponent's lethal action. After the referee did not send Bowen off because of the Spurs' home court, he repeatedly complained to the referee and accused Bowen of his behavior. Do you know who Bowen is? If you don't know, I will let you remember who PJ Tucker is, Kellyanne said to the referee. The meaning was very clear. If you don't care, I will arrange for a water dispenser to kill Duncan. Kellyanne has no shortcomings, but he doesn't have martial ethics. He doesn't care about every wrong has its own perpetrator. He will put the blame on Duncan for whoever Bowen kills. He doesn't believe that Bowen repeatedly wastes important players of other teams without Popovich's explicit or implicit instructions behind him. Dio was not injured, so the lethality of Bowen's dirty moves just now was not shown. The fans at the scene didn't know where Kellyanne's anger came from. They just thought he was making a fuss and booed him for causing trouble. The referee gave him a technical foul without hesitation. However, this was not over yet. The referee reviewed the video and gave Bowen a technical foul. Kellyanne was dissatisfied with the penalty and thought it should be a malicious foul. He continued to block the referee's direction and complained to him repeatedly, applying for a second technical foul for himself, and was directly sent off the court. Gan. After asking Kellyanne to leave the court, the referee also came to Bowen and reminded him to pay attention to his movements. In fact, NBA referees also hate Bowen. After all, this guy's too troublesome. He has been chased and beaten by the opposing players many times. As a referee, he has to stop the fight and control the situation. Many times, the Spurs' whistle treatment is not good, and even Duncan and Parker will encounter retaliatory fouls from the opponent. This is also the reason why Bowen has restrained himself in recent years. In this game, Bowen found an opportunity to attack a main player of the Hawks, and he also calculated the timing. If the Hawks can't enter the finals, everything will be fine. If the two teams meet again in the finals, the Hawks will not dare to play any tricks in the finals, right? The only mistake was that Dio was such a sly guy that he actually dodged this move. The Hawks were already at a disadvantage with Joe Johnson absent, and when the head coach was ejected, the Spurs slowly pulled away. However, in the middle of the fourth quarter, Paul vented his anger on Dio. In a fight for an out-of-bounds ball, Paul tripped Duncan and made him fall flat on his face, giving him a taste of his own medicine. There was another round of shoving and pushing, and this time, it was Popovich who was furious. It was a pity that Kellyanne was not there, otherwise he would have had to confront him on the spot. Although it was no help for the game, whether it was Kellyanne's protection of the players or Paul's response to the opponent with practical actions, it warmed Dio's heart. 107:94. The Hawks lost away, the first time they lost to the Spurs in 2 seasons. 57-10. As expected, the post-match press conference became a battlefield between Kellyanne and Popovich. In the NBA, everyone has his own way of survival. Some people conquer their opponents with their skills, while others can only rely on despicable moves to beg in this league. I really want to be a reporter and do a special feature to ask Ray Allen, Vince Carter, Zerbiak, Grant Hill, Steve Nash, Stoudemire, Francis Allen Iverson, who is the most hated player in the league. Let the league see how the people who truly create value for the league are destroyed. I really want to see if the NBA really condones the existence of players who destroy the image of the league. I also want to see if the court is a lawless place where people can be hurt at will on the court. In response to Kellyan's accusations, Popovich's reaction was as bachelor as ever. His anger was just a show. You see, Bowen's action was a bit too big, and the referee turned a blind eye, which led to our loss. In fact, before this incident happened, we were already leading by double digits. He didn't want to admit defeat, so he deliberately provoked the referee and was sent off. This way he has a reason. I really don't think there is anything wrong with Bruce's action of holding Do. He lost his balance and subconsciously grabbed something as a fulcrum. This is an instinctive reaction when a person falls. I believe everyone has fallen and has this kind of behavior. Does this mean you want to break the arms of the people around you? In fact, many people look at Bruce with tinted glasses. Many actions are magnified because they are made by Bruce. Kimmy seizes this mentality to slander. Tim Duncan was also tripped to the ground by Paul. Did you see what I said? I didn't. Because I know Paul didn't mean it. To be honest, shameless people are invincible. Chapter 231, picking up ahead. The next day, when all the major media reported this incident, the entire basketball circle immediately exploded. Needless to say, just by looking at the comments of the major media, we can analyze the public opinion trend, which is unanimously criticizing the Spurs style of play. A careful analysis of Bowen's foul on Do shows that he almost broke Do's arm. If Do hadn't been smart, he would have been out for the season, and in serious cases, about half a year. Hearing someone scolding Bowen, Vince Chuyunfei Carter said that he must help the situation. I can answer Kimmy's question now. The player I hate most is Bowen. He is a scum. As a player who relies on explosive power, healthy ankles and knees are Carter's biggest reliance. But whether it was the Raptors or the Nets, Carter had encountered Bowen's foot treading, and he was so angry that he punched Bowen directly on the court. Now someone has stood up to accuse Bowen, and he is the first to jump out to express his support. Stoudemire also said, if players like Bowen are allowed to put their feet under the basket again, it will harm the NBA. Although the little bully has not been injured by Bowen, as the main competitor of the Spurs, Stoudemire always has to confirm repeatedly before landing after completing a dunk against the Spurs. Otherwise you don't know where Bowen's feet will appear. Subsequently, various GIF pictures of Bowen's dirty tricks appeared on the internet, which is really one side is in trouble, all sides like it. Under this wave, the arguments of Spurs fans such as can you list who Bowen has ruined, Carter, Ray Allen, and Nash are getting better and better, and Kobe never complains, are becoming more and more untenable. Duncan, who was elbowed by Malone, is getting better and better. Should we let Duncan be elbowed a few more times to try? It is possible to continue to open up Duncan's Ren and Do meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. I don't know whether it was the outside world that put great pressure on the Spurs, or whether it was the league that put pressure on the Spurs. In the next game against the Trail Blazers, the Spurs kept Bowen on ice, and as a result, the team's perimeter was blown up by Roy. This season's best rookie used a 27+9 performance to help the Trail Blazers force the Spurs into a desperate situation. Although this public opinion war led by Kellyan did not affect the experienced Spurs, it successfully interfered with the referee's penalty. Some slightly controversial balls were basically awarded to the Trail Blazers by the referee, which also largely determined the progress of the game. In good times, the sports car is a Buddha. In bad times, the demon sword is a demon. As long as the GDP is there, no matter how difficult the adversity is, the Spurs can get through it. In the last 3 minutes, the Spurs were still 7 points behind. It was at this time that Ginobili stood up, first using his sharp breakthrough to tear open the Trail Blazers' perimeter defense, breaking in and dunking over Pritzbilla, and then hitting Webster twice in a row with mid-range shots. Compared with those superstars, Ginobili's key ball ability is not inferior at all, and he does not have the burden of superstars must carry the team on their shoulders. He passes the ball when it is time to pass. In the next few rounds, the Trail Blazers deployed heavy troops to defend Ginobili, which left opportunities for others. Ginobili assisted Finley and Duncan to score consecutively, helping the Spurs to win the game in the end. It is really mean, and it is really strong. On March 18th, the Hawks, who returned to their home court, ushered in the challenge of the Clippers, a team on the edge of the Western Conference playoffs. Every season, a dark horse team will pop up in the West and suddenly kill to a high ranking. In the 2004-2005 season, it was the Seattle Supersonics. Last season it was the Los Angeles Clippers, and this season it is the Utah Jazz. This type of team usually has a characteristic. Occasionally it can be strong for a year, and then quickly return to mediocrity. The first generation of Supersonics is a typical example. The Clippers are currently ranked 9th in the West, and are also in a very dangerous position. However, unlike the Sonics who were hollowed out by other teams, the Clippers only lost one Radmanovic compared to last season. According to common sense, they would not have fallen so much. Their ranking fell, firstly because the overall strength of the Western Conference has increased this season, and secondly because the team's team building ideas have deviated, especially in the use of players by the head coach. The team's inside line is led by Brandon Cameron. This pair of inside players is considered to be first class in the league in terms of low post attack power alone. They are more suitable for traditional point guards who are good at passing and shooting. For example, the team's veteran Castle is a good candidate. Last season, it was under his connection that the Clippers made it all the way to the Western Conference semifinals and dragged the Suns to the 7th game. However, Castle's 37-year-old age and the contract issues with the team have become a point of entanglement for the team management. In order to avoid being controlled by Castle during the off-season, and out of consideration for early renewal, head coach Dunleavy made adjustments to the team's lineup and replaced Castle's starting position with Livingston, but the results were not ideal. Livingston's style of play, which preferred breakthroughs and back to the basket play, was not compatible with Brandon Cameron, affecting the team's performance. At the same time, Castle, who was sacrificed by the management, exploded in mentality and had conflicts with the team. Garnett easily succeeded in the jump ball, and the Hawks successfully scored in the first round of offense. Paul and Garnett played a high pick and roll. After going down, Paul got the ball and assisted Garnett to complete an alley-oop dunk. Although the Clippers quickly responded with a mid-range shot by Castle. But looking back, Paul went straight to the basket, facing Brand's defense, not only sent the ball into the basket, but also caused the opponent to foul. Then Mobley missed the shot, and the Hawks' counter-attack started immediately, and Battier finally hit a three-pointer from the outside. If it weren't for the Clippers' inside pair's good touch, and combined to score 14 points, the Clippers would not have been behind by only 6 points in the first quarter. In the second quarter, the Hawks began to double team more against the Clippers' inside attack. Brandon Cameron have good offensive abilities, but their awareness of passing the ball is average. The Hawks' defensive rotation is one of the strongest in the league. Once the ball from the inside is not transmitted well, it will be caught by the Hawks' outside line again, and the opportunity will be fleeting. Back to the offensive end, Paul used pick and roll to train Cameron and Brand, and it worked every time. The former is a typical European inside player with solid skills and slow movement. His lateral movement can't keep up with Paul's rhythm at all. Paul can shake off a lot of offensive space with a change of direction. The latter is the height of a small forward, the weight of a power forward, and the playing style of a center. His weakness is also his mobility. In a sense, the inside combination of Cameron plus Brand is 1 plus 12 on the offensive end, and 1 plus 12 on the defensive end. They can relieve each other's pressure, but they are not complementary at all. Facing a master like Paul who plays small against big, it is inevitable to be defeated. The Clippers failed to limit Paul in the second quarter and were already 18 points behind at halftime, falling into a very passive situation. In the third quarter, the Clippers chose to double team Paul, which was exactly what Paul wanted. He himself is not the type who likes to score points. If you let him lead his teammates, he will play more comfortably. The Hawks blossomed in the third quarter. Battier, Gibson, and Milicic all scored in double digits in this quarter. After 3 quarters, 5 Hawks scored in double digits, and the difference between the two sides had opened to 31 points. The game completely lost suspense. In the fourth quarter, the Clippers gave up resistance, and neither side sent out their main players to play. However, even in this situation, the Hawks still pressed the Clippers, especially Gibson, who had a great outside shooting in this game. He made 5 of 9 3-pointers in the first 3 quarters. In the fourth quarter, he only shot 3-pointers. In a single quarter, he made 4 of 7 3-pointers. In the whole game, he made 9 of 16 3-pointers. He broke the team's record for 3-pointers and snatched the best player of the game from Paul. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Clippers 134-88. 58-10. Outside shooting has always been an important part of my offensive system. In my mind, the strongest player is the one who is a threat when holding the ball outside the 3-point line and can directly change the opponent's defensive form. In the post-match interview, when asked about Gibson's 3-point record, Kellyan talked about it. Obviously, this is not about Gibson. Even Reggie Miller and Ray Allen can't achieve the effect that Kellyan said. Does such a player really exist? The reporter questioned. Before O'Neal came out, I couldn't believe that such a monster would exist, but he is like this, dominating the league in an incredible manner. In addition to basketball, I'm also a football fan. When I saw Messi, the football I imagined when I was a child became a reality under his feet. I believe that in the basketball industry, there must be someone like Messi who can turn the basketball I imagined into reality. Like old Nelson, Kellyan also has the temperament of an idealist, and he will occasionally make some amazing remarks, which fans are not surprised by. A day later, the Hawks faced the Bucks back-to-back. This is the third time the two teams have played against each other this season. The first 2 games ended with the Hawks' victory. Compared with the first 2 games of the season, the situation of this game is more favorable to the Hawks. The Bucks have suffered more serious injuries this season. The star player Michael Reed first suffered an injury to his right elbow, and finally suffered repeated injuries to his left knee ligament, and was absent for consecutive games. The Bucks are a team that launches offensive tactics from the outside. With Reed injured, all kinds of offensive tactics cannot be launched, and the decline in performance is inevitable. Seeing that the team's performance is not improving, the Bucks management naturally made the decision to play badly and set their sights on the draft. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this decision. To be fair, the upper limits of the 2 core players of the team, Michael Reed and Bodig, are not too high. If you build a team with them as a core, unless the right time, right place and right people are all caught up, it will be difficult to make any breakthroughs in performance. Even in the relatively weak Eastern Conference, at most they can enter the second round, which is amazing. There are many potential new stars in the 2007 draft. It would be best if they could get one of Otton and Durant. With the current lineup of the Bucks, they can be promoted to the height of a top team in 2 to 3 years. Facing the invincible Hawks, the Bucks did not have much fighting spirit to resist and surrendered easily. The Hawks suppressed their opponents almost throughout the game and won easily with 123-106. After this game, the Hawks broke the team's best record of wins with 59 wins. Kellyan once again created the history of the Hawks. After the game, the team did not organize a grand celebration. This was also Kellyan's intention. It would be better to celebrate after the regular season ended and the team record was determined. Now, Kellyan is the god in the hearts of Hawks fans. Whatever he said, the fans agreed unconditionally. After the game, outside the Phillips Arena, the fans sang Kellyan's song loudly, and the melodious tune continued until Kellyan left. After attending the press conference, on March 21st, the Hawks rested for a day and ushered in the 3rd game in 4 days. The opponent was the Miami Heat, the only team that suppressed the team in the record this season. The Hawks lost 10 games this season. Some of the games were convincing, but in the 2 games against the Heat, they were defeated by the opponent in a weak state. Kellyan himself was extremely indignant. However, good and evil will eventually be rewarded, and heaven will have a good cycle. Today, it is finally the turn of the Hawks to pick up the Heat's head. In the game against the Rockets in early March, Wade was knocked down during a breakthrough and dislocated his shoulder. He had already been declared out for the season. But considering that the Heat's veterans are playing less and less every year, Wade hesitated again and again and still chose conservative treatment. trying his best to catch up with the playoffs. Thanks to the assistance of these veterans, Wade won the championship in the third year of his career and won the MVP, becoming an out-and-out superstar. And at the critical moment of the team, Wade did not hesitate to endure the pain and even leave hidden dangers, and followed the team to play in the playoffs and fight for the team's dream again. Although they are opponents, Killian still admires Wade's responsibility from the bottom of his heart. Even if he chooses conservative treatment, Wade will have to wait until the last few games of the regular season to return to find his form and prepare for the playoffs. Therefore, O'Neal, who has been pampered and reserved in the regular season, worked in advance to lead the Heat forward. However, it turns out that the big shark is really old. Garnett chose to defend in front. He could not pull out to receive the ball and then crush all the way in like before. He pulled out to set a pick and roll for his teammates and then rushed to the inside. His impact was not as good as before. It was even more sad on the defensive end. How many people have seen O'Neal being fooled by the opponent's inside tricks? Today, the fans at the Phillips Center saw it. Dio received the ball under the basket. Facing O'Neal's defense, a fake pass tricked O'Neal to turn around unconsciously and found that there was no one. When he turned around, Dio had hit the rebound. What's more sad is that O'Neal now no longer has the ability to hit Dio 4 or 5 times in a row on the offensive end as a response. Since ancient times, beauties are like famous generals, and they are not allowed to have white hair in the world. When seeing this scene, Killian's resentment for losing to the Heat twice seemed to be dissipated a lot. 121:95. The Hawks defeated the Heat at home and became the first team to win 60 games this season. Garnett scored 32 points, 11 rebounds and 2 blocks, and performed outstandingly. As the Hawks' performance was outstanding and the news was all over the screen, the voices for Garnett to win the MVP were getting more and more enthusiastic. Obviously, Garnett deserves the definition of the best player in the best team. Now it's his advantages that the Mavericks are a single core team after all, and he is one man and one city, which has a certain degree of extra points. Of course, there is also a part of sympathy. After all, the MVP last season was a competition between Nash and Nowitzki. The Mavericks won 7 more games than the Suns, but the MVP was given to Nash. It depends on which direction the public opinion is guided. After the devilish schedule of 3 games in 4 days, the Hawks ushered in 2 days of rest, or the whole league was making way for the NCAA finals. Killian did not join in the fun. He still had to work because Sun Yu came to Atlanta for a tryout. Due to the conflict between the AOcean team and the Basketball Association, Sun Yu did not have the opportunity to play in the CBA. He played in the low-level American League ABA and some exhibition games on a daily basis. The level was not high, but it also gave Sun Yu more opportunities to show himself in front of American scouts. In fact, Sun Yu's current popularity is because he can constantly expose himself to American scouts and then be invited to various tryouts. Hello, Coach Ken. Facing Killian, Sun Yu restrained his usual arrogant attitude. To put it bluntly, if Killian said that he was not optimistic about Sun Yu, it might really affect Sun Yu's draft market. Well, wait a moment. Jose Berrier will complete the tryout project with you. As a comparison, it will also give you a preliminary understanding of the NBA. Killian said. Less than 1.8 meters tall, Berrier was able to gain a foothold in the Hawks because of his hard-working attitude in training. Throughout the season, Berrier was the player who trained the hardest in the Hawks, but he was also the one who made the most progress. From confrontation to shooting, Berrier has improved significantly. Sun Yu looked at Berrier next to him and did not dare to despise him. This is a tough guy who once scored 11+8 in a single game. Body measurement, physical examination, sports test, shooting demonstration. These are all the contents of the test during the joint tryout, and Killian did not arrange these projects for Sun Yu. His focus is mainly on 3 aspects: spot shooting, lateral return running, and the mentality drill, a trial method specially designed by Frank Hamblin. The player will first stand at the bottom line of the court and wait. After receiving the instructions, he has 90 seconds to score continuously on the court. A layup will get 1 point, a mid-range shot will get 2 points, and a 3-point shot will get 3 points. When the player completes the shot in the half court on either side of the court, whether it is a shot in or a miss, he must dribble the ball to the other side to shoot or lay up again. The players in the trial will run continuously during these 90 seconds, making as many shots as possible to get more points. Therefore, in addition to testing the player's strength in dribbling and shooting, this project can also test his speed and endurance. But most importantly, during these 90 seconds, the player will feel tired due to continuous running, and this project can see the player's mentality when he feels tired, whether he will slow down or persevere. This can also see his mentality at the final decision of the game, that is, willpower. To become an outstanding player, in addition to extraordinary talent, a tough mentality is essential. In just 90 seconds, Sun Yu was left 8 points behind by Beria. The gap is visible to the naked eye. Chapter 230 to Kobe Bryant bearing vengeance. After accompanying Sun Yu to complete the tryout program, Kellyanne greeted Beria, sent him off, and then walked towards Sun Yu. Coach Ken. Seeing Kellyanne walking towards him, Sun Yu was a little nervous and embarrassed. Whether in the Chinese national youth team, in the ABA League in the United States, or in various previous tryouts, Sun Yu's performance was very good. Coupled with his relatively high quality image among athletes, it is easy to become the focus of everyone's attention. It is indeed unexpected that he would be so vulnerable in front of a real NBA player. If it was Paul, he could still accept it, but Beria, what level of player? How do you feel? Kellyanne handed the water in his hand to Sun Yu and looked at him with a smile. Not very good. Sun Yu's personality is relatively straightforward, and he is a little angry. I feel that the gap between me and the NBA is still quite large. Yeah. Kellyanne nodded. It's a good thing to be able to realize this. In fact, compared to Alien, I think you can survive in the NBA. Sun Yu raised his head and looked at Kellyanne in confusion. No Asian backcourt player has ever been able to gain a foothold in the NBA. Wang Zizki, Daba, and Yao Ming are all inside players with height advantages. Asian guards lack the explosiveness of American black guards, nor the tactical execution of European guards. The basketball training they have received since childhood is also backward compared to Europe and the United States. This can be seen from the fact that the Chinese team cannot break the full court press of European and American teams in international competitions. Even though Sun Yu is very confident, he does not see where his advantage is compared to Yi Jianlian. Don't understand? Not really. I just want to hear your opinion on which direction I should work hard in, Sun Yu said. This is also the reason why Sun Yu still came to the Hawks for a tryout, even though the Hawks did not have a draft pick. He wants to get Kellyanne's most professional and scientific opinion. He believes that if Kellyanne really helps him, he will help him to the point. I have my own judgment on the future development of the NBA. Small guards like Parker and Iverson who focus on personal offense will become the mainstream in the future. Even point guards like Paul must constantly upgrade their offense to keep up with the times. After speaking, Kellyanne looked at Sun Yu to see his reaction. Sun Yu doesn't quite understand what Kellyanne means for the time being. He feels that he cannot become Parker or Iverson. This kind of two-way guard needs his partner to make up for his shortcomings and complete other tasks. On the offensive end, he needs to have a certain organizational ability and need to shoot open three-pointers. On the defensive end, he needs to switch to defend the opponent's backcourt offensive spearhead. Kellyanne said, ideally, you partner with Iverson. You are the point guard, dribbling across half court, handing the ball to him, running, screen, or helping to organize the offense. Turning back, on the defensive end, you are responsible for defending the opponent's shooting guard, letting him match up with players who are closer to him in size. You can understand it in the direction of Beverly. The difference is that Beverly relies on ferocity, hard work, and shooting skills, while Sun Yu has better physical conditions and hopes to develop better switching defense ability. As for shooting, it depends on his own hard work. You can also practice in the direction of another 205-point guard Livingston, but Livingston's turnaround jump shot with his back to the back is difficult for Sun Yu to practice. It feels similar to Pippen. After thinking for a while, Sun Yu said, when it comes to defense, organization, open shots, and sharing the pressure of the boss, Sun Yu's first reaction is Pileo. Good guy. This divergent thinking. It's a pity not to do scientific research. Compared to Yi Jianlian, who has been carrying the expectations of the Chinese people since 2004, everyone is praising him highly, but his own strength cannot match this expectation. I think your relatively displaced experience is more suitable for survival in the NBA environment. Kylian encouraged, and your personality is a little more outgoing than his. You participate in various tryouts again and again, and you dare to show yourself, and are not afraid of making mistakes. Kylian is not sure whether the incident between Yi Jianlian and Li Yulingfei is true or fabricated, but people who have been following the men's basketball team for so many years should have no objection to the statement that he is introverted. On the other hand, Sun Yu laughs off all kinds of scandals, and scandals like chessing can't affect him. This personality is very suitable for the United States. In one day, Kylian and Sun Yu talked for a long time and made many suggestions of his own. A conversation can't change Sun Yu's future? Kylian is not sure. It's not that he is arrogant, but he thinks that young players sometimes lack some guidance. Now, he has given the other party some tips, which is all he can do. Next, it depends on his luck. The butterfly effect brought by Kylian has not yet affected the NCAA. In the NCAA finals between the University of Florida and Ohio State University, Odin completed the legendary feat of single-handedly blowing up Horford plus Noah. He played the highest 38 minutes for both sides, 10 of 15 shots, including 5 of 8 free throws, and scored 25 points, 12 rebounds, 4 offensive rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 4 blocks, and dunked over Noah twice in the game. However, the University of Florida has 6 players who can play in the NBA in the future, and its overall strength is far stronger than that of Ohio State. No matter how Odin turned the tide in the interior, the University of Florida relied on its overall strength to always occupy the advantage of the game, and became the winner of March Madness with a score of 76-68, which made Odin, who had always been smooth sailing, suffer the first setback in 2007. Although he failed to lead the team to win the NCAA championship, Odin's terrifying talent was still clearly displayed in front of scouts. Almost all teams that failed to enter the playoffs were looking forward to the draft lottery ceremony. Several teams that were in a bad state were focused on the draft, and the Hawks' next game was relatively easy. On March 24th, the Hawks played against the Celtics away, and with Garnett rested, they easily won 117-92, 61-10, just like the 96-97 season, when they were crazy about Duncan. The Celtics also enjoyed losing this season. This NBA powerhouse team created the worst record in team history with 17 consecutive losses this season, and is currently ranked last in the Eastern Conference. In this game, Paul continued his excellent form and played very well, scoring 24 points, 9 assists, 5 rebounds and 1 steal. Under his leadership, 5 players of the Hawks scored in double figures. Gibson, who had just set a team record for 3-pointers, continued to attack from the outside. He made 5 3-pointers out of 12 attempts in the game, scoring 17 points, the second highest in the team. After defeating the Celtics, the Hawks came to Detroit the next day and challenged the Pistons on the road that night. The two teams are old rivals. In the first 3 encounters of the season, the Hawks won 2 of them with obvious advantages. The only game they lost was also a game in a Devils schedule. They lost the game in a state of exhaustion. Psychologically, the Hawks have a certain advantage. Garnett, who had rested in the previous game, returned in this game. However, without Joe Johnson and playing back-to-back, the Hawks were unable to compete with the Pistons and lost the game 95-102, 61-11. In the 4 regular season matchups, the two teams tied 2-2, and neither team had an advantage. The Pistons are ranked 5th in the Eastern Conference. The two teams have a high probability of meeting in the Eastern Conference semifinals. The media hyped up the strength of the Pistons, believing that the Pistons, who have dominated the Eastern Conference for 3 consecutive years, will be a tough nut to crack for the Hawks on their way to the championship. But with Bosh playing so well on the offensive end, the Hawks still held on until the last moment. Bosh's offense was excellent, but his defense was really average. He was too thin to hold up, and his defensive awareness was not enough. When Paul played against a bigger player, Paul and Garnett were both in good shape, but the role players in the team were in average shape. Gibson and Battier, two outside artillery, made a total of 3 of 15 3-pointers, and their hands were cold, allowing the Raptors to win an unexpected victory, 61-12. On March 28th, the Hawks beat the Wizards at home and avoided a 3-game losing streak, 106-92. This season, the overall competition for the playoffs in the Eastern Conference is not fierce. The Hawks, Magic, Cavaliers, Raptors, Pistons, Bulls, and Heat are basically locked in their playoff spots. The remaining spot is between the Wizards and the Nets. At present, the Wizards are only one win ahead of the Nets and should have fought hard with the Hawks. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Eddie Jordan chose not to fight the Hawks hard and concentrate on defeating other opponents. This approach is quite wise. When one's own strength is not enough to control the overall situation, give up some difficult games and put all the energy on the games to be fought. In this game, Garnett faced the Wizards' sparse interior defense and easily scored 28 points, 11 rebounds and 5 assists, ensuring that he completed another season of 20 plus 10 plus 5. This is the 7th time Garnett has achieved this achievement in his career. The concept of all-around power forward is almost tied to Garnett. Paul scored 17 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists and 3 steals, both offensive and defensive. If there were still people who questioned Paul's selection for the second team last season, not worthy of the name, then this season, Paul's award for another best team is definitely well deserved. In addition, Paul's defensive efficiency is also among the best in the league. If there is no accident, he will most likely be selected for the best defensive team. For a second-year point guard, it is difficult to be more successful than Paul. On March 30th, the Hawks faced the Bulls. Facing Terrence Thomas, Garnett had a big data explosion, 20 of 32 shots, 4 of 5 free throws, 44 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals and 2 blocks, helping the team beat the Bulls 123-109, adding a brilliant data to his MVP bid. 62-12. After the introduction of Ben Wallace, the Bulls became a tough nut to crack in the East. Anyone who encountered the Bulls had a hard time, and any team that wanted to easily defeat them was broken by them. But this team played full of confrontation, which made the opponent uncomfortable and uncomfortable for themselves. And this team lacked a stable outside scoring point, which made it difficult for them to score. As an opponent, Killian did not want to encounter the Bulls in the playoffs, not because he was afraid of them, but simply wanted to reduce some consumption. Judging from the current ranking, this is also a high probability event. The more stable the Hawks' first position is, the more stable the Bulls' 6th position is. Unless the two teams can meet in the Eastern Conference Finals, they will basically not meet. Back at home, the Hawks will face the challenge of the Lakers. This season, the Lakers can still advance to the playoffs under the leadership of Kobe. It is not easy to achieve such results in the overall stronger Western Conference. However, the Lakers' weaknesses are obvious. The offense relies too much on Kobe's singles, lacks changes, does not score many points, and relies on the defense to suppress the opponent's efficiency to win. Such a team is not easy to play when encountering the Hawks' iron chain boat. After the game started, Kobe broke through and passed the ball, stopped and jumped, retreated 3-pointers, and high throws. He was omnipotent, making 5 of 5 shots to lead the team to the lead and beat Battier. This season, Kobe is moving towards his 3rd consecutive scoring title. His offensive skills have reached the pinnacle, and Battier cannot deal with him one-on-one. Without Joe Johnson, the Hawks had no one who could respond to Kobe's killing stably, and fell into a passive position. Stevens' defense was pretty good, but he was just a 3D shooter who was barely qualified on the offensive end. A few minutes later, Kobe's personal offensive touch slowly declined, and the Hawks stabilized the situation. Odom had no advantage against Garnett, and he couldn't play one-on-one. Garnett's interference shot after the pick and roll was also very good, and the Lakers' inside line was completely blocked. In turn, Dyer went to the outside middle to organize, and Garnett also came to the corner position to make room for Paul, who cut in and scored with jump shots. Kobe's defense is top notch, but he is not good at defending Paul, who is small and fast. In the 2005 playoffs, Kellyanne arranged for Kobe to limit Parker at all costs throughout the series, but that was based on the fact that there were 3 high rim protectors in the interior, and Parker's mid-range and long-range shooting was unstable. Paul is different. He is accurate in mid-range shots, and the Lakers' inside rim protection is also incomparable to that time. After the first quarter, the Hawks went from being 7 points behind at the start to overtaking by 5 points. In the second quarter, Phil Jackson continued to attack Kobe and chase the Hawks' substitute Lindoop. Kellyanne arranged Hassel to match Kobe, but he couldn't stop him at all. The Hawks' offense revolved around Weber. The old king received the ball at the free throw line and frequently passed the ball to his teammates to create opportunities. Daniel Gibson shot very resolutely, but his accuracy was poor. He made 0 of 4 shots from beyond the 3-point line, which made Kellyanne very helpless. Since hitting 9 3-pointers against the Clippers and breaking the team record, Gibson didn't have Curry's life, but had Curry's disease. He was obsessed with shooting from the outside and didn't shoot 3-pointers. Kellyanne encouraged players to shoot 3-pointers boldly, but never forced them. Paul, Joe Johnson, and Garnett in the team are all masters of mid-range shooting. He never asked them to shoot 3-pointers as much as possible to improve their scoring efficiency. After all, every player has his own comfort zone. You can't turn Paul into Curry through training. Gibson, this guy, is obviously a little confused. Gibson, who supported the team's bench scoring after Joe Johnson was injured, lost his touch. The Hawks were short of firepower and were overtaken by Kobe. In the middle of the second quarter, Kellyanne replaced the main players, and the Hawks regained their defensive strength in time, but the offensive problems still existed. The team played the high pick and roll that they are best at. The Lakers changed the room in time. Garnett played big against small against Kobe and missed 4 consecutive shots. The star player failed to score in 4 consecutive singles in the mismatch. Should we praise Kobe for his good defense? Or should we complain about Garnett's softness? Kobe was rejected for surrendering to the Hawks during the offseason. In this game, Kobe can be said to be determined to make Kellyanne regret it. In the second half of the second quarter, Kobe once again opened the unparalleled and completed 3 consecutive high difficulty fadeaway jump shots against 2 people's defense. At the end of the half, the Hawks were 13 points behind the Lakers 54-67. Guys, in the summer, when Kobe said he was going to the Hawks, I gave the boss a guarantee that Kobe was nothing and Paul's future value would be higher than Kobe's. You made me lose face, you know that? In the locker room, Kellyanne changed his usual seriousness and explained this fact in a humorous tone. So today, if I lose face, you have to pay for your trip to the Maldives yourself. Before the Christmas game against the Cavaliers, Kellyanne promised that, if they won the game, he would cover all the expenses for the team's trip. Unfortunately, the Hawks lost the game at that time. Afterwards, Kellyanne also said that everyone still had a chance. Kellyanne used the chance in this game. There was no way, if they really lost, he would inevitably be ridiculed. With a heavy reward, the Hawks players cheered up in the second half of the game and started again. Dio received the ball in the half court, played a pick and roll with Garnett in the middle, broke through the inside line to pressure Adams' defense, and handed the ball to Garnett at the same time. Following the backcourt pick and roll between Paul and Joe Johnson, Kami has come up with an inside pick and roll between Dio and Garnett. Garnett received the ball in one step inside the 3-point line, turned around and easily passed the opponent, and scored a layup. In fact, this was not Kellyanne's design, but Dio's flash of inspiration. The key is that after a season of running in, Garnett really understands him. When returning to defense, Garnett kept waving his arms, driving the atmosphere of the whole court. At this time, the team needs more encouragement. Smush Parker dribbled the ball across half court, but failed to break through Paul's defense, so he passed it to Kobe. Kobe and Brown played a pick and roll. Dio switched defense, and Batia chased and left Brown open. Kobe passed the ball to Brown, who took the ball and rushed to the basket, but failed to score the ball due to interference. Dio picked up the rebound and sent a long pass at the first time. Stevens, who was running fast, took the lead and scored a dunk. 58-67. The Lakers were on offense, Parker passed the ball to Kobe, but Kobe didn't call for a pick and roll this time. Instead, he leaned against Battier with his back and pushed twice. Suddenly, he turned his back and passed Battier's defense to force a layup, but he failed to hit the target due to the interference of Garnett. Garnett grabbed the rebound and looked for Paul, who took a step and passed it to Stevens. Stevens didn't wait for his teammates and rushed to the three-point line at full speed on the right side with the ball. He took 3 steps and pulled the ball. Smush Parker couldn't stop him and didn't want Stevens to complete a dunk, so he went all out and directly hugged him. This was a standard flagrant foul. The referee whistled 2 free throws without hesitation and sent Parker off, and substitute point guard Farmer came on the court. It was raining cats and dogs. Seeing that the Hawks were gaining momentum, the Lakers' main point guard took the initiative to ask to leave the court. Kobe frowned and was speechless to this group of CBA teammates. Stevens made both free throws and the ball still belonged to the Hawks. In the first half of the game, the Lakers seemed to have an advantage, but such a good situation was all Kobe's desperate efforts. As long as Kobe's offensive touch declined, the Lakers would immediately face the strong resistance of the Hawks. This season, the Lakers' performance is acceptable, partly because Odom's performance is more stable than before, but in this game, facing Garnett's defense, Odom lost the chain again, and Kobe passively entered the state of lone hero. In the second half of the game, the Hawks narrowed the score difference with a 12:2 start, forcing Phil Jackson to call a timeout, but this timeout failed to reverse the situation of the game. Dio used his footwork to shake off Kwame Brown's defense twice and scored the ball. For the free travel voucher to Maldives, the French magician finally broke the red wine glass and coffee machine. After the official timeout, the two teams returned to the court. The Lakers sent a baseline ball. After Farmer crossed half court, he immediately handed the ball to Kobe and ran to the bottom corner to open up space. After Kobe received the ball at the waist, he backed up Battier, faked his shoulder twice, and then turned right and shot a fadeaway. Battier blocked Kobe's face, but Kobe got into his own rhythm and still made a shot against Battier's defense. 73-74. Looking back, Dyler went to the free throw line to receive the ball, echoed Garnett's position, and stuffed the ball into Garnett's arms just right. Garnett received the ball comfortably, easily carried Odom, turned around and hit the rebound. 75-74. How difficult it is for Kobe to score. How easy it is for Garnett to score. Kobe has been numb to this kind of rhythm of the game. The key is that most of the time, they still can't win the game. The Lakers attacked. Kobe received the pass from Odom, and after a simple fake, he went straight to the Hawks' restricted area, trying to attack the basket to cause damage. But as soon as he came to the paint area, Garnett immediately came to assist, and even left Brown open for this. Killian's defensive tactics were very clear. That is, Kobe could play singles in the mid-range, but he could never be allowed to score easily in the restricted area. As long as he broke through, he had to assist in defense. Facing the double team, Kobe did not intend to pass the ball at the first time, but when the breakthrough route and shooting space were completely blocked, he had to pass the ball to Kwame Brown in the restricted area. Kobe's passing choice was not good. Kwame Brown had to bend down to catch the ball. After adjusting the rhythm, the ball was immediately stolen by Paul. Stevens took the lead and made a fast break again. Kobe waved his arms angrily, and his body language was madly complaining about his teammates. This is also a bad thing about Kobe. Although he has been changing to make himself gentle, he has also changed his withdrawn personality and interacted more with his teammates. But once he enters adversity, he will still expose his nature and make his teammates more and more restrained on the court. In the subsequent games, he basically maintained a 1-on-5 pace. There was no way to take away the victory. At least Kobe took away 38 points and 7 rebounds. When the red light came on, Kobe Bryant did not bother to greet Killian. He stood up from the bench and went back to the locker room. Killian shrugged his shoulders and ignored Phil Jackson, who stood up. He walked to the sidelines and applauded the fans. 117-104. The Hawks defended their home court and won the victory, 63-12. Chapter 233 ranking confirmed. First match against the Nets. Although the Hawks missed the best record of 72 wins and 10 losses, it would be a successful season for them if they could become the second team in history to win 70 games. And it would also be very helpful for Garnett to compete for the second MVP of his career, considering that the overall intensity of the remaining 7 games is not too great, and the Hawks have an absolute advantage in the interior in the first round of the playoffs, whether against the Wizards or the Nets. Kellyanne decided to adjust the team's rotation plan, try to arrange Garnett to play, and brush the data efficiently. If the scoring data is not easy to brush, then brush the rebounds and assists, just in time for Dio to rest. On April 3rd, the Hawks ushered in the challenge of the Denver Nuggets at home. Joe Johnson, who had been injured for nearly a month, returned in this game. Because the Bobcats offered better trading chips, the Nuggets failed to trade for Iverson as they did in history, but their strength has not weakened. Countless examples have proved the fact that Anthony is more suitable for passing first point guards like Andre Miller, Billups, and Kidd than partnering with another top scorer. The Hawks' perimeter defender Battier is average in confrontation and cannot limit Anthony's back to the basket attack. The Nuggets rely on Anthony's strong attack and Miller's suppression of Poole to play a thriving offense. However, the reason why this talented Nuggets team cannot make a breakthrough is never the problem on the offensive end, but the poor defense is their fatal flaw. Why can Camby get defensive data in the Nuggets? It's because the other people on the Nuggets don't care about defense at all. Last season, the Nuggets had Elson, who was the inside player who did the dirty work, and the effect was quite good. This season, with Elson's departure, the team's inside defense problem was exposed more obviously. Facing Neen, who was strong in offense, but weak in defense, Garnett made a strong presence on the offensive end. In the first half of the game alone, he made 10 of 16 shots and 4 of 4 free throws, scoring 24 points and 7 rebounds. In addition to the problem of strong in offense, but weak in defense, the Nuggets also have another characteristic of the best in the league. They are typical home dragons and away worms, and their home results are much better than their away results. Part of the reason is due to the altitude advantage. The Nuggets' home court, the Pepsi Center, is the highest home court in the league. When visiting teams go there to play, they have more or less some altitude sickness. When playing away, the Nuggets lost this advantage and their combat effectiveness also declined. After half a game, the Hawks increased the intensity of defense in the third quarter, slowed down the pace of the game, and used more patient and more layered ball conduction to consume the few defensive enthusiasm of the Nuggets players. This rhythm change made the Nuggets team feel uncomfortable. They were somewhat restrained on both offense and defense. The balance of victory gradually tilted to the Hawks, and the score difference widened to 17 points in the third quarter. In the last quarter, the game rhythm was still the same. The Hawks did not play the rhythm they were used to, but the Nuggets were even more uncomfortable. If you hurt yourself, you will hurt the enemy. This is also the game rhythm that a mature and strong team must learn. After a season, the Hawks have become accustomed to this way of playing. 114:100. The Hawks defeated the Golden Miners and continued their winning streak. 64-12. In the post-match interview, reporters asked Kellyanne many questions, such as the selection of the best coach this season, such as the MVP competition between Garnett and Nowitzki, and the possibility of the Hawks hitting 70 wins compared to my personal honor. I hope that these recognitions will be given to the players. No sentence can support Garnett better than Kellyanne's words. Besides me, not many people remember that the second person to land on the moon was named Aldrin, right? In the next game, we will continue to strive to win, but I don't think 70 wins will be engraved in the history of the NBA. There is no way to get 73 wins, and there is not much difference between 69 wins and 71 wins, but if you can't win the championship, even 73 wins are meaningless. After a day of rest, the Hawks played against the Knicks at home, and still won a big victory with Poole resting. 65-12. In the middle of the season, the Knicks used Channing Frye as the main bargaining chip to exchange for Randolph of the Trail Blazers. Lazy Tofu and Eddie Curry formed a double leaky combination in the interior, with all kinds of singles on the offensive end and all kinds of days on the defensive end. Facing the Knicks' 7 sideline, Garnett played 34 minutes, made 13 of 24 shots, 4 of 6 free throws, and scored 30 points, 12 rebounds and 5 assists. Isaiah Thomas ruined his relationship with Marbury, only to find that the team's lone wolves were not as capable as Marbury. Although they lost the game, Isaiah Thomas was not upset. The next season was deemed, and a fresh start in the summer was the right path. After the game, Kellyanne politely walked towards Thomas and shook his hand, but he stopped him and said a lot of nonsense, mostly some words of recruitment, such as how good New York is, how high the salary is, how much room for operation is, how much the boss is willing to spend, etc. If I go to New York, what's your business? The NBA regular season is still in its final stages, but the CBA finals have already come to an end. In the first year after Wang's returned, the Bay team ended the Hangzhou dynasty and regained the CBA championship, which also shattered Yi Jianlian's hope of joining the NBA with the halo of the CBA championship. Life must go on. After arriving in the United States, Yi Jianlian, despite the objection of his agent Danny Fijan, decided to have his first tryout in Atlanta and made a special visit to Kellyanne. At the request of Yi Jianlian, this tryout was not open to the public. In addition to Kellyanne and Yi Jianlian, the only people present were Anderson, who Kellyanne called to serve as a sparring partner for Yi Jianlian, and several trainers. This was also a test of Anderson by Kellyanne, which determined that Anderson could join the Hawks next season. Facing Anderson, who had not played professional games for 2 seasons, Yi Jianlian, who had just finished his journey to the finals, had a clear advantage. Whether it was a vertical breakthrough with the ball outside the 3-point line or a low post turnaround jump shot, he was quite confident. Mobility A, explosive power B+, and rebound speed B+. This is the evaluation given by the trainer next to Kellyanne. Looking closely at the rating of dynamic talent, Yi Jianlian is quite close to Terrence Thomas, the 4th pick last season. Shooting ability is another selling point of Yi Jianlian, and it is also the biggest scam about Yi Jianlian. His shooting hit rate is pretty good, but he has extremely high requirements for the shooting environment, and has very poor anti-interference ability. In the CBA, he can easily push away his opponents and find space to shoot, but he can't do that at all in the NBA environment. As for the shortcomings, the first is static confrontation. How to say this? Considering Yi Jianlian's body shape, his confrontation is okay, and his core strength is very good. The main problem is that he is too thin. After gaining some weight, there will be no problem in improving confrontation. Secondly, his offense lacks deception. It is easy to guess what he wants to do next from his movements. This is also a habit he has naturally developed after being accustomed to dominating the CBA. One-on-one tryouts. Other shortcomings can't be read. Yi Jianlian, we are compatriots, I will say whatever I want. Kellyanne consulted Yi Jianlian's opinion, and after getting a positive response, he continued, to be honest, I'm not sure which direction you should go. I can tell you seriously, don't listen to the media's nonsense. You don't have the abnormal shooting feel of Nowitzki. It's not easy for you to become even a weakened version of Nowitzki, so I really don't recommend you to continue to float outside and shoot, unless you concentrate on developing in the direction of space type inside. Kellyanne said. The template of big men who can shoot is Nowitzki. Empiricism is killing people. From Kellyanne's perspective, he thinks Yi Jianlian is more like Garnett than Nowitzki. Or, I can suggest that you gain weight and improve your ability to work in the restricted area. But if that's the case, I think your body will be overloaded, the possibility of injury will greatly increase, and I will become a sinner of Chinese basketball. After hearing what Kellyanne said, Yi Jianlian was at a loss, as if he couldn't stand in the NBA at all. Of course, this is a little confusion caused by my higher standards for you. Your talent is no problem in playing in the NBA. I can only say that your future development must be combined with the needs of the team that selected you. I can only say that you need to lower your expectations appropriately, be prepared for difficulties, and do some dirty work on the court. Meet the basic requirements of the coach first, and then think about other performances. Kellyanne continued. For Sun Yu, Kellyanne gave advice, encouragement, and made promises, while for Yi Jianlian, Kellyanne spoke directly, with a little education. The adoption of 2 completely different attitudes is also based on the experiences and personalities of the 2 people. Yi Jianlian was blinded by some of the domestic hype. He really thought he could become Nowitzki's seedling. Once he entered the NBA, he realized that the environment was not as smooth as he imagined, and it was easy to have a psychological gap. So Kenyan chose to burst some bubbles in advance to let him recognize some things. Sun Yu played in the ABA with Aocean and showed himself in front of scouts through trial training again and again. His attitude was lower and his mind was more tenacious. What he lacked was guidance to find a suitable route for himself in the NBA. From Kenyan's perspective, he must hope that the two of them would go higher and farther in the NBA journey than in their previous lives. On April 7th, the Hawks defeated the New Orleans Hornets 101-94 away. 66-12. There are still 5 games left in the season, and the Hawks are still 3 games ahead of the Mavericks, basically locking in the first place in the league. Inevitably, the players' mentality was a little relaxed. This relaxation almost gave away a victory in a game. The Hornets, who were supposed to play badly, saw the opportunity to snipe the league's first team, and were forced to play their best, almost causing the Hawks to capsize. When it was critical, Joe Johnson had a big heart. He made consecutive shots in the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, scoring 7 points and helping the team win the game. It was a not very important game, and Kenyan couldn't say bad things to the players because of this game. He just reminded everyone in the locker room that they could relax appropriately, but not too much, so as not to be unable to adjust their status in time on the stage of the playoffs. As a result, Kenyan's soft hand directly caused him to miss the opportunity to win 70 games for the first time in his career. Back at home, the Hawks faced the Nets, who were competing with the Wizards for a playoff spot, back to back. In order to compete for a playoff spot, the Nets players increased their running and confrontation. Carter and Richard Jefferson frequently attacked the basket. Even being knocked to the ground could not stop their pace. Even Kostick and Collins fought for their lives in the interior. The enemy is like a spring. The weaker you are, the stronger it is. This is a sentence in elementary school. It is very suitable for the Nets and Wizards. The Wizards chose to avoid the heavy and go for the light, saving their strength to defeat the easier opponent, and were easily harvested by the Hawks, while the Nets burned their boats and fought with their backs against the Hawks to save their strength for the playoffs. Sometimes, the situation is played out, not calculated. In the last moments of the game, the Hawks still had a chance to win, but Joe Johnson and Gibson each missed a 3-pointer, and finally lost 103-108, losing the 13th game of the season. 66-13. After this battle, the Nets took the initiative in the fight for the 8th place, and the Wizards fans were quite angry, and accused the Hawks players of letting the game go online. Objectively speaking, in terms of hard power, the Wizards are indeed slightly stronger than the Nets, and Arenas is more likely to hurt the Hawks if he gets upset. Letting the Nets enter the playoffs is indeed more beneficial to the Hawks. But, in this game, Kenyan did not let the Nets go. Maybe some players have this idea and did not actively mobilize their status. But after a long season, the players are very tired both physically and mentally. They slacked off in a unimportant game, and they really can't blame anyone. If you have to blame someone, you can only blame the Wizards for not living up to their expectations and failing to control their own destiny. No worries about being the first in the league, no hope of 70 wins. Kenyan just felt that a big stone fell from his heart. In the last 3 games of the season, he did not feel too much pressure and simply handed over the command to Atkinson and Hornacek. The two led their teams to a win each, and Atkinson, who had a higher net score, won the chance to command the closing game of the regular season, ensuring that the 4th place Raptors in the Eastern Conference chose to give up, resting their main players, and giving the Hawks a win for nothing. As a result, the Hawks ended the regular season with a 3-game winning streak, with a record of 69 wins and 13 losses, and won the regular season championship without any suspense. This win is tied for second in the league's history, second only to the Bulls in 1996. All sports media praise the Hawks when summarizing the regular season of this season. From 13 wins to 69 wins, Kimmy created a miracle in 2 seasons. The first year of the Big Three's establishment was a great success. This Hawks team is destined to be remembered by history. Kimmy transformed the Hawks offense in one season and upgraded the Hawks defense through one person. It's hard to imagine what he can't do. There is a feeling that the Hawks will replace the Pistons and become the long-term overlord of the East. In addition to the Hawks, the teams ranked 2nd to 8th in the East are the Magic, Cavaliers, Raptors, Houston Rockets, Bulls, Heat, and Nets. The Pistons won 3 more games than the Raptors, but they were in the same Central Division as the Cavaliers, so they could only rank 5th according to the rules. Fortunately, they still have the home advantage. In the first round, they will face the new playoff team, and the former Eastern Conference champion has a clear advantage. The Cavaliers vs the Bulls is a contest between superstar basketball and team basketball. James has the hope of winning the first series of his career this season. The matchup between the Magic and the Heat is a power transfer between the kings of the new and old generations of centers, and also a dialogue between Stan Van Gundy and Pat Riley. In terms of strength, the Magic has the upper hand, but quite a few experts are more optimistic about the Heat, because they have more experience, and experience is very important on the stage of the playoffs. The least suspenseful matchup in the playoffs is the Hawks vs the Nets. Although the Hawks let the Nets go in the final stage of the regular season, no one would think that this would be a true reflection of the strength of the two teams. The Nets players have more experience, but in the face of the absolute strength gap, experience is not so important. Double standard. In the Western Conference, the Mavericks finally achieved a record of 67 wins and 15 losses, ranking first 2 to 8 other Spurs, Suns, Jazz, Rockets, Lakers, Nuggets, and Warriors. In the last game of the regular season, the Mavericks openly rested Nowitzki, Terry, Howard, and Harris, and played with a pure substitute lineup, allowing the Warriors of Nelson to enter the playoffs. The two teams met in the playoffs, and I don't know if history will repeat itself. The Rockets vs the Jazz are also difficult to play. Hayes and Swift at the power forward position, Alston and Mike James at the point guard position will fight against the new generation of Utah duo Boozer and Aaron Williams respectively, and the scene should be very bloody. The Suns vs Lakers and the Spurs vs Nuggets. These two groups of matchups are exactly the same as last season, and even make people feel like time travel. More importantly, the changes in the four teams are not very big, and the results of the game are unlikely to change. At the end of the regular season, the kings of various statistics have been determined. Kobe won the scoring title for the third time with an average of 31.7 points per game. However, compared with the past two seasons, Kobe has made some changes. In the first half of the season, Kobe's average score was only 27.3 points, ranking behind Anthony, Arenas, and Iverson. It was because the Lakers management could not trade for any helpers later. Seeing that there was little hope for other honors, Kobe increased his shots and grabbed the scoring title. Chandler averaged 12.3 rebounds per game and won the rebounding title. With Chandler plus Marvin Williams as the inside partner, if the Hornets can find a good point guard, they still have hope to impact the playoffs. Like Kobe, Nash also continued his monopoly on the assists title. This season, he averaged 11.6 assists per game, the highest in the league. From the current development, except for Paul, there is no possibility that anyone else can challenge Nash's assist title. Camby and Baron Davis won the blocks and steals titles respectively. These two honors are relatively less valuable. In the eyes of professional coaches like Kalyan, being the blocking or steal king does not mean that you are a good defender. Some defensive misalignments caused by blocking and stealing are more unbearable than ordinary points lost. There are 5 days of adjustment time from the end of the regular season to the start of the playoffs. Kalyan gave the players 2 days off and gave the team's 13-man playoff roster. Point guard, Paul Gibson, Berrier shooting guard, Joe Johnson, Bobby Jackson, Steven small forward, Battier, Hassul power forward, Garnett, Weber center, Dio, Milicic, Mbenga. Of the 14 players on the team list, 11 players are relatively stable. The final 3 choice must eliminate one of Mbenga, Berrier, and PJ Tucker. These days, the inside players are all treasures. Mbenga has landed, Dio, Joe Johnson, and Stevens all have the ability to swing to the third position, and PJ Tucker's current level really can't help the team too much. so he had to be abandoned by the team. However, Killian also called Tucker and promised that if the Hawks won the championship, the team would still give Tucker a championship ring. Secondly, if Tucker was willing, the Hawks would give him a contract next season. After 2 days of rest, the Hawks began to resume training. The amount of exercise was not large. They ran tactics and practiced shooting for a while, mainly for adjustment. The first round opponent, the Nets, was average in strength and could be used as a training object. Chapter 234. It feels so good to have a superstar inside. April 21st, 8:30 p.m. Phillips Center. In the visiting team's locker room, the Nets players looked solemn, looking at Frank standing in front of everyone, and listened carefully to his tactical arrangements. Although we are the 8th in the Eastern Conference, we are not without a chance to win this series. The Hawks are indeed the first in the league, but they are mainly young players, including Garnett, who do not have much experience in the playoffs. Game 1 is a last chance, and we must seize it. From the first minute, we must raise the intensity to the highest level, especially you, Jason, and don't give Paul a chance to breathe. Vince, I need you to stand up and score a lot of points to change the Hawks' defensive form. Carter sat in his seat, looked at Frank, pursed his lips, and nodded slowly but firmly, indicating that he understood. This season is Carter's contract year. As of now, the Nets and Carter himself have not reached an agreement on contract renewal. From Carter's own perspective, the fuss with the Raptors once made him fall into a notorious situation. At the critical moment, it was the Nets who accepted him, so he didn't want to fall out with the Nets. The Nets' idea is to decide whether to maintain the status quo or rebuild based on the team's performance this season. This round of the series means a lot to both Carter and the Nets. Regardless of winning or losing, at least it has to prove that the team still has the strength to move forward, right? Okay, let's go. It's time to warm up. Guys, it's the playoffs now and everything starts from scratch. So what if you're in 8th place? You can do it. Come on. Frank said loudly, took 2 steps forward, and stretched out his right hand. The players stood up one after another, came to the center of the locker room, put their hands on each other, shouted slogans together, and filed out of the locker room. Unlike the solemnity of the Nets locker room, the Hawks locker room was peaceful and the atmosphere was relaxed, no different from an ordinary regular season game. Killian himself was very relaxed. Guys, as long as you play at your normal level, the Nets are nothing. In terms of inside, we can give them a kilograms, and we will still be better than them. Boss, I'm fine. Garnett was a little confused when he heard Killian say to give him a kilograms, and he said quickly, I know you're fine, MVP. Killian teased, and the others around him soon laughed. In terms of outside, they are just famous. Kid is no longer the kid of 5 years ago. What can he do now, except picking up rebounds and counterattacks? Jefferson and Carter obviously have conflicting playing styles, and they can't play at the same time. Killian belittled the opponent to increase the confidence of the young people in the team. But his words were not aimless. This season, Kid was involved in trade rumors several times and even almost went to the Lakers. Although it never happened, it can be seen that the Nets have already considered trading him. Richard Jefferson's data fell from 19 points per game last season to 16 points per game this season, to a certain extent, because of the decline in tactical status and the concentration of ball rights in Carter's hands. After warming up, the starting lineups of both teams stood in the middle of the court. 5 players of the Hawks, Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett, and Dio. 5 players of the Nets, Kit, Carter, Jefferson, Najera, and Jason Collins. Compared with the regular season, the Nets also lost the European inside player Kostic, and the already weak inside line was even more vulnerable. Najera is a blue-collar player who plays very hard. As a substitute, he has a strong presence, but if you let him start against Garnett, it is tantamount to directly surrendering. Garnett won the jump ball and passed the ball to Joe Johnson, who dribbled across half court and passed it to Dio. Dio organized the play outside the 3-point line. Paul and Joe Johnson opened up on the right side. Joe Johnson and Garnett set off ball screens and shook off Carter to receive the ball. Joe Johnson received the ball and paused in front of the basket, waiting for Garnett to cut and pass the ball over. The Wolf King received the ball with his back to the basket and leaned against Najera, turned to the middle and beat his opponent to throw the ball in 2-0. The Nets attacked. Carter received the ball on the right side, pushed Battier with his right shoulder, and relied on his explosive power to break through. He was double teamed by Garnett and Battier and hurriedly passed the ball. Najera got an open position at the free throw line, but his mid-range shot was unreliable, so he could only wait for his teammates to respond, and the Nets offense immediately stagnated. Kidd hurriedly went up to respond, relying on his physical advantage to break through Paul's defense, and then threw the ball, but the ball went out of the basket, and Garnett grabbed the rebound. The Hawks attacked. Paul dribbled to the left and passed the ball to Garnett in the low post. The latter leaned against Collins and turned to the baseline to shoot but missed. Garnett quickly took off for the second time, grabbed the front court rebound with his heightened wingspan advantage, and forced Collins to foul again. In the first 2 rounds of attack, the Hawks' inside advantage was obvious. Garnett made both free throws, 4-0. The Nets attacked. Kidd took the ball to the front court and passed it to Jefferson on the weak side. The latter took the ball to challenge Joe Johnson, stepped forward, took a step to the middle, and made a quick stop jump shot 4-2. The Hawks attacked. Paul broke through with the ball, changed direction in front of his body and passed Kidd, and scored a quick layup, 6-2. After being shown a wave of operations by the young man, Kidd did not continue to pass the ball to Carter. Instead, he took the ball to the low post, leaned on Paul with his back, and used the advantage of confrontation to move to the inside. Paul was at a disadvantage in the confrontation and could not hold off Kidd. He was about to lose the defense, but Kidd took advantage of everyone's attention and sent a pass from behind. Najera received the ball at the baseline and easily hit the ball without being defended. 6:4. Paul and Garnett were both responsible for the defense of this ball. The former allowed Kidd to get stuck in position too easily, causing the passiveness behind, while Garnett ignored the defense of Najera. Dribbling to the front court, Paul and Garnett played a pick and roll. Garnett stopped at the corner, received the pass from Paul, made a fake shot, attracted the defense of Collins and Carter, and passed the ball to Battier, who was cutting in the air. After receiving the ball, the latter took 3 steps directly, confronted Najera who came to help defend in the air, and put the ball into the basket. If this ball was replaced by Ginobili, an acting talent, or Wade, who is good at making fouls, it would be a 2+1. Battier is still too honest in playing. The Nets attacked, but they couldn't pass the ball to the empty space after several screens. In the end, Carter's jump shot against Battier missed. The Nets' 3 stars are all outside players, and their breakthrough ability is not first class. Such a team's offense lacks a sense of hierarchy. As long as the outside line is well guarded, and there is a big man in the inside who can block the shot, it is not difficult to strangle their offense. Paul dribbled across half court and passed the ball to Dio who was pulled to the top of the arc. He ran to the weak side and made a cross screen with Joe Johnson who was coming towards him, which involved a considerable part of the Nets' defensive attention. After receiving the ball, the latter passed it directly to Garnett in the low post. Garnett pretended to complete a single play, which involved Carter's defense, and then passed it to the bottom corner. Battier made a 3-pointer in the bottom corner. In the regular season, the Hawks' offense was mainly based on running and gunning and high pick and roll, but in the playoffs, Killian came up with more tricks, and the Nets were somewhat difficult to defend. On the other hand, the Nets' offense can only be described in 4 words: piecemeal. It's hard to have any continuity. After another 4 minutes, the score difference widened to double digits. Frank replaced CBA star Josh Boone to try to reverse the situation, but the effect was average. Josh Boone has a certain impact in the interior and can echo Kidd in running and pick and roll, but he has no shooting range and his defense is not as good as Najera, so his threat to Garnett is very limited. 8 minutes into the first quarter, Killian replaced Joe Johnson and Garnett replaced Milicic and Stevens, using a more stable rotation to harvest the game at a lower cost. Even so, the Hawks still ended the first quarter with a double-digit score difference of 31-18. Compared with the starting lineup, the Hawks bench lineup really lacks playoff experience. Gibson and Stevens are both playoff rookies. Although Milicic has a championship ring, his nickname Victory Cigar says it all. He is just a soy sauce in the Pistons. Only Webber and Bobby Jackson, two losers from the Kings, have experienced the big scene of the playoffs. In the bench lineup, Marcus Williams of the Nets became the team's surprise player. This wing player, who only had a 31.4% outside shooting rate in the regular season, hit 3 3-pointers in the first half of the second quarter, helping the Nets narrow the gap to 6 points. His wonderful performance also made CCTV commentators Yoga and Zangheli call it incredible. The situation was not embarrassing, but Kenyan did not intend to let it go. He decisively replaced Joe Johnson and Garnett to regain control of the game. Garnett's appearance gave the Hawks offense a fulcrum and a more three-dimensional sense, which was a role that other inside players of the Hawks could not play. Having a stable inside scoring point is really different. Although he is better at attacking from the outside to the inside, Kenyan still wants to shout, "It smells good." As long as he appears on the court, Garnett can improve the overall offense and defense of the Hawks. Kidd himself lacks offensive power, and Carter has a heavier burden on his shoulders. Even though he has a good touch and made 4 of 8 shots, he is still unable to change the trend of the score difference being widened again. At the end of the first half, the Hawks led by 12 points 60-48. During the halftime break, Kenyan did not make any changes to the play. He just said some insignificant nonsense about Carter's defense. The specific scale was left to Garnett and Battier to decide for themselves. If something is not broken, don't take the initiative to fix it. This is a sentence that everyone in the NBA knows. Kenyan did not take the Nets seriously, partly because the opponent's lineup had structural problems and could not cope with Garnett's point at all. Just like when Kenyan led the Lakers to compete with the Spurs, the conventional approach was to defend Duncan, which was a dead end, so he had to use the 3 high inside layout to wear Duncan down. Compared with the Hawks, the Nets have more obvious lineup disadvantage, and without a crazy head coach like Kenyan, it is difficult to lead the Hawks, pull the Hawks to the same level as them, and then use rich experience to defeat the Hawks. In fact, although Frank does not have Kenyan's accomplishments, he is still a head coach who dares to change. Seeing that the team could not limit Garnett, he chose to double team Garnett and then use rotation to assist in defense to limit the Hawks' offense. However, Joe Johnson, Battier, and Paul hit 3-pointers in succession, and there was no point in the Hawks. That obviously dragged down the space, and the score difference easily came to 18 points. In this way, the last regular season matchup between the two teams is more like a gift from the Hawks to the Nets. If the Hawks show 80% of their performance today, the Washington Wizards may be standing opposite them now. Perhaps, compared with the three-headed monster combination of Kidd, Carter, and Jefferson, Arenas, Jameson, and Butler are indeed a little more difficult to deal with, right? At the end of the game, the Hawks beat the Nets 113-85 and won their first playoff victory of the season. After the red light came on, Garnett slowly stood up from his seat, unable to hide his excitement. This was the easiest playoff game he won in his career, and it was also the one with the largest winning margin. In the whole game, Garnett made 13 of 22 shots, 5 of 5 free throws, scored 31 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal and 2 turnovers, and did his best to suppress the Nets' inside line. The team's advantages in the inside line. Paul restrained his desire to shoot and delivered more ammunition to Garnett. In the whole game, Paul made 6 of 14 shots, 2 of 4 3-pointers, and 4 of 4 free throws, and scored 18 points, 3 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals and 2 turnovers. He was both offensive and defensive, and took over the torch of top point guard from Kidd. Joe Johnson's performance was as stable as ever, 7 of 15 shots, 3 of 9 3-pointers, 4 of 4 free throws, and 19 points, 6 rebounds and 2 assists. In this round of the series, Joe Johnson had to match up with Jefferson for most of the time, and the pressure on both offense and defense was still relatively large. The performance of other players was also remarkable. Battier made 3 of 7 3-pointers, scored 8 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, 1 steal, 3 turnovers and 5 fouls, filling the data column. His defensive effect on Carter was quite good. Although he was scored 34 points by the opponent, the sales volume of half man and half god of 29 shots and 13 of 29 shots was not high. Dio scored 6 points, 9 rebounds and 7 assists steadily, but it was still the data could not reflect the effect. Milicic scored 7 points and 5 rebounds, and Weber scored 6 points and 4 rebounds, all of which made contributions to the best of their ability. After the game, the reporter interviewed Kellyan and asked him about his views on this game. It was an expected victory. Our lineup advantage was obvious. The game was really difficult for Frank. Kellyan said honestly, if you let me sit in the coaching seat of the Nets, I should have no way. Kellyan said very modestly, but it sounded arrogant. The Hawks lineup was basically put together by Kellyan. He selected Paul, signed Joe Johnson, activated EO, and exchanged Garnett for a lot of chips. In the end, it was just self-praise. When fans online saw this kind of speech, they also gave Kellyan thumbs up, thinking that he was the savior of the Hawks. The scary thing is that, except for the Rockets, no one else traded with Kimmy, and most of them were win-win or each side got what it needed. Rockets fans, it hurts, my friend. Although the words are hard to hear, it is indeed difficult for us to compete with the Hawks at this stage. A 30-year contract means 30 years of hard work. Don't bully the poor young man. I still don't understand why the Lakers let Kimmy go. He obviously did a good job in the Lakers and got along well with Kobe. The opposite of light must be darkness. Where there are Scientology followers of Kellyan, there must be cat haters. The arguments they attack are very rogue. They are exaggerated to the sky, and Kellyan has never touched the floor of the divisional finals. There is nothing wrong with this statement. Maradona has never won the Champions League. On April 24th, the second game between the Hawks and the Nets was held at the Phillips Center. Just as Kellyan predicted, the Nets team building ideas were too biased towards the outside line, resulting in almost no resources for Garnett. No matter how they match the lineup, it is difficult to change the situation, where Garnett turns the tide and gets whatever he wants in the interior. What he said in the interview, if I were in Frank's position, I would have no way to face this situation, is really not just self-praise, but the fact. Garnett's highest score in the playoffs is 35 points, which is definitely not impressive among superstars. In this round of the series, he has the hope of raising this number. If Kellyan cooperates, maybe it can start with 4. Garnett himself also worked towards this direction. Whether it was a face-to-face shot, a turnaround jump shot from the baseline, or a mid-range shot after a pick and roll, Garnett was at ease. In the first quarter, he made 8 of 11 shots and scored 16 points. However, Carter was not far behind, scoring 11 points in a single quarter, helping the Nets to hold on to the score difference, at least not to let the score difference reach double digits. 33-25. In the transition period of the second quarter, the Hawks also had the upper hand. Kellyan arranged for Joe Johnson to lead the transition from the bench, and Gibson, who was reminded many times by Kellyan not to miss 3-pointers without thinking, finally made some progress, adding some empty cuts and mid-range shots, and the Hawks offense played well. On the Nets side, Marcus Williams, who emerged in the last game and caught the Hawks off guard, was not magical in this game. Frank replaced Kidd and Jefferson in advance, but could only barely control the score difference within 20 points to avoid losing suspense early in the game. Compared with the magic move and fancy work in the regular season, Kellyan's performance in the playoffs is stable. Whether it is on the spot dispatch or tactical arrangement, it reflects a balance. On the other hand, after Frank's continuous moves were overwhelmed by 10 skills by Kellyan, he only had the trick of killing the main force. It lasted until the first half of the third quarter, and the Nets could still maintain a score difference of about 15 points. But gradually, Kidd and Carter's physical condition began to have problems. It was difficult to complete difficult scoring on the offensive end, and it was difficult to keep up with the rhythm of the young people on the defensive end. The game was then completely controlled by the Hawks. The Hawks were in control of the situation. Kidd and Carter encountered physical crises one after another. They fought hard in the fourth quarter, but they couldn't play too well. Frank had no room for adjustment. He let the main lineup play for a few more minutes, but still couldn't close the score difference. In the end, he had no choice but to give up, replace the starters, and admit defeat in advance. The remaining minutes all became garbage time. In the end, Garnett shined throughout the game, making 15 of 24 shots, 8 of 9 free throws, and scoring 38 points, 12 rebounds and 2 assists, helping the Hawks beat the Nets 119-97 and lead the series 2-0. 38 points is also Garnett's highest score in the playoffs in his career. Chapter 235. Weird divisions. Clear differences between strong and weak. April 28th, Midtown Atlanta, 9:30 p.m. Huo Kingshu's apartment was brightly lit. She was sitting in the living room with her classmates. On the coffee table in front of her were junk foods such as cola, pork chops, and french fries. The TV screen was showing Game 3 between the Hawks and the Nets. Playing away from home, the Hawks, who were leading 2-0, did not hold back at all. They opened the score difference to double digits in the first quarter and kept a firm control of the game. The fans' low mood at the Army Aviation Center showed their frustration at the moment. Pull, breakthrough, emergency stop, shot, hit, beautiful attack. The score difference is 21 points, and the outcome should be no suspense. Amid the commentators' regretful argument, the living room was full of joy. Huo Kingshu and her companions picked up the cola in front of them, held the cup, and drank most of it, and unconsciously burped. "I haven't even tried hard yet, and you've fallen down," a boy taunted kid on the TV screen. Kellyanne achieved good results, and local Chinese fans in Atlanta were also proud of it. To be honest, Paul should be the best point guard in the league now, right? No, maybe in the future, but now it should be Nash, right? Huo Kingshu, who has always loved Paul, shook his head and explained to his companions, Paul's influence on the game is still not as good as Nash's. The Hawks' offense is so good because part of the work of organizing the offense is on Dio. What do you mean? On the offensive end, Paul's most signature way of scoring is the sidestep mid-range shot, right? But in the middle and long distances, Paul needs to bend his knees and lower his waist to exert force. Because he is only 183, he must jump higher and shoot higher to make his shot undisturbed. Nash doesn't need that. Height not only affects Paul's shooting power, but also affects Paul's passing vision. So Paul's passing is not fast enough. His characteristic is that he is good at mastering the ball and accurately passing the ball when his teammates cut out. Steady, but not flying enough, and easy to stick to the ball. In the Hawks, the backcourt directly launches an attack, or the most critical transfer ball in positional warfare is usually completed by Dio. Relatively speaking, whether it is taking over the game with personal offense or organizing the team's offense, Nash can do a little more than Paul. Huo Kingshu talked about basketball, shocking the group of men around him. This is called experts see the doorway. So amazing. Green Book. Soon, a companion teased. Everyone knows that Huo Kingshu and Kellyanne are friends. The kind of friends who can get free tickets to the inner court. For this group of international students, this is the most enviable, isn't it? Do you think anyone can be Kellyanne's Spokesperson? I also know basketball very well. Huo Kingshu raised her chin and was very proud. Compared with the girl who knows basketball, her more famous label is Kellyanne's Spokesperson. But this position is indeed not something that everyone can do. At least when Kellyanne outputs some opinions, Huo Kingshu can keep up, and through her own writing style, some messy content can be organized into an article that is very readable. This requires a lot of skill. Having benefited from Kellyanne's contribution, Huo Kingshu has now become a contracted writer and translator for HP. She has the task of writing 1 or 2 articles and translating some articles every week. She gets paid according to the number of clicks and recommendations, which can be regarded as working and studying. However, most of the time, her income is closely related to the performance of the Hawks. When the Hawks win, the fans are happy and will give her awards. If the Hawks lose, someone will be sarcastic in her posts, which will further affect her mood. In today's game, the Hawks defeated the Nets 109-90 away, and Paul and Garnett both scored 20 plus. For Huo Kingshu, the article is also easier to write. In China, half of the fans are in heaven, and the other half are still on earth. The Rockets lost to the Utah Jazz 82-91 away, and the score was chased to 2-1. The fans shouted the advantage is mine, but after 3 games, the Rockets exposed more problems. Boozer found Yao Ming's weakness in the G1 game and scored 30 plus 10 in G2 and G3, which blew up Yao Ming. Alston was chased by Darren, and the scene was extremely brutal. McGrady could not play an advantage against Kirilenko, and sometimes he was out of position to play against Fisher, and his efficiency was also average. As a superstar, he was really a bit dragged down. Compared with the Rockets in history, the Rockets are now weakened a little, and Kenyan is even more pessimistic about the prospects of the Rockets. In addition to the Jazz's hope of completing the downer to the upper, the Heat and the Warriors are also likely to win the strong with the weak. In the series between the Heat and the Magic, O'Neal, old man talking about the youth's wildness, suppressed the young beast Howard on both offense and defense, and turned the Heat's restricted area into a no-fly zone. Although Wade was injured, facing the unguarded outside line of the Magic, he passed through the crowd like crossing the main road in the morning, and scored 25 plus in a row. The Heat won 3 games in a row, leading 3-0 and advancing to the next round. If many people had foreseen that the Magic would be Black 7 by the Heat, then the Warriors' dominance in the series with the Mavericks was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. As the head coach who knows the Mavericks best, Nelson sees Nowitzki's weakness and targeted him to death. At the same time, he saw the disadvantage of the skinny body of the backcourt combination of Terry and Harris, allowing Baron Davis to rush to the basket frantically, breaking down the Mavericks, and conquering the American Airlines Center, leading the series 2-1. Baron Davis, Monta Ellis, Steven Jackson, Al Harrington, and B. Drins. The Golden State Gang is famous. On April 29th, the NBA officially announced the candidates for this season's best rookie, and Brandon Roy of the Trail Blazers won the best rookie without any suspense. Averaging 18.9 points and 6.7 assists per game, Brandon Roy's performance is even more impressive than the data shows. You know, Macmillan is also a team that honestly grinds positions and doesn't play fast breaks. Roy is really amazing to play such data in such a slow-paced offense and defense team. And Millsap, who averaged 8.2 points and 6.5 rebounds per game, was selected to the second team of the best rookie, which once again proved Kenyan's vision for rookies. It's a pity that Millsap's future is not in the Hawks. On April 30th, the Hawks continued to challenge the Nets at the Army Aviation Center. The big score of 0:3 and the visible gap in strength made the Nets realize that this game is very likely to be the team's last game of the season. In order to get a big contract in the off-season, Carter tried his best in this game. He played 48 minutes directly, 11 of 27 shots, 3 of 6 3-pointers, 9 of 10 free throws, and scored 34 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist and 1 steal. He scored a lot of points, but only had 1 assist. The connection with his teammates was completely cut off. The Hawks' defense strangled the Nets' other offensive points. Except for Jefferson, who scored 11 points, the other Nets players scored in the single digits. Kidd's data of 6 points, 7 assists and 8 rebounds was even worse than Dio. In this game, the Hawks' shooting touch was also average. They only hit 6 of 20 shots from outside the 3-point line. But they still won 105-96 with their huge advantage in the interior and tenacious defense. After the game, Kidd exchanged jerseys with Paul, hugged him heavily, and said with emotion, "Chris, it's your time now." This season is very likely to be Kidd's last season with the Nets. As early as the middle of the season, Kidd was almost sent away, but he failed to go for various reasons. At the end of the season, the Nets still did not make a breakthrough, and there was no competitiveness in the playoffs against the Hawks. The team must optimize the lineup structure and strengthen the team's interior. Leaving the Nets, Kidd wants to join a championship team. But it's not easy, because Kidd's current market is not good, and the Nets also hope to get the most generous reconstruction chips by trading Kidd. We can only look forward. The Hawks' promotion is a natural thing. Next, Kenyan focused on the second round opponent Pistons. Facing the Toronto Raptors, they took a 3-1 lead in the first 4 games. Entering the playoffs, several veterans of the Pistons began to recover. The team's defensive intensity was 2 levels stronger than the regular season, and the Raptors' international column frequently missed shots, which was completely unable to match the strength of the Pistons. After looking through their game videos, Killian couldn't help but frowned and regretted that he underestimated the Pistons. After intercepting Weber, Killian did underestimate the Pistons. Historically, the Pistons did improve the team's offense through Weber, thus returning from the 4th place in the Eastern Conference to the 1st place in the Eastern Conference, but now the Pistons, McDyess and Muhammad have better integration with the team. The offense may be a little mechanical and not lubricated, but the defense is really hard. On May 3rd, the NBA officially announced the Best Sixth Man and Most Improved Player awards. Barbosa of the Suns won the Best Sixth Man with an average of 18.1 points, 4 assists and 2.7 rebounds per game. Ginobili was absent for a long time. Terry and Mike Miller entered the starting lineup respectively. The competition for the Best Sixth Man award was a riot of demons. Barbosa had data, record, exposure, and wonderful shots, and he deserved the award. Monta Ellis, who is creating the Black 8 miracle with the Warriors, won the honor of Most Improved Player. Thanks to Richardson's departure, Monta Ellis became the team's starting player in the middle of the season, averaging 18.5 points, 3.2 rebounds, and 4.1 assists per game. In the games he started, Ellis averaged 21 points per game, and his reputation as a scoring machine is well deserved. Compared with the past, the competition for high-quality honors this season is more intense. In the competition for the best coach, Killian, who led the Hawks to the best record in team history, Avery Johnson, who led the Mavericks to the best record in team history, and Sam Mitchell, who has led the Raptors back to the playoffs, all have a chance to win the award, depending on the criteria used by reporters to vote, and the competition for MVP is equally fierce, and it may take until the award ceremony to determine whether it is Garnett or Nowitzki. After the Hawks and the Heat advanced first, the Pistons, Suns, and Spurs also defeated their respective opponents with a score of 4-1 and advanced to the divisional semifinals. However, the attention of these series combined is not as high as that of the Mavericks and Warriors. It is not just an attempt to confront, but more likely the most legendary Black 8 miracle. In the last round of the regular season, the Mavericks rotated all the main players and put the Warriors into the playoffs, and there is a considerable possibility that they will reap what they sowed. On May 6th, at the Oracle Arena, Nelson used a painful trick and came to the court with a drip to direct the G6 game between the Warriors and the Mavericks. It is hard to say whether Nelson is really seriously ill or playing a psychological war. Anyway, the Warriors players are quite fond of him. Nelson waved his hand with the needle, not caring about the blood reflux at all. The Warriors players were deeply infected and excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. On the other side, the Mavericks players were visibly shorter. From the perspective of the league, they seemed to have intended to promote this Black 8 miracle. The referee's whistle was relatively loose. Obviously, this encouraged the Warriors players to play up and down with Nowitzki on the defensive end and obstruct Nowitzki's offense. The key is that Nowitzki, as a quasi-MVP, was actually defeated by this move and was blocked. Terry, Harris, and Stackhouse continued their sluggish performance in this series. These players were brought to the Mavericks by Nelson. Nelson knew their strengths and weaknesses very well. Just 2 words: control. The Mavericks played relatively normally in Josh Howard. In this round of the series, he averaged 16.5 points per game, and his overall performance was considered stable. But as the second in command of a team aiming for the championship, he needs to be able to stand up and turn the game around when the team leader is abnormal. Kobe in the OK period and Ginobili of the Spurs are typical. Compared with them, Josh Howard's performance is not good enough. 123:108. The Warriors played a great game with all their might, and the Oracle Center became a sea of celebration after the game. Led the unpopular Warriors to defeat the strongest Mavericks. Nelson hugged his disciples and celebrated passionately. Killian, who was watching this scene in front of the TV, had mixed emotions. The butterfly effect he brought weakened the Warriors to a certain extent. It was thought that the Mavericks could avoid this disaster and enter the Western Conference Finals to fight the Spurs, but the wheel of history is still on the right track. The Warriors still completed the Black 8 miracle. Next, will the Spurs break through in the West? Can the Suns, who have been strengthened, attack the Spurs? At the same time, the Warriors counter-attacked the Mavericks, and the Warriors fans were not the happiest. The Rockets fans in China were crazy about it. As long as the team can overcome the Jazz, there is a good chance to impact the Western Conference Finals. Yao Ming is not afraid of Duncan. McGrady played against the Spurs and scored 13 points in 35 seconds. The Rockets are definitely strong enough to compete with the Spurs. In the finals against the Hawks, Yao Ming played against Dyer casually, the Rockets champion. Of course, this is just the year of extreme fans. But there are really quite a few Rockets fans who may recognize the Spurs, but really don't take the Warriors seriously. They think that, if the team passes the Jazz, it will have a great chance to enter the Western Conference Finals. However, after the results of the game on May 8 came out, these voices came to an abrupt end. The Rockets lost to the Jazz by 5 points and stopped in the first round of the Western Conference. There is no doubt that this is another disappointing season for Rockets fans. The focus returns to the East-West matchup. The two Eastern Conference matchups are Hawks vs. Pistons, Cavaliers vs. Heat. Considering that Wade is seriously injured in his shoulder and is now playing with an injury, the Heat's strength is not as strong as it looks on paper. The matchup between the Hawks and the Pistons can basically be seen as an early Eastern Conference Finals. On the Western side, with the Mavericks eliminated early, the Jazz vs. Warriors matchup is obviously not as strong as the other group of Suns and Spurs. Whoever can beat the Suns and Spurs will most likely lock in a spot in the finals. Chapter 236, Sword Drawing, The Blade is Unsheathed. May 7th, the NBA announced the best defensive player of the season, and Marcus Camby of the Nuggets was successfully elected. This season, Camby played 70 games, averaging 11.7 points plus 11.7 rebounds plus 2.7 blocks in 33.8 minutes per game. The data is indeed not bad, but this award was very controversial after it was awarded. Not to mention that Camby was humiliated by various all-star insiders. The Nuggets' 22nd defensive efficiency in the league is enough to prove that Camby has no defensive influence. In later generations, many people were dissatisfied with Gobert's 4 DPOYs. When watching the highlights, they always felt that he could not defend anyone and was trained by Curry and Paul in a fancy military training. He was beaten by Antetokounmpo and Embiid in turn. Little did they know that Gobert could really support a team's defensive system. When facing the Jazz, including Jarkic, Doncic, and Harden, their efficiency would be reduced, not to mention others. The award was given to Camby, but Kalyan smelled something unusual. This season, the Hawks' defensive sales rose from 19th last season to 8th. Garnett played a great role in this. His block and rebound data are not inferior to Camby, and he is also a hot candidate for DPOY. If the MVP is given to Nowitzki, Garnett deserves a DPOY as compensation. It's not like Garnett gets nothing, right? Kalyan is somewhat self-consoling. But this is also normal. He has never had an MVP. On May 8th, the first game of the Eastern Conference semifinals was held in Atlanta. The Rockets were eliminated. CCTV's broadcast was entirely centered around the Hawks. Meteor Shower opened the show. The Phelps Center is one of the league's most infamous home courts. Today's game hasn't even started yet, but the atmosphere is already very heated. Zhang Heli smiled and said, "It took Kalyan only 2 seasons to turn the team into a regular season champion." After the Mavericks were eliminated, it looks like the Hawks and Spurs are the teams with the best chances of winning the championship. However, the Pistons, our opponents in this round, are not easy to deal with either. They may be stronger than the Heat and Cavaliers in the other half of the conference. Both teams continued with their regular starting lineups. The Hawks had Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett and Milicic, while the Pistons had Billups, Hamilton, Prince, McDyess and Rasheed Wallace. Garnett won the jump ball and the game began. Joe Johnson passed the ball across half court, and Prince immediately got close to him. Joe Johnson backed up and waited for Garnett to come up to cover him. He took only one step to the left, and McDyess came out to defend. Garnett resolutely went down, and Joe Johnson hit the ground and stuffed the ball in. Joe Johnson's nickname is Single Joe, but his passing and organizing ability is first class among shooting guards. With the ball leading the team, Garnett does not need to slow down or lean over. With a slight bend, he can pass the ball comfortably, take advantage of the situation, and jump up to face Rasheed Wallace, who was defending. Rasheed Wallace was also unambiguous and swung his hands hard at Garnett, preferring to take a flagrant foul to not let Garnett complete the dunk at the beginning. In the series against the Pistons, I need you to play the toughest basketball and knock down Rasheed Wallace in the penalty area. If you can't do it, watch the video of the finals last season and see how Duncan did it. This is what Kellyanne said to Garnett before the game started. He gave Garnett a death order directly, sprinting the Pistons penalty area with the highest frequency and the greatest force. To deal with the Pistons, you must start from the inside. Garnett also remembered Kellyanne's request and ignored the possible danger of Wallace's action. He opened his body completely and slammed the ball into the basket. Bang! The huge impact even knocked Rasheed Wallace off balance. Beep. The referee's whistle came late, and the atmosphere on the scene had been ignited by Garnett's dunk. Garnett glared at Rasheed Wallace, cursing and mocking his opponent. #at. Rasheed Wallace, unwilling to be humiliated, stretched out his index finger to poke Garnett, but was blocked by Billups and McDyess in advance to avoid another technical foul from the roaring heavenly master. Garnett made the free throw. McDyess picked up the fallen basketball, sent the ball from the baseline, and then ran slowly to the front court. Billups also dribbled the ball across half court within 8 seconds. After reaching the top of the arc, he dribbled a few times on the spot before dribbling the ball to Rasheed Wallace, who was in a good position in the low post. The one defending Rasheed Wallace was Dio. He raised his elbow and stood behind Rasheed, ready to fight. Battier, Garnett and others had already paid attention to this side, ready to make up for the defense at any time. The other players of the Pistons began to run, looking for opportunities to cut and set points, but the Nets followed closely and did not give them an easy chance to run out. With only 7 seconds left on the offensive time, Rasheed Wallace took Dio with his back to the body. He suddenly exerted force, leaned back hard, and pushed open a space of one body length. Then he turned back and prepared to shoot a fadeaway jump shot, but saw that Battier's help defense was already in place. The route and timing of Batman's defense were very good. Rasheed Wallace subconsciously wanted to pass the ball to Prince, but there was no passing line, so he passed the ball to Billups instead. Flounder received the ball, made a simple adjustment, ignored Joe Johnson in front of him, and shot directly from the outside, hitting it. 3:3. This wave of defense was already very successful, but the Pistons' individual ability was indeed strong. The Hawks attacked. Paul dribbled the ball quickly to the front court and passed it to Dio, who was outside the 3-point line, who passed it to Garnett, who was 70 degrees to the left and 1 step inside the 3-point line. Garnett received the ball and faked it, and seeing that McDyess had let him go, he directly pulled up and shot, and the ball went into the net. 5:3. This is the space brought by Garnett's determination to kill the inside in the first ball. The Pistons' outside defense is very tough, and the defense line is very expanded. On the contrary, the inside defense is not so famous. Only by suppressing their inside line and forcing them to shrink to a certain extent can the outside breathe. Unless you have a bug like Curry, who can force them to double team you outside the 3-point line. In the next round, the Pistons also played their signature off-ball screen. Hamilton used the screen to get rid of Paul and received a pass from Billups for a quick 2-pointer. Dio served the ball from the baseline, and the Pistons players instinctively retreated quickly, not giving the Hawks any chance to play a transition offense. In the positional attack, Paul passed the ball to Garnett, who was backing up on the left. The Wolf King leaned against McDyess with his back to the basket, shook his left shoulder slightly, turned to the baseline, and succeeded in breaking through again with speed. He jumped up in 2 steps and scored with a double-handed dunk. 7:5. Beautiful. Garnett played very tough today. McDyess couldn't defend him at all. Meteor Shower said excitedly. Yes, today, Garnett was more determined to play inside. In fact, in the past, he would have turned to both sides and then turned over to jump shot. But today, he attacked very hard and kept playing inside. Zhang Heli was also surprised, but he also guessed that this should be a special arrangement by Kellyan. In addition to tactical ability, this is also a manifestation of Kellyan's prestige. He can make Garnet do things he doesn't like, which is very important. The Pistons attacked. Prince received the ball with a screen, played a time difference to pass Dio, and scored a layup. The Hawks' offense was still aimed at Garnet. This time he received the ball facing the basket, faked a position far away from the basket, and used the change in dribbling rhythm to break through McDyess's defense and hit the basket. Rasheed Wallace did not commit a foul, and could only watch Garnet dunk and score. Garnet scored 9 points in a row and completely blew McDyess. Sanders' face was not very good. The problem was not only with McDyess. Rasheed Wallace committed a foul in the first round. The defense in the next few rounds was timid, and could not protect McDyess at all. Sanders knew where the problem was, but it was not easy for him to solve it. If Muhammad was on the court, it was hard to say whether the crisis could be solved on the defensive end, but the offensive end would definitely be self-destructive. Billups controlled the ball, played a pick and roll with Rasheed Wallace, played a single-handed game with Dio, and passed the ball to Rasheed Wallace. The Hawks switched defense quickly. When Wallace received the ball, the defender in front of him was replaced by Garnet. Wallace's strong attack was in vain, and the rebound fell into the hands of Bhatia, who received it in the penalty area. The round changed, the Hawks attacked, and when Paul dribbled the ball across half court, Kellyan shouted his name loudly. In this round, Paul did not continue to attack around Garnet, but found Dio to do a pick and roll. Dio covered Billups, and Paul did not make any adjustments, and threw himself out in one step. Rasheed Wallace, who was standing at the free throw line, saw Paul rushing into the restricted area before he could get there. Although Paul was known for his maturity, that did not match his age. He was good at passing and shooting, but his speed was not slow. With a height of 183, how could he be selected with the second pick without some physical talent? Paul broke into the Pistons' restricted area from the ribs. Without any hesitation, he jumped into the air and dunked the ball into the basket. 11:7. The Divine Turtle was possessed. Wow, Paul. I can't believe that a 183 cm tall guy can fly so fast. Meteor Shower exclaimed. Look at Coach Kellyan's face. I believe he is as shocked as we are at this moment. Kellyan looked unbelievable on the sidelines. It's not that he didn't know Paul could dunk, but he didn't expect Paul to play so fiercely when facing the Pistons defense. After 5 rounds, the Hawks completed 4 dunks, and they played so fiercely. Seeing the morale of the team begin to decline, Sanders passively made a substitution adjustment, replacing Rasheed Wallace with Muhammad. Let's not talk about the offense first. At least the defense can't continue to be so restrained. Muhammad replaced Rasheed Wallace, and the Pistons' defensive efficiency began to improve. It's not that Muhammad's defense is better than Rasheed Wallace, but in the playoffs, it is really important for the core players to control fouls. Muhammad is a substitute. He doesn't care. The improvement in defense is at the expense of offense. 7 minutes into the first quarter, the Hawks entered the official timeout with an 8-point lead. 18-10. The Hawks led the score, but the players were also exhausted. Kellyan replaced Joe Johnson and Dio in advance, and kept them as substitutes in the second quarter. Gibson and Milicic were replaced. Joe Johnson left the court, and the Hawks' backcourt became a combination of Paul plus Gibson. Billups began to be liberated and used his confrontation advantage to suppress Gibson. At the same time, their perimeter defense was very good, leaving no chance for the Hawks' perimeter defense. The opponent's perimeter defense was strong, so Kellyan went the other way and tried to push the ball to the inside as much as possible. This is why he chose Milicic to play instead of the Scarf, who was better at cooperating with the perimeter. Garnet and Milicic took turns to play pick and roll with Paul, rushing to the inside and engaging in a hand-to-hand fight with the Pistons inside. In the first quarter, Garnet made 6 of 10 shots and scored 15 points, helping the team to end with a 9-point lead of 31-22. At the beginning of the second quarter, Kellyan replaced the rotation players. Bobby Jackson, Joe Johnson, Stevens, Dio, and Weber played together. The 5 players on the court all have certain shooting abilities. Except for Bobby Jackson, who is a little bit lonely, and Stevens, who is a little rough. The others are also very good at handling the ball, which gives them a certain advantage over the Pistons bench lineup. On the Pistons side, Rasheed Wallace, who was put on the bench in the first quarter, became a surprise player. Against Dio, Rasheed Wallace has the advantage in height and confrontation. Without the help of Garnett and Battier, Dio can't defend the opponent. As for Weber, it's good enough that he can complete his defensive task. If you can't defend Rasheed Wallace, try to cut off his connection with his teammates and respond with more fierce attacks on the offensive end. Obviously, compared with the firepower of the lineup on the field, the Hawks' multi-point blossoming is more fierce than the Pistons. Rasheed Wallace tried his best to score, but when he looked back, he found that the score difference was getting bigger and bigger. When Sanders finally couldn't hold back and switched back to the main lineup, the Pistons were already 14 points behind the Hawks at 30:44. The situation was precarious and there was a risk of being beaten in the first half. After the Pistons starting lineup came on the court, Billups immediately took over the ball. He first forced Joe Johnson to score 2+1 and then attacked Hamilton and made a mid-range shot, chasing the score difference back to within 10 points, helping the Pistons stabilize the situation. 44:35. Seeing this, Killian took the initiative to call a timeout without hesitation and replaced Paul, Garnett and Battier back on the court. It's already the playoffs. If we don't work hard on the main players now, when will we work hard? With the main lineup back, the Hawks continued to attack around Garnett, and Garnett's offensive idea today was also very clear. Unless there was a particularly good opportunity, he would attack the penalty area. Playing at home, the referee would give some face to the Hawks. After a fierce fight, the Hawks widened the gap to about 15 points again. As the physical strength of the two teams declined, this gap was maintained until the end of the half. 57:42. During the halftime break, the atmosphere in the visiting team's locker room was very dull. Rasheed Wallace sat in his seat without saying a word. His face was grim, and the others were silent and breathing heavily. Sanders stood in front of everyone, inspiring fighting spirit and morale, but with little effect. Sanders is a head coach with rich tactical knowledge and good at building relationships in the locker room. Garnett respects him very much, but the Pistons locker room prefers Larry Brown's military style management and is not very interested in the soft Sanders. We have to change the way we defend Kilograms in the second half and don't let him easily receive the ball in the low post and launch an attack. If he pulls up to the top line to receive the ball, we must ensure the layering of the defense. Kilograms is not a player who is good at hitting the inside. The problem in the first half is still our own defense. Such remarks seem to mean to pass the buck to Rasheed Wallace. Cheyenne immediately stood up and protested. I have to protect the rim in the interior, and I have to pay attention to assisting Kilograms. At the same time, I have to do some work to fill in the position. I'm also under a lot of pressure. The inside partner changed from Big Ben to McDyess, and the defensive task was inevitably heavier. Rasheed didn't have any opinions about McDyess, but he couldn't stand what Sanders said. Sanders was startled, then waved to Rasheed Wallace to sit down. We all know that you have taken on a lot of work, so the rest of us should try to do more and share more of the work for Rasheed. The Hawks are the strongest opponent we have encountered this season. It is never easy to deal with them, but we still won 2 games against them in the regular season, didn't we? Billups stood up and applauded, signaling his teammates to get active. He is a very leadership player. Under his instigation, the Pistons players stood up one by one and began to cheer each other up. Compared with the Pistons, the atmosphere in the Hawks is much more active. Killian praised the players' performance and reflected on himself at the same time. To be honest, before the playoffs, I misjudged the strength of the Pistons. I didn't expect that they could maintain such a high-intensity defense without Ben. But what surprised me was that, even though the Pistons' defense was so strong, we still scored 57 points in the first half. What does this show? It shows that sharp offense can break through tough defense. It shows that you also have strengths that I haven't discovered yet. It shows that 68 wins in the regular season is not our limit. We can win more together. This is our best chance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, a breathtaking game. After the start of the second half, the Pistons took the lead. The Pistons players are experienced, and everyone understands that they can't continue like this. If the Hawks continue to play to their advantage in the third quarter, the pressure will increase. The inside line is in a disadvantageous situation, and the backcourt combination of Billups and Hamilton took on more offensive tasks. In order to prevent Ball from being hit by Billups' big buttocks and Joe Johnson's off-ball defense from not keeping up with Hamilton, Killian has been using Paul to follow Hamilton, and Joe Johnson is mismatched to defend Billups. This arrangement relieved the pressure on the Hawks defense, but it was mismatched defense after all. The Hawks started to open up the situation from Hamilton. Whether it was a mid-range jump shot from the 1-4 runaway tactic or a single with the ball in an emergency, Hamilton could send the ball to the basket. He took on more on the offensive end, and other Pistons players could contribute more on the defensive end. The Pistons began to slowly erode the Hawks' lead. Although the Pistons' 5 Tigers are often mentioned together, if we have to analyze them separately, Billups won the FMVP. Ben is the most recognized player, known as a king-level blue-collar. Rasheed Wallace took the most money from the Pistons. Hamilton's personal honors are relatively less. However, in the past 4 seasons, Hamilton has always been the Pistons' scoring leader, and his contribution to the team is not just scoring. Defense is life-threatening, offense is watching. If a team-based team like the Pistons lacks the opportunity to move and intersperse to create local more on less opportunities, then the lack of individual ability at each point will instantly become apparent. It's like a lake of clear water, without flow and waves. It seems calm, but over time it will be a mouthful of stagnant water. And Hamilton, who is running, is the stone that stirs up ripples. Let the Pistons' lake of clear water fluctuate, so that small streams accumulate. Hundreds of rivers are accepted, rivers and seas are formed, and running water does not rot. Hamilton played the entire third quarter and scored 15 points in a single quarter, helping the team narrow the gap to 6 points at the end of the third quarter. 80:74. Scene. In the last quarter, I need you to contribute more on the offensive end. The Pistons are not an opponent that we can easily defeat with conventional tactics. We must use all the advantages of the matchup. Their defensive focus is on kilograms and Joe. Once you can get the ball in a comfortable position, don't be soft on Hamilton. After all, he is so much shorter than you. Joe, I need you to make more off-ball runs to engage their defense. I know it's difficult, but we have no way out. Chris, don't be timid when you need to break through. You are not only the future of the team, but also our leader. We need you to cross the threshold of Billups, just like Jordan crossed Isaiah Thomas. Boris, be tougher. Kilograms is already under a lot of pressure. You must help him share more responsibilities. From the vulnerable Nets to the rock-solid Pistons, Killian's difficult preparation was somewhat insufficient. Fortunately, the score is now 80:74, leading by 6 points, and the advantage is mine. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, both sides did not make any attempts, and the main players came on the court to start fighting. Facing Prince's defense, Joe Johnson turned his back to the low post, held the ball and hit it twice, and suddenly turned and jumped back. 82:74. In the first 3 quarters, Prince's long arms played a very obvious limiting role in Joe Johnson's defense. The latter made 6 shots out of 13 shots, which was not very efficient. In the handling of this ball, Joe Johnson's backward range was larger and the shooting point was lower. Prince was a little careless. The Pistons attacked. Billups crossed half court and set a high pick and roll with Rasheed Wallace, using the space he had come from to force a strong attack under the basket. Even though Garnett was very fast and basically did not lose his position when defending the pick and roll, Billups was determined to attack the basket. Dio timely retracted to help protect the frame, missing McDyess at the bottom line. Billups jumped up and passed the ball to McDyess, who made a mid-range shot. The Hawks attacked. Garnett took the initiative to go low. McDyess chose to defend in front, raised his hands above his head, and kept swinging back and forth, trying to prevent Joe Johnson from lobbing Garnett. Defending in front is a great test of the guard's passing skills. Under this kind of defense, the passer can only risk sending it to Garnett through a high lob, but the Hawks are not short of good passers. Dio took the initiative to pull out, and Rasheed Wallace did not dare to follow him, otherwise the inside would be left to Garnett. Rasheed Wallace did not follow him. Dio received the ball, pointed to a position towards Garnett, and then walked to the baseline, forcing McDyess to let go of Garnett and come to help defend, and randomly made an inverted triangle pass. Garnett received the ball comfortably, rushed to the basket, and dunked. 84:76. Oh my god, what happened to the Pistons defense? They were humiliated by Dio. Dio really pointed to that place and told the Pistons that he was going to pass the ball here, but the Pistons let Garnett catch the ball easily at this position and rush to the basket. Meteor Shower felt a little incredible. This scene was similar to Bad's pretentious words, "I'm going to kill you" here. The Pistons offense was still steady. Hamilton passed through the baseline. The Hawks players in front of him tried their best to defend, but they were still disrupted by the Pistons' walls. Just as he ran to an open position, the ball was passed sideways. This was the most comfortable way for Hamilton to get the ball. He caught the ball, turned his body sideways, raised his hand to pass the ball, and everything was as perfect as training. Looking at Paul, who had just caught up to him, Hamilton smiled disdainfully and didn't care what expression his opponent would have, and turned to run to his own half. The Hawks attacked. Paul controlled the ball. Joe Johnson ran to the bottom corner. Prince stared at him closely. Joe Johnson suddenly ran back. He hurriedly caught up, but bumped into Dio. Instinctively continued to chase Joe Johnson, who received the ball, but saw Joe Johnson quietly passed the ball back to Dio, who did the same as Garnett, and slammed the ball into the basket. 86:78. The Hawks players, as if they had agreed, would end the offense with a dunk whenever they had the chance. The Hawks had many offensive routines and beautiful cooperation, while the Pistons, watching the Hawks put down the ball for 21 seconds and destroyed the ball out of the baseline. Billups slammed the ball into Batier's back, then jumped into the court to catch the ball and made a shot, bringing the score back to 6 points. The two sides were deadlocked in this way until the last 2 minutes, and the Hawks barely maintained their lead in the score, leading by 5 points at 103:98. The Hawks attacked with the most safe offensive means. Paul and Garnett played pick and roll. After finding an opening, they passed the ball to Garnett. Rasheed Wallace helped in time. Garnett used his shoulder to hit him twice and forced a shot, but Wallace jumped to interfere. The ball went out of the basket without any surprise. The rebound was protected by Prince on the side. Prince was the main force of the Pistons' fast break. He took the backcourt rebound and immediately rushed forward with his long legs. When most people have a physical crisis, big rush may be a good offensive means. The Hawks can't stop Prince. Joe Johnson can only use fouls to send Prince to the free throw line to get a chance to breathe. Bang! At the critical moment, Prince missed the first free throw, and the fans cheered in unison. Yes. Kellyanne also celebrated by punching the sidelines. At this time, every point is crucial. Prince's second free throw also missed. However, before the Hawks fans could cheer, Wallace, who was tall and long-armed, unexpectedly picked the melon from behind Dio's head, grabbed the front court rebound, and then scored. 103:100. It's okay. Hit them back. No matter how dissatisfied Kellyanne was, he would not show it at this time, and kept encouraging the players to adjust their mentality and play the next offensive round. However, compared with the stability of mentality, the Pistons are obviously stronger than the Hawks. Paul and Garnett's high post pick and roll route was a bit dead, and Billups stole the ball. Paul then fouled and sent Billups to the free throw line. Paul. This is a completely unnecessary foul. Billups' speed is not so easy to launch a fast break counterattack. Meteor Shower exclaimed crazily. No matter how mature he behaves, after all, this is only Paul's second year in the league. At the most critical moment, Paul exposed his immature side. Billups' big heart is well known. After hitting 2 free throws steadily, the score difference was only 1 point. 103:102. Isn't Kalyan calling a timeout? No. He chose to trust the players on the court, Zhang Heli said with emotion. After falling into the position, Garnett continued to move up to screen for Paul. Of course, it was more of a formality than a screen. During the whole screen process, Billups hadn't touched Garnett's body yet, and Garnett suddenly accelerated and started to run back to the basket. Seeing Garnett's fake shot, Paul tacitly used a ground pass and sent it to Garnett through the gap between people. The latter only dribbled the ball and faced Rasheed Wallace's defense, almost forcibly jumped up and completed the confrontation with Wallace in the air. The referee blew the whistle and Wallace fouled. But this wave of attack was not over yet. After the collision, Garnett leaned back and locked his eyes on the basket and lifted the ball steadily with one hand. Sure. With a crisp sound, Garnett sat on the floor, clenched his fist with one hand, and enjoyed the cheers of the fans. If the free throw was successful, the Hawks would lead by 4 points in the remaining 40 seconds, and the chance of winning would exceed 90%. The time of the entire Phillips Center seemed to freeze until the sound of the basketball passing through the net sounded again, and everyone's hanging hearts were in place. Sanders called a timeout to arrange the final tactics, and Kalyan replaced Milicic to strengthen the defense. After getting into position, guiding the ball, and starting to run, the Pistons still insisted on playing a mobile positional battle. Paul put one hand on Hamilton's waist, and Hamilton seemed to be unable to see him. He walked slowly at the high position of the Hawks half court. The two walked side by side like friends. Suddenly, Hamilton started like a nimble rabbit, circling around Billups on the outside, jumping sideways between Billups and Joe Johnson who was defending him, and immediately shook off Paul who was chasing him, squeezed into the inside again, and then circled around the 3-second zone, starting from the baseline, reversed a circle, came to Prince who had the ball, stretched out his hand and almost snatched the ball from his hand. Shot quickly, and hit it. 106:104. The ball went in beautifully, but there were still 23 seconds left in the game. In other words, the Pistons had no other choice but to grab the ball from the Hawks and then hit it quickly, otherwise, they would foul immediately and have a penalty shootout with the Hawks. The Hawks had two players with a free throw shooting rate of nearly 90%, Paul and Joe Johnson, which was Kalyan's capital to fight a penalty shootout with the opponent in a critical moment. The Pistons had Billups' big heart and Hamilton's stable scorer, and the cards were not bad, but the problem was that the Hawks were leading, and they were the banker. Philip Saunders on the sidelines was confused and could only hope that the players would steal the ball, otherwise, it would be very difficult. However, Kalyan did not intend to play a penalty shootout with them. Facing the Pistons' half-court pressure defense, Dio directly threw the ball to Battier, who everyone thought would not be able to catch the ball, and the position of the ball was already near the midline. Battier ran to the front court with his feet, and Prince chased him, but still failed to stop him before Battier put the ball into the basket. Watching Battier hit this decisive layup, 108:104, strictly speaking, Prince's subsequent defensive actions would not have been a problem if he was chased for a foul, but the referee was also soft-handed. The Pistons insisted on not giving up, and Hamilton continued to find mobile phone opportunities through off-ball running and constant screens by his teammates, and shot from outside the three-point line. Bang! This wonderful iron sound announced the victory of the Hawks. Although the Pistons continued to foul, sending Garnett to the free throw line to brush his data, and his data in this game was fixed at 34 points, 12 rebounds and 3 blocks, although Billups hit a three-pointer afterwards. The result of the Hawks' victory could not be changed. 110:107. After a hard fight, the Hawks won the first victory of this round of the series. After the game, the players of both sides did not shake hands. This is a customary habit in the playoffs. Unless they are very good friends, they will only hug and greet each other at the end of the series. Kalyan sat on the sidelines for a long time before slowly calming down his emotions. The last time he directed a game so intensely was in the Lakers and Spurs series 2 years ago. Unknowingly, 2 years have passed. In the interview after the game, the media reporter asked Kalyan to comment on this game. This should be the most exciting playoff game so far, right? We are very close to the Pistons in terms of strength, and either of us has the possibility of winning. I don't want to say that we grasped the details of the key balls better, because if you look at the second half, we were even the losing side. The Pistons' tenacity is beyond my imagination. This is just the beginning of a series, and we still have a lot of work to do. Killian said seriously. The Cavaliers are about to face the Heat. Which team do you think can break through? Wade's injury has a big impact. Maybe the Cavaliers have a better chance, but I really. Killian made a you-know expression and then amused the reporters on the scene. Killian hates playing against the Cavaliers. Everyone on earth knows this. I think Philip and I should have the same opinion. You can also ask him. Finally, Killian added one more sentence. After the game, when he returned home, Killian's only thought was to have a good sleep. After commanding this game, Killian was exhausted physically and mentally and needed a long sleep to restore his energy. He slept for 12 hours. It was during this time that the NBA officially announced the candidates for the best coach of the season. Sam Mitchell of the Raptors beat Killian and Avery Johnson and was successfully elected as the best head coach of the 06-07 season. Sam Mitchell personally invested in the reconstruction of the Raptors, helping the team win the division championship and re-enter the playoffs when they were not optimistic. He deserved the title. Chinese fans felt sorry for Killian, thinking that Killian's performance of leading the team to 68 wins and setting a record in the history of the Hawks was not bad. Moreover, the Raptors ranked 4th because of the division championship, and the actual record was only 6th in the East. Is it more or less a bit watery? However, it is also an unspoken rule that the best coach cannot be re-elected. If you want to win the award for the second time, you naturally have to have a greater improvement than the first time, such as 73 wins. And the award is really not just given to strong teams. Sometimes you have to make some balance. Anyway, Killian feels that if Garnett doesn't get the DPOY, he won't get the best coach award either, and Garnett's chances of winning the MVP are increasing. Chapter 238 win both games. May 10th, another matchup in the Eastern Conference semifinals was held at the Cavaliers' home court, the Quicken Loans Center. The Miami Heat defeated the Cavaliers 119-98 on the road, which gave Heat fans a save for the regular season argument backing from the results. In this game, the old Shark O'Neal blew up the Cavaliers inside line, making 12 of 21 shots and 5 of 12 free throws, scoring a large double-double of 29 points and 11 rebounds, crushing Big Zed and Gooden. Historically, the Heat, as the defending champions, were swept by the Bulls in the first round of the playoffs this year. O'Neal's decline, Wade's low health, injury, and the team's outside line inaccuracy were firmly grasped by the Bulls. Now, the Heat have reaped the time traveler bonus. In the first round against the Magic led by Howard, Wade, who was low on health, still slaughtered Peja and Turkoglu, helping the team sweep the Magic. In the second round, they caught up with the strong on the outside, but weak on the inside Cavaliers, and O'Neal got room to play again. It has to be said that Pat Riley's luck is amazing. However, it is impossible to win the next round of the series by luck. Killian paid a little attention to the game between the Heat and the Cavaliers, and basically concluded that the team's only opponent in the East is the Pistons in front of him. The Heat or the Cavaliers on the other side are not threatening at all. Even if you let Killian coach the Cavaliers, he can destroy the Heat. In terms of on-the-spot command, Killian is much better than Mike Brown. May 11th, Phillips Center. After 2 days of rest, G2 of the series between the Hawks and the Pistons was staged as scheduled. The Phillips Center was full. This season is the first time in recent years that the Hawks have the hope of competing for the championship. The team's performance in the first round against the Pistons also made the fans cheer. Everyone hopes to witness every victory of the team. The Pistons players on the opposite side also know the importance of this game. Returning to Detroit with a score of 0-2, the situation is very bad. By then, even if the team can defend 2 home courts, the Hawks will still enjoy the home advantage of the decisive battle. So after the game started, the Pistons released all their energy, pulled the game intensity to the maximum, and played it as a win or home life and death battle. In view of the shortcomings of the Hawks' big three's lack of strong attack ability, the Pistons played a big iron bucket formation in the first half. The iron wall-like defense reduced the Hawks' offensive efficiency, but focusing all their energy on the defensive end also meant that it was difficult for the Pistons to play a decent offense. At the end of the half, the Pistons were 9 points behind 38:47. 47 points is also the lowest halftime score of the Hawks in the playoffs this season. Obviously, the game is not at the Hawks' rhythm at all. The last game was almost overturned by the Pistons, which made Kalyan pay more attention to the opponent in front of him. In the third quarter, the Pistons played almost all the main players in the third quarter. To be safe, Kalyan did not give in and played with all the main players, which also left a root of evil for the last quarter. In the last quarter, Billups suddenly broke out. He made a quick stop jump shot after the pick and roll in the positional battle, and a three-pointer in the counter-attack. He scored consecutively, and attracted the defense to assist Rasheed Wallace to score under the basket. The Pistons played an 11-4 attack wave to catch up with the score. Compared with the Hawks' young dominated lineup structure, the Pistons players have been baptized by the finals for 2 seasons, and their toughness is obviously much stronger than that of the Hawks players. At the critical moment, Billups, Hamilton, Rasheed Wallace and others can withstand it better than Paul, Joe Johnson and Garnett. Garnett wanted to lead the team to stabilize the situation, but his touch was not good at the critical moment. He missed 4 consecutive shots and made 2 of 7 shots in the fourth quarter, which was not a good performance. The Pistons laughed to the end in this hand-to-hand battle and finally won the game with a reversal of 103-99. Tying the total score to 1-1. The fans who came to the Phillips Center to watch the game returned home in defeat. The team won 68 games in the regular season, set a record in team history, swept the Nets 4-2-0 in the first round of the playoffs, and withstood the Pistons' counter-attack in Game 1. These brilliant results made the fans of the Hawks praise Kalyan to the sky, thinking that the team should be able to go to Detroit with a 2-0 game, then steal a victory away from home, and finally win Game 5, sweep the Pistons, and advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. However, the charm of competitive sports lies in unpredictability. The Pistons have been dominating the Eastern Conference for so many years, which is not to be underestimated. Kalyan also made some mistakes in on-the-spot command and failed to play his own advantages. It is reasonable to lose the game. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Hawks fought hard in the first game. If they lost 2 home games in a row, they would basically be gone. Now they have only lost the home advantage, and most fans think that the Pistons have a better chance of winning. But don't forget that Kalyan's real fame is that he led the team to play 3 consecutive games against the Spurs at the AT&T Center. After hearing the name of Kalyan, children in the holy city dare not cry at night. After the game, Kalyan attended the press conference and did not admit defeat verbally. The reporter asked, "It's a pity that the Hawks lost the game too. Where do you think the problem lies?" "I'm not taking the blame on myself, but I did fall into the opponent's trap in this game. The previous games were too smooth, which more or less affected me. First of all, I have to make some adjustments. The Hawks must win one of the games in Game 3 and Game 4 to regain the home advantage. Are you confident in this expedition to Detroit?" "QTMD wins the next game, and I will win both games. I will win both games." Kalyan's words also became the headlines of major media sports sections the next day. Putting aside the victory or defeat, this sentence itself is still very passionate. After coming to Detroit, Kalyan increased the team's training time, changing the original 1-day training to 2-day training 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and tactical meetings in the evening. It was also at this meeting that Kalyan reflected on his wrong decision to follow the Pistons to compress the rotation and give up the advantage of the depth of the lineup. This move not only puts pressure on the main players, but also encourages the substitutes to show better performance to win playing time. This is also the purpose of Kalyan's increased training volume. The Hawks have more players, so there is no need to worry about physical fitness. After 2 days of training in Detroit, the Pistons and the Hawks G3 game officially started. Before the game, the broadcast camera was first given to Kalyan, and then to Wang Lafan, who came to Detroit together. Automobile factory. Detroit is a city dominated by the working class. The overall quality of the residents is relatively average. It is inevitable that a few basketball hooligans have made some dirty words. In this regard, Wang Lifan barely managed to turn a deaf ear. Never also came to the scene. This is her first time to come to the away game with the team in the playoffs. Now, Kellyanne is also under a lot of pressure and needs his lover to be around to give him more encouragement. The camera was frequently given to Wang Lifan, and yoga was barely introduced. In addition to Wang Lifan, Kung Fu Emperor Li Lianji also appeared on the sidelines. It was obvious that he supported Kellyanne. After a brief opening ceremony, the two sides jumped the ball, and Rashid Wallace successfully passed the ball to Prince. Prince advanced across half court with the ball, passed the ball to Billups for organization, and fell to the left bottom corner. Standing outside the 3-point line, dribbling, Billups reached out to Wallace for a pick and roll. Wallace's solid pick and roll firmly caught Joe Johnson. Billups accelerated to break through the inside line, but his speed was not much better than Dio. He pressed Dio's defense with his back, and with a hidden move, he passed the ball to Hamilton, who passed by Dio. The masked man turned around and shot at the same time as he received the ball and hit it accurately. At the moment the ball entered the net, Dio had pushed behind the baseline and directly threw the ball to Joe Johnson, who was running to the center line. Billups, Prince, and Hamilton, who had just finished shooting, were all near the Hawks baseline. McDyess couldn't keep up with Joe Johnson's speed. The Pistons had only Rashid Wallace back in the backcourt. Joe Johnson threw the ball high up, and Garnett followed up to catch the ball with both hands, swung it in an arc, and slammed the ball into the basket. 2:2. That's not all. In the process of turning back to defense, Garnett saw Rashid Wallace's baseline pass, determined the opponent's passing line, turned around and completed the interception. Then he rushed to the basket again and scored a dunk. 2:4. This season is the season with the most opportunities in Garnett's career. He doesn't want to miss this opportunity anyway. In the 2 days after losing G2, he was the player who trained the hardest in the Hawks in order to fulfill Kellyanne's words, win both games. The Pistons' offense was still a pick and roll between Billups and Rashid Wallace. The Hawks still switched defenses at the first opportunity. Whether it was Dio switching defense on Billups or Joe Johnson defending Rashid Wallace, they would not be at a disadvantage. Facing Dio's switching defense, Billups accelerated and drove the ball directly to the basket, attracting Garnett's help defense, and then passing the ball to McDyess, who made a mid-range shot. 4:4. McDyess was once an all-star player with gorgeous high and low post offensive skills. Later, a serious knee injury almost ruined his career, but he practiced a precise mid-range shot and kept himself in the league. The Hawks played another transition offense, and this time the Pistons retreated in time and did not let the Hawks seize the opportunity. Garnett made an off-ball screen for Joe Johnson, who shook off Prince's defense and ran to Paul for a hand-to-hand match. Paul stepped forward to act as the second wall and blocked Prince. Joe Johnson played against Billups, pushed Billups away with one step, and made a mid-range shot. Sanders on the sidelines was a little speechless. The Hawks' offense in this round was quite similar to the 1-4 running tactic designed by the Pistons for Hamilton. Joe Johnson ran alone, and the others served as his walls to block his opponents. The difference is that Hamilton relies more on the space he runs out, while Joe Johnson only needs to get rid of Prince, the defensive pioneer, and he can complete individual singles against other people. In the first 2 games, the Pistons were always at a disadvantage at the beginning, and this game was no exception. Compared with the Hawks' Big Three's powerful offense, the Pistons are more accustomed to dragging the game into the quagmire and then defeating their opponents with rich experience, so they will not compete with the Hawks for the start. Halfway through the first quarter, the Hawks led by 5 points with 18-13 and entered the official timeout. Kellyanne made personnel adjustments and replaced Joe Johnson and Dio with Stevens and Weber. After Joe Johnson left the court, the Hawks' defensive arrangement changed. Paul defended Billups. If Billups chose to use his height advantage to force a shot, the Hawks could do nothing. If he chose to force Paul with his back to the basket, as long as he pressed into the restricted area, Garnett would immediately double-team him, while Stevens was responsible for following Hamilton throughout the restricted area. Compared with Dio, Webber's defensive effect on Rashid Wallace was much better, and his rebounding ability was also stronger. Back to the offensive end, Webber's ability to assist at the free throw line could also reduce the burden of Paul and Garnett's attack. Stevens and Webber both played their roles, which in turn proved that Kellyan's operation of competing with the Pistons for the main forcing G2 was a bit stupid. After the first quarter, the Hawks led by 6 points 29-23. After the start of the second quarter, Kellyan and Sanders sent out a rotation lineup. The Hawks were represented by Bobby Jackson, Joe Johnson, Stevens, Dio, and Milicic, while the Pistons were represented by Hunter, Murray, Prince, Mohammed, and Mim. Soon, the Hawks took the upper hand. The Pistons bench was full of defensive stalwarts. Hunter was the league's most defensive point guard in his prime, but his average offense became even weaker as he got older. Prince was barely an offensive strength, but he was more likely to play singles on the weak side after Billups, Hamilton, and Rashid Wallace had tied down the opponent's defense. It was a bit difficult for him to lead the team's offense. In the 2008 Olympics, the Dream Team had a habit of letting all players go up to score 1 point after a big lead, but Prince, Reed, and Boozer were all in trouble. After only 1 minute and 47 seconds, the Hawks widened the gap to double digits, forcing Larry Sanders to immediately bring Hamilton in to stabilize the situation. Then it was Rashid Wallace. Rashid Wallace lived up to Sanders' expectations. After he came on the court, the Pistons' restricted area offense and defense immediately rose to a higher level, and the depth threat on the offensive end also increased greatly. They quickly stabilized the situation and even began to recover the score difference. Halfway through the second quarter, the score difference between the two teams stabilized at about 5 points. The two teams went back and forth, and no one could break the deadlock. In this case, Kellyan, who had more backhands, had a certain advantage. Kellyan had been closely observing the situation on the court. He looked up at the game time and took the initiative to call a timeout. After the timeout, Kellyan made a substitution adjustment, replacing the 4 players on the court, except Milicic with Paul, Gibson, Battier, and Garnett. On the Sanders side, Billups and Murray replaced Hunter and Prince. This adjustment was very targeted. The Hawks' wing offensive ability weakened, and the Pistons immediately let Prince go off the court to rest. But soon, Sanders regretted his decision. The Hawks' lineup on the court has strong shooting ability, wide spacing, and the players have a slight advantage in physical strength compared to the Pistons. Paul chased Rashid Wallace and Muhammad and forced 2 consecutive breakthroughs into the Pistons' restricted area, causing damage. The score difference reached double digits again, and Sanders panicked. In the first 2 games, the Hawks established a double-digit lead in the first half of the game, and the Pistons had always been calm. On the contrary, in this game, perhaps it was Stevens, Webber, Milicic and several role players who showed their strength and played well, which made Sanders lose his composure. Seeing that the score difference was constantly widening, Sanders replaced Prince and McDyess and used the most reassuring full lineup to deal with the Hawks, and the game returned to the rhythm of the first quarter. Soon, the second quarter ended with a contradictory feeling of being both intense and calm. The content of the game was intense, with both teams going all out in every attack and defense, and the intensity was at its highest. The rhythm of the game was calm, with both teams playing very lively, but since almost every attack was led by a star player, the success rate was not low, and the score difference remained around 12 points until the end of the first half. 45:57. Chapter 239, the first away dragon in the league. After a short break of 15 minutes at halftime, the two teams returned to the court for the second half. With the experience of the successful comeback in the previous game, Sanders' confidence lies in the second half. The Pistons further increased the intensity of the confrontation and extended the playing time of the main players. In response, Kellyan also made targeted arrangements. We saw that the Hawks made adjustments to the team's lineup in the second half, and Dio's position was replaced by Webber. It seems that Coach Kellyan also has his own ideas and made some adjustments. In the first half of the third quarter, the Hawks' performance on the court was pretty good. First, Garnett grabbed rebounds in succession and immediately launched a fast break counter-attack and played a transition offense. Then more than 9 minutes later, Joe Johnson and Battier hit 3-pointers from outside the 3-point line respectively, helping the team to always establish a double-digit lead. The Pistons' offense revolved around Hamilton's off-ball movement. Paul, who had a good chance of making the all-defensive team, became the target of the Pistons' targeting in this round of the series. He couldn't defend Billups, and he had suffered enough from defending Hamilton. The masked man's physical strength was enough to make a dog vomit. Halfway through the third quarter, Killian began his own micromanagement. First, Stevens and Dio replaced Joe Johnson and Weber to ensure the quality of defense and buy some rest time for Joe Johnson. With 2 minutes left in the third quarter, Berrier and Joe Johnson replaced Paul and Battier. Compared with Gibson, who has accurate outside shooting, but relies more on others to create opportunities, the Puerto Rican Mountain has a stronger breakthrough ability and a more rapid impact. He stirred up a lot on the court, but caught the Pistons off guard. To deal with the Pistons' defense, Berrier needs a greenhorn like him to rush in with explosives. Except for Garnett, the Hawks' other main players have been given some rest, but the score difference has not narrowed, but has widened further. 70-86. The league's playing rhythm is still very stable at this time, and the score is not as explosive as in the small ball era of later generations. When each team rarely shoots 3-pointers, it is definitely not an easy task to make up for the 16-point difference. With the victory in hand, Killian did not dare to be careless. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, he insisted on putting Garnett on the court to control the situation in order to win the game steadily. In the playoffs, Killian's transformation can be seen more and more clearly. His on-the-spot dispatch has become more conservative, no longer pursuing more risky unexpected moves, but putting more effort into the targeted victory. After the Pistons stole a home court, he was able to correct mistakes in time and solve his own problems. Now he is more terrifying than he was in the regular season. 112-94. The whistle sounded at the end of the game. The Hawks defeated the Pistons by 18 points away from home and regained the home advantage. The Hawks won the game, and Killian's face looked better. There was no more swearing in the post-game press conference, but he insisted that the team would take away 2 wins from the Palace of Auburn Hills. Since entering the league, your away wins in the playoffs are much higher than your home wins. Can you analyze the difference? A reporter raised doubts about Killian's away Dragon attribute. If it was 1 or 2 years, it might still be a coincidence, but in the 3 playoffs that Killian coached, the team's away win rate was all higher than the home win rate, which is puzzling. It's hard for me to explain this. My girlfriend majored in neurosurgery in college and also minored in psychology. I'll tell you the answer when I get home. After winning the game, he can even joke now. What does it mean to you to regain the home advantage? It means that I lost the away advantage. Killian continued to hold on to this topic and also amuse the reporters on the scene. Then, it was time for Philip Saunders to be interviewed. He mentioned the roles of 2 people, Weber and Berrier. Maybe when Chris made the decision to join the Hawks in January, he didn't expect that his decision would directly affect this round of the series. He performed very well in this game. Jose Berrier, his role is like Tyronn in 2001. It should have been a time for us to counterattack and narrow the gap, but he slowed down our offensive pace. But then, Saunders also said that losing the home advantage only means that the competition between the 2 sides has returned to the starting point. The Pistons will not give up. They must defend their home court. On May 15th, the NBA officially announced the best lineup and best defensive lineup of this season. First team, Stoudemire, Nowitzki, Garnett, Kobe, Nash. Second team, Yao Ming, Duncan, James, McGrady, Paul. Third team, Howard, Anthony, Bosch, Wade, Billups. Overall, the list of the best team this season still pays great attention to the team's performance. If the team's performance is not good, it will be useless, even if the individual data explodes. Arenas, who ranked 3rd in the scoring list, did not even get a 3rd team, and was worse than a residual Wade, which shows how much impact the failure to enter the playoffs has on him. Chinese fans are dissatisfied with Stoudemire's swing to the center position and snatching Yao Ming's first team, but this is a bit unfair to Stoudemire. No matter how he plays as a power forward, Stoudemire is the center position in the Suns, and there is no problem in participating in the election as a center. Duncan is a bit unlucky. In terms of his performance this season, he is also top 5. In the past, he would have been in the first team. However, the top 2 in the MVP list this season are Nowitzki and Garnett, squeezing him out. This level of unlucky is second only to Ewing, who is 4th in the MVP list, and he can't even make the third team. First defense, Camby, Garnett, Bowen, Kobe, Mel. Second defense, Ben Wallace, Duncan, Prince, Kidd, Paul. Compared with the well-deserved best lineup, the best defensive lineup is still a little watered down. Camby is needless to say. If Bowen, such a low-class guy, can win the award, the other winners really have to shout I'm a great man, and I'm as famous as you. Kidd has been frequently defeated by speed point guards this season, and his defensive effect is obviously not as good as before, so it is a bit reluctant to win the award. After missing the first team and the first defense in a row, the Stone Buddha vented his anger on the Suns, who had 2 first teams and 1 defense. In the game 3 between the Spurs and the Suns, Duncan scored 28 plus 17 and led the team to beat the Suns 104-98, leading to 1. Since the Mavericks were eliminated early, the matchup between the Spurs and the Suns was also hailed as the Western Conference Finals in advance. At present, the Spurs have a clear initiative and hope to break through. It was on this day that the media took photos of Nowitzki leaving the airport and returning to Germany, which almost confirmed the rumors that Garnett won the MVP. The NBA will not chase you to Europe to present you with the MVP trophy. Even Garnett himself couldn't help but smile when he was training the next day. He should have received some accurate news. MVP, the most valuable award. There are only 11 players in history who have won the MVP twice, including Garnett's archenemy Duncan, who has only 2. The honors of the regular season are approaching the opponent, and the next is the playoffs. Among the players who won 2 MVP trophies, Karl Malone and Steve Nash did not win the championship. Garnett hopes to be listed with the other 9 people. On May 16th, the Hawks and the Pistons started Game 4. In 3 consecutive games, the Hawks have established a clear advantage at the beginning. This gave Philip Saunders a headache. In this game, he made the decision to grab the start and directly increase the intensity at the beginning, and did not play tricks with the Hawks. This move caught Kellyan off guard. Fortunately, he would adjust in time. He called a timeout after 1.5 minutes of the opening to stabilize the morale of the troops and also slow down the Pistons' edge. The game continued. The Hawks used the 1-4 tactics that the Pistons are good at and created singles opportunities for Joe Johnson through off-ball running and constant screens. Instead of confronting the Pistons head-on, this time, the Pistons' tough defense was directed at someone. In the first quarter, neither team took advantage and the game ended in a 24-24 tie. In the second quarter, the Hawks used Berrier and Gibson as double point guards. Hunter of the Pistons was once one of the best backup point guards in the league, with fierce defense and a passion for confrontation. But now, Hunter is also old. Not only can he not rush on the offensive end, but he can't keep up with the young people on the defensive end. Berrier has become the surprise weapon of the Hawks in this round of the series. Kellyan's tactical system has brought out all his strengths of quick breakthroughs, solid confrontation, and desperate play. When he is crazy, he can shoot 2 points and 3-pointers as soon as he says he will shoot, without any ambiguity. On the defensive end, in the Pistons backcourt, only Billups can hold him down, so Kellyan rarely lets Berrier directly face Billups. First Stevens, then Berrier. Kellyan really has a lot of cards in his hand. Sanders secretly complained in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The Pistons bench lineup was really short of people. But to say this, Kellyan's credit is also indispensable. Delfino was taken away by him, Milicic was traded away by him, and even Weber was intercepted by him. Arroyo's injury is also fatal. He is the most stable ball holder on the Pistons bench, and can relieve the pressure of the main lineup. However, he was injured near the playoffs, which is very annoying. At 48:54, The Hawks entered the second half with a 6-point lead. During the halftime break, the Pistons locker room was lightning and thundering, while the Hawks locker room was really just resting and cheering each other up. Garnett, who won the big prize, was very excited, while Paul was sitting on the diote. The contrast between the two made it seem like Paul was a veteran who had played for 12 years and Garnett was a second-year rookie. At the start of the second half, the Pistons took the lead in attacking. Billups guarded the ball and observed the situation. After consideration, he did not pass the ball to Hamilton, but passed it to Prince, who was asking for the ball in the low post on the left side by hitting the ground. At this time, Prince, who received the ball in the low post, relied on his arm span advantage to carry Batier's defense and completed an attack. He backed Batier and turned around to make a jump shot. 50:54. If the Pistons lose this game, they may face a gentleman sweep. In the crisis, the Pistons players bravely took the lead and fought to the death. The Hawks attacked. Garnett ran from the right bottom to the top line, and at the same time, Dio came out and gave him an off-ball screen. With the help of the screen, he successfully got rid of Rasheed Wallace's defense, received the pass from Paul and immediately shot from mid-range. There was no hesitation from receiving the ball to shooting, and the word decisive was almost written on his face. Swish. After scoring the goal, Garnett yelled at the top of his lungs. On the defensive end, Paul followed Hamilton closely, like a piece of sticky candy that could not be gotten rid of no matter what. He would get around the screen as soon as he encountered it, and always maintained defensive interference on Hamilton. Hamilton failed to get rid of the ball after receiving it, and it was difficult for him to turn around and jump shot when he was closely guarded, so he was forced to pass the ball. After passing it several times, the basketball finally came to the hands of the star player Rasheed Wallace. He received the ball in the low post on the left, squeezed Webber with his back, and turned to the middle to make a layup after creating space. 52:56. In this shot, Webber's defense was basically not out of position, but Rasheed Wallace's offense was really good. After all, he was the highest paid player among the Pistons. In the Eagles' positional battle, the formation on the field was completely spread out, and the 5 players on the field had good shooting ability, which would undoubtedly involve the Pistons' defense to the greatest extent. Joe Johnson settled in the left corner, then slid along the baseline and started running to the right. Dio came out to help him block Prince. Paul and Garnett played a pick and roll in the middle and broke through on the left. They noticed Joe Johnson's movement and immediately passed the ball to him. Joe Johnson easily shot. After receiving the ball, Rasheed Wallace in front of him did not have time to jump, so he could only stretch out his hand to symbolically interfere and then watch the basketball go into the basket. 52:58. This kind of offensive and defensive battle is a more comfortable rhythm for the Hawks. If the Pistons cannot limit the Hawks' offense on the defensive end, this game will be difficult. The commentator on the scene was worried about the Pistons. Sanders understood this truth, but knowing the problem is not a skill, being able to solve the problem is the key. The problem now is that the Hawks are better on paper. In terms of coaching art, Killian is also superior. As time goes by, the physical strength of the Pistons players gradually cannot support the high intensity offense and defense, and the balance of victory is tilting towards the Hawks. In the NBA, the regular season and the playoffs are almost two levels of confrontation. Maybe the first round of abusive game is a little easier, and in the second round, there are almost no weak teams, and most of them are strong dialogues. The pressure on the players comes from both physical and psychological levels. The interval between the first 3 games was 2 days. Sanders forced the main players and the players could barely hold on, but there was only 1 day of rest between G3 and G4. The team exerted force in advance at the beginning of the game to confront the Hawks head-on, and the shortcomings of insufficient lineup depth were exposed more obviously. At the corner, Garnett posed a 3-threat posture and faked the ball. McDyess in front of him did not jump, but raised his left arm high, subconsciously adjusting the center of gravity of his body to the front. Seeing the opportunity, Garnett changed direction with the ball in his left hand and passed McDyess's defense in 1 step. At the same time, Prince let go of Batier and came to help defend. Garnett took another step to the middle, using his speed to create space with Prince, and threw the ball to the bottom corner with one hand before Prince rushed over. Battier, who was let go by Prince, rushed to the inside line while receiving the ball and forced a layup against Rasheed Wallace's defense, causing the opponent to foul. Battier made both free throws, and the score difference widened to 14 points. The live broadcast director showed the Pistons players one after another, which was inexplicably sad. 60:74. The Pistons attacked. Hamilton ran without the ball to receive the ball. This time Paul's follow-up defense was very timely, forcing the opponent to have no good shooting opportunities, and could only pass the ball to Wallace on the other side. The latter's strong shot in the face of the basket was blocked by Garnett's breakthrough route. He wanted to try to shoot, but he also found that Garnett's defense was close to him. He had a hunch that his forced shot would most likely be blocked. Based on the concept of tactical cowardice, Wallace passed the ball to McDyess. McDyess chose to play alone in the face of Dio's defense. He turned and shot in the 3-second zone, but the rebound was taken by Garnett and quickly passed it to Paul to launch a counter-attack. After Paul received the ball, he didn't think about it and quickly advanced to the front court and passed it to Joe Johnson, who was running fast on the right. Billups wanted to disrupt this pass, but he failed to gamble and steal it and was completely left behind by Joe Johnson. Joe Johnson took the ball and looked around and found that no Pistons player could keep up with his speed. He cut into the middle and took 3 steps and slammed the ball in with one hand. 60:76. The entire third quarter was mostly a performance by the Hawks, and the fans at the scene were beaten to silence. What made the fans at the scene more desperate than the score difference was the fatigue shown by the Pistons players. In any sports game, when your energy can't support you to complete the competition, how can you turn the tables? But the objective facts are in front of us. It's not that the main players are not working hard enough, but that the team's lineup is not as good as the opponent. The Pistons' past strength is partly due to the salary bonus, and now it is the Hawks who enjoy the rookie contract bonus. Of course, this is also the last year for the Hawks not to pay taxes. Next season, with Dio's 5-year $45 million contract taking effect, and Paul still holding a rookie contract, the total salary of the Hawks' main lineup alone will exceed the salary cap and approach the luxury tax threshold. At that time, they will also change. In the last quarter of the game, the Pistons failed to organize an effective counterattack. The Hawks defended the fruits of victory and won the game 106:92, rewriting the series score to 3:1. The common specialty of the media is to change their minds according to the situation. After the second game, all those who were optimistic about the Pistons changed their words. No one says old is always better anymore. Instead they say youth has no limits, challenge everything, and old soldiers never die, they just fade away. After losing a home game, Killian said win both games to reporters who suggested we must win away games, and he finally fulfilled his promise, landing in the top 3 of the NBA's pretentious history ranking. Chapter 240. The wheel of history finally begins to deviate. May 17th, the NBA officially announced the biggest suspense of this season. Garnett successfully defeated Nowitzki and won the MVP trophy, which represents the highest personal honor, under the witness of all teammates and the media. In the selection details revealed by the media, Garnett was only 29 points ahead of Nowitzki, which is the smallest gap in the MVP selection in recent years. Throughout the season, Garnett averaged 22.3 points, 12.3 rebounds, 5.2 assists, 0.5 steals, and 2.5 blocks per game, with a shooting percentage of 48.4% and a free throw percentage of 85.3%. Compared with the previous 2 seasons, the improvement in data is not particularly obvious, mainly due to the improvement in performance. The Hawks have improved from 54 wins to 68 wins, and the defensive efficiency ranking has risen from 17th in the league to 6th in the league. The online double teaming built with him as the core is a killer move. Even the old Coach K of the Dream Team is studying it. These are Garnett's highlights. Nowitzki ranked 2nd in the MVP voting, averaging 26.8 points, 10.2 rebounds, and 3.1 assists per game, with a shooting percentage of 48.3%, or 3-point shooting percentage of 37.7%. and a free throw shooting percentage of 87.8%. In terms of statistics, Nowitzki is even slightly better than Garnett by half a point. His 67 wins in the West are even more valuable than the Hawks' 68 wins, and Garnett changed teams and joined a team that was in the top 4 in the Eastern Conference last season, teaming up with Paul and Joe Johnson, so it is natural that he has good results. German fans and Mavericks fans also expressed their dissatisfaction for Nowitzki, believing that the league was biased in the selection of this award. In response, a group of experts have published articles to explain why Garnett is the MVP. KG's way of influencing the game is still comprehensive. In his first year with the Hawks, the team's defense was rock solid. No matter which 5 players are on the court, they have a honeycomb consciousness, knowing what their specific defensive goals are, knowing which players to help double team, how to rotate to help, how to defend the opponent's pick and roll and squeeze through the screen. Garnett's energy and passion inspire his teammates to work hard and pay attention to every detail, and his one-on-one defense, screens, sweeping defense inside the 3-point line and selflessness set the tone for the team. Last season, no Hawks player ranked in the top 30 in the league in defensive efficiency. This season, the Hawks starting 5, except for Dio, all ranked in the top 15 in the league. The experts' words can fool the fans, but in Kayan's opinion, it's all nonsense. The Hawks' defensive improvement is not unrelated to tactical adjustments, the progress of Paul and Joe Johnson, and the joining of Battier. It is only to blame Garnett if it is completely attributed to him. Kayan spoke out in advance. I would rather the honor be given to the players. First of all, Garnett got some extra points, Nash won 2 MVPs, and the league didn't want foreign players to win 3 consecutive MVPs. Garnett's offense and defense are more comprehensive, and his style of play is more pleasing, and the outside world's inability to accept Nowitzki's soft style of play may also be a reason. Nash, who led the Suns to 61 wins and 21 losses, ranked 3rd. This season, Nash increased his personal offense, averaging 18.6 points and 11.6 assists per game, and the data is better than the previous 2 seasons. However, 3 consecutive MVPs are something that even the leader of the team, Joe, has not achieved. The achievements of this Suns team are not enough to support Nash to win such an honor. Duncan, Kobe, and James ranked 4th to 6th, and their personal performances were impeccable. They lost because of the team's performance. Kobe completed the achievement of 3 consecutive scoring champions, but compared with Westbrook, he did not have the awareness of a triple-double. If there is a 30 plus 10 plus 10, maybe he can fight. However, for Kobe, the fact that the Sharks made it to the conference finals for 3 consecutive seasons after the breakup with OK, while the Lakers were sinking step by step, was more painful than not getting the MVP. The Heat led the Cavaliers 3-1. As long as the Hawks could kill the Pistons, they would most likely win the Eastern Conference Finals. Before the start of Game 5, Kayan also emphasized this to the players. For the new MVP Garnett, this was a very tempting encouragement. This was the first time in Garnett's career that he had the opportunity to touch the floor of the finals. The pre-match comments were one-sided, and everyone was optimistic about the Hawks' advancement. After 4 games in the series, both sides knew each other well. Both teams have their own game rhythm, and once they incorporate the game into their own game mode, they have a high chance of winning. They also lack the kind of superstar who can fight back against the wind on their own. Garnett and Paul may be considered half, but their ability in this regard is slightly insufficient compared to some other shining names. In comparison, the Hawks have higher quality star players, a clear advantage in the depth of the lineup, and Kayan's coaching level is also higher than Sanders, while the Pistons' advantage lies in the tacit cooperation of the core players, stronger fighting will, and better at fighting tough battles. As the experts predicted, the Hawks took the lead at the start. However, what everyone did not expect was that in the first quarter, the Hawks' best player was Chris Paul, who had been struggling in the series. In order to better implement Kayan's bombardment tactics and better fit his offensive philosophy, Paul only gained 10 pounds in total in the first 2 seasons after entering the league. No matter how strong his core strength is, Paul really can't stand up to heavy point guards when his tonnage can't keep up. The Pistons' Billups can be said to be the best player in the league at using height and strength to suppress small guards. Perhaps Garnett's winning of the MVP stimulated Paul. Subjectively, Paul believes that the Hawks are his own team, and Garnett's arrival should be his mentor, tutor, and guide, and he is the true son of heaven of the Hawks. So in this game, Paul played more resolutely. After the pick and roll, he chose to play small against big to train McDyess and Rasheed Wallace. On the defensive end, he chased Hamilton more fiercely. This adjustment completely disrupted Sanders' deployment. The Pistons did not deal with Paul's outbreak well, and watched the opponent score 13 points in a single quarter. 32:20. The Hawks established a 12-point lead in the first quarter, one step closer to victory. In the second quarter, Berrier, Joe Johnson, and Dio joined forces to continue to show their power. After only 3 minutes, the score difference was widened to 17 points, forcing Sanders to replace the main players and take on the task of chasing points. There was only one day of rest between G4 and G5, which was slightly disadvantageous for the Pistons, whose lineup was relatively thin and needed more main players to play, but the Pistons had no way out. If they lost this game, the team would have plenty of time to rest. It was in this situation that the Pistons cheered up and took out the highest intensity defense to chase points. Muhammad, who was recruited from the Spurs in the summer, played the role of Ben Wallace, constantly expanding defense and filling in positions, leaving the inside line completely to Rasheed Wallace. The Pistons scored 9:2 in less than 3 minutes, narrowing the gap to 10 points. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kellyan changed back to the main lineup to stabilize the situation. At the end of the half, the Hawks led by 9 points. 58:49. The Pistons' chicken blood effect will not last too long. If they maintain their lead, their passion will soon be worn out. Come on. In the locker room, Kellyan analyzed the current situation of the Pistons. In the life and death battle, being behind in the score for a long time and not being able to catch up is a torture for the players' mental state. As long as they can withstand the opponent's counterattack in the first half of the second half, this game and this round of the series are almost certain to win. In order to block the Pistons' counterattack, Kellyan also made adjustments in personnel scheduling. Weber replaced Dio in the starting lineup to strengthen defense. The progress of the game was as Kellyan expected. At the beginning of the second half, the Pistons once again used their best pressure defense to limit the Hawks' offense. But Mohammad's defensive deterrence and mobility were at least 2 levels lower than Ben Wallace's, and Paul was stronger than the Puerto Rican in all aspects, except that he was not as strong as Berrier. The Pistons' defense could hold Berrier back, but not Paul. The Hawks maintained their lead in the score, and in the second half of the third quarter, the Pistons' defensive formation began to loosen. No matter how strong the will of these tough guys was, they finally fell down and conquered in the face of absolute strength and continuous consumption. Promotion was just around the corner, and the Hawks players spared no effort and played extra hard, all wanting to advance directly in front of their home fans. After the third quarter, the Hawks expanded their lead to 17 points, just one step away from promotion. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, both sides rotated players, but after just 2 minutes, Sanders sent Billups and Hamilton to the court to chase, trying to narrow the score difference and bring back the suspense of the game. But the lack of rest time, even the Iron Man can't bear it. After the two came on the court, they missed shots continuously and couldn't play their role. At this point in the game, everyone knows that the Pistons are doomed. Yoga and Zangheli are already discussing the prospects of the Eastern Conference Finals. Yesterday's game, the Cavaliers lost to the Heat 88:99 at home. So, the Hawks' next opponent is the defending champion Heat. This game is also interesting. The two sides played 2:2 in the regular season. It should be said that they are evenly matched opponents. Zangheli checked the information and said, in this year's playoffs, O'Neal played well. In the first round, it was relatively easy to control Howard, so that the Magic team didn't play many tactics. In the second round, against the Cavaliers with weak inside, he easily brushed a wave of beautiful data. This also makes many fans feel that O'Neal played dead in the regular season and is still the domineering shark in the playoffs. But I think if necessary, Coach Kellyan may, possibly use the shark cutting tactic. After all, His coaching philosophy is in the same vein as Coach Nelson, and the shark cutting tactic is also the original creation of Coach Nelson. Since the game is already won, Yoga and Zangheli are in a more relaxed state of narration and can talk about the next series in a joking tone. This may really be the key, because who in the Hawks interior has the ability to defend? Milicic is barely won, so they will definitely use the shark cutting tactic. Zangheli predicted that Kalyan would be slapped in the face every day, and this time is probably no exception. Against the Heat team in front of him, unless there are special circumstances. If the game goes on normally, Kalyan will lose if he uses the shark cutting tactic. The score difference has been maintained at around 15 points. The Pistons players have been trying hard to catch up and can narrow the score difference a little by fighting hard, but they will soon be overwhelmed by a wave of counterattacks from the Hawks. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Pistons 104-91, won this round of meat grinder battle, eliminated the Pistons with a score of 4-1, and successfully advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals. At the moment the game ended, the sky was full of colorful ribbons and fireworks, and the Phillips Center was in a boiling state. All the Hawks players jumped up from the bench and came to the center of the venue to celebrate the victory crazily. Kalyan walked up and wanted to shake hands with Sanders, but Garnett got there first. Sanders is Garnett's mentor. Garnett's relationship with him is far greater than his friendship with Kalyan. After waiting for a while beside the two people, seeing that the two were still talking, Kalyan had to walk back to the home team coaching seat awkwardly. And this scene was also recorded by the photographer on the scene as a post-match highlight. At the press conference after the game, Sanders generously blessed the Hawks. In this game, Kami arranged Paul to attack, which caught us off guard. Their overall strength is the strongest in the league. In every game, someone can stand out and win the title. I think they are the biggest favorite to win the championship. Kalyan accepted an interview. I can't remember how many times I lost to the Pistons. Every time I met the Pistons, I was under great pressure. As a result, I met the Pistons in the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons. Fortunately, the result was good this time. They are our strongest opponent in the East. After beating them, I have nothing to fear. Between the lines, Kalyan did not take the Heat seriously. The Hawks' opponent in the next round is the Heat. Do you have the confidence to lead the team to defeat the opponent? Yes. In the divisional semifinals, only the Suns and Spurs have not been played. The scores of the other 3 groups are 4-1. Now, the attention is focused on Madison Square Garden, where the much anticipated 2007 draft lottery ceremony was held. The first round pick and the second round pick were both given away in the trade for Battier. Kalyan was free without a pick and watched the lottery ceremony to relieve his boredom. Roy, the best rookie of the 2006-07 season, helped the Trailblazers win the number 1 pick with a very low probability. He felt that he would partner with Odden and shouted it out on the spot. He felt that the championship was waving to him. Roy, Aldridge, and Odden, these 3 young people all have the potential to become all-stars. Together with Webster, Channing Frye, and Jack, the future of this young guard is bright. The Seattle Supersonics, who were caught in the moving storm, got the second pick. Compared with the previous second line winners, the Supersonics were the most relaxed. It was nothing more than Durant and Odden, whoever fell. Ray Allen's relationship with the team has broken up, and Lewis is determined to test the free agent market. He will go with whoever offers more money. The Sonics will definitely be rebuilt, and whoever comes to the Sonics will get unlimited firepower to train themselves. The Timberwolves, who have been playing badly for a season, drew the third pick. This result is not good, but they can choose Conley to strengthen the team's point guard position. The combination of Conley plus Gay plus David Lee plus Bynum is actually promising in the future, but the IQ of the Timberwolves is uncertain. The Grizzlies and Celtics, 2 teams that have played badly without any bottom line, did not get the ideal pick, one 4th and the other 5th. Whether you can choose the cornerstone of the team at this position depends on your vision. The Bucks, Hornets, Knicks, Bulls, and 76ers ranked 6th to 10th. After the lottery ceremony, Larry Sand called Kalyan and asked him if he had any thoughts on the draft. Each team got their own draft pick. Some were very proud of it, while others were not satisfied with their draft pick and wanted to make a trade. At this time, there was room for maneuver. I don't want anything except the number 1 pick. Kellyanne shook his head and joked, if I trade you the remaining 2 years of your $12 million contract, I wonder if Paul Allen is willing to talk. Larry Sanders said with a smile. Kellyanne's eyes lit up. What a good idea. After winning the championship this year, Paul Allen will give me a big contract. Roy and Aldridge have so much potential, which is great. Let's talk to them. These days, there is no precedent for exchanging draft picks for coaches, but even if there is, no one would trade the number 1 pick, even if the target is Kellyanne. Larry Sanders said there is room for maneuver, but it is nothing more than the end of the first round or the second round. The best options that can be selected for this position of the draft pick are nothing more than Gasol Jr. and Sessions. Gasol will not enter the NBA immediately this season, and he cannot be counted on for a while. Sessions plays the point guard position, which is the most abundant in the Hawks, so it is unnecessary for Kellyanne. Kimmy, I shouldn't say this to you at this time, but there are some things I have to tell you in advance. Larry Sanders suddenly became serious. Well, what do you say? The boss asked us to try to clear Hassel's contract this summer. Larry Sanders said. Hassel's contract has 3 years and $12 million left. For the Hawks, whose salary is likely to exceed the luxury tax threshold, it is a big burden. They can only try to trade him to a team under the cap. But other teams will not be so kind to take a garbage contract for you, unless you give compensation, either a high quality contract or a draft pick. Let's talk about it later. Kellyanne had expected this situation. The boss promised to pay the luxury tax, but in fact, he must save every penny. The only ones who don't take the luxury tax seriously are Darlin, Buss, and Cuban. Working for other bosses, even if you build a universe team, you will eventually break up. This is the ecology of the league. Kellyanne led the Hawks to counterattack the Pistons, and the Heat sniped the Cavaliers. The 2 teams that met in the Eastern Conference Finals in history were blocked from the Eastern Conference Finals. In the West, the wheel of history also deviated. Although Horry knocked Nash to the ground, causing Stoudemire to be suspended in Game 5, helping the Spurs win Game 5, but in the 2 games of Game 6 and Game 7, the angry bully scored 37 plus 12 and 34 plus 12 in a row, and exchanged with Duncan. Nash and Richardson on the outside teamed up to blow up the Spurs outside line, helping the Suns reverse the series after losing the decisive battle and become the final winner. Kellyanne, who received this news, looked incredible. The Suns actually defeated the Spurs. Isn't this strange? Seeing Kellyanne's reaction, Wang Liffen was a little puzzled. Didn't Kellyanne often say that the NIU Mari are the same level of teams? Is it rare for the Suns to beat the Spurs? You don't understand. Kellyanne reached out and rubbed Wang Liffen's head, then took her into his arms. After defeating the Pistons, all my preparations were aimed at the Spurs, but now I'm told that my opponent is the Suns. It should be good for you, right? Wang Liffen looked up at Kellyanne. She knew too well what this championship meant to Kellyanne. It's hard to predict the current situation, but in the long run, the disadvantages should outweigh the advantages. Kellyanne said. Historically, because they lost to the Spurs again this year, the Suns sought change, dismantled the MSN lineup, and traded Marion for O'Neal to fight Duncan. Now that the Suns have defeated the Spurs, they don't need to make this deal. The Suns, the Heat, the Celtics, and some other teams will go in a completely different direction from history. For Kellyanne, a time traveler, it means that his advantages are getting smaller, and it also means that the challenges will become greater and greater. Chapter 241 Surrender and Lose Half. May 23rd, the Eastern Conference Finals kicked off in Atlanta. Compared to the semifinal opponent, the Pistons, the Heat lacked strength. The aging Shaq and the weak Wade were not a big threat to the Hawks. More importantly, the Heat players lacked shooting range. The most accurate 3-point shooter in the team's starting lineup was Peterson, a small forward, with a hit rate of just 35%. Williams and Wade's hit rates were even lower than 33%. O'Neal in the interior desperately needed space, but there was no shooter on the outside. This combination was unreasonable and also affected the Heat's combat effectiveness. Therefore, in the past few days, Killian rehearsed the formation arrangement of shrinking defense in advance. The referee on duty, Joe Clifford, blew the whistle and threw the ball into the air. The game officially began. Garnett was already eager to try, overpowering O'Neal, passing the ball to Paul, and then running to the front court. He did not stay directly at the top of the arc, but first came to the inside. He did not do it in one move, but first imposed a deep threat on the Heat, forced O'Neal into the restricted area, and then moved up to provide a screen, using his mobility to move O'Neal up and down, thus finding an offensive opportunity. Paul played a pick and roll with Garnett, and O'Neal followed him for 2 steps, keeping a distance to interfere with the shot, and could also return to the basket to help defend at any time. Halm came to double team Paul. Paul passed the ball to Garnett, who made a fake shot to attract Halm to help defend, and then passed the ball to the basket. Dio received the ball and easily scored a layup. 2:0. The Heat attacked. Facing Batier's defense, Wade broke into the restricted area and was double teamed by 3 people. The ball was passed to the outside, and Halm made a mid-range shot from the left. 2:2. Paul took the ball to the front court, played a pick and roll with Garnett outside the 3-point line, and got rid of Williams. White Chocolate was very popular when he first entered the league. His passing was incredible and superb. His outstanding skills even influenced the Chinese music king Jay Chou. However, his mediocre physical condition restricted his defensive ability, and Paul easily pulled away from him. O'Neal did not follow up, and Paul easily shot with no one defending him, and hit the ball accurately. 4:2. The Heat attacked. O'Neal pulled to the middle to screen Wade. Wade got rid of Batier's defense, and broke into the inside. He was defended by Garnett. Wade, who was injured, did not force the ball, and passed the ball to Halm. This time Garnett turned quickly, and rushed to Halm to interfere with his shot. The ball went out. Batier, who actively retreated to the basket, grabbed the rebound, and then stumbled, and fell to the ground. O'Neal behind him deliberately pushed him. The referee called a foul on O'Neal before the Hawks players surrounded him, nipping a potential conflict in the bud. The Hawks attacked. Paul passed the ball across half court, and handed it to Joe Johnson on the left. Joe Johnson received the ball, leaned in with his back to the inside, pushed Wade, shook his left shoulder slightly, turned to the baseline, and made a backward jump, shot 6-2. Wade had an injury on his right shoulder, and the defense was afraid of the opponent attacking this side of him. Joe Johnson took advantage of his timidity to launch a personal attack and easily hit a single shot. White Chocolate dribbled across half court, and Paul left him a full step of space. The meaning was very clear. He could shoot 3-pointers at will, but he couldn't break through. When the ball was handed to Wade, Batier's defensive strategy was exactly the same, giving the Flash a step of space. The Hawks' shrinking defense made the Heat very uncomfortable. First, it limited O'Neal's low post singles. As long as the Heat gave the ball to O'Neal, the Hawks would definitely double team him. Second, Wade's breakthrough became difficult, especially now that Wade was still in a low health state and his strength was less than 70% of his usual strength. Wade pressed forward a step, and then took a long 2-point shot, but missed. Garnett was pushed down during the rebounding process. Halm raised his hand, and took the foul for O'Neal. In the next defense, the Heat had problems defending the pick and roll. Paul singled out O'Neal, broke through successfully, and easily scored a layup on the left. 8:2. Pat really called a timeout at the beginning. The Hawks relied on the pick and roll to kill the Heat on the offensive end. The strategy of shrinking defense also effectively curbed the Heat's offense. If the problem is not solved, the score difference will only get bigger. After the timeout, Riley asked O'Neal to defend the pick and roll more actively. The Hawks' response was simple. O'Neal came out, and Garnett went in. Halm is only 203 centimeters tall, and is not very agile. He mainly relies on the stability of his lower body and his mid-range shots to become the main force of the Heat. Garnett received the ball under the basket, and it was relatively easy to force him. The defense could not contain the Hawks, and the offense could not break the Hawks' shrinking defense. Pat really encouraged Wade and Williams to shoot when the shooting rhythm was good, but neither of them was good at shooting, and occasionally hitting 1 or 2 mid-range shots was just a drop in the bucket, and did not help. Wade missed the mid-range shot. Just like the opening game of this season, the Heat are in big trouble. Yoga commented. It was also a dialogue between the Hawks and the Heat, and it was also a contest that was considered evenly matched before the game. It also presented a one-sided situation. The Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 had too many similarities with the season opener, as if time had gone back. Yes, it can be seen that Kellyan has done a lot of research on the Heat and noticed that the Heat's outside players are unstable in mid-range and long-range shooting. And Wade and Williams really gave face and really couldn't make the shot. In this way, the Hawks have a big advantage. Zhanghel's voice was a little lonely. It was not that he did not support the Hawks, but that he had made full preparations to comment on this game, but he saw an unexpected massacre. It is said that those who are involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly, which is obviously not true for Kellyan. No one realized that it was so easy to beat this Heat team. At the end of the first quarter, the Hawks led 41-21. Not only was their offense sharp, but they also limited the Heat's offense. Wade scored 6 points and 2 assists in a single quarter, and O'Neal scored 5 points and 2 rebounds. If Williams hadn't scored 5 points and made a 3-pointer, the Heat would have surrendered in one quarter. On the Hawks side, Paul scored 10 points and 3 assists, and his performance was outstanding. Garnett scored 8 points and 5 rebounds, and Joe Johnson scored 10 points. The Big Three alone scored more points than the entire Heat team. In the second quarter, the Heat still failed to make any waves. O'Neal was old and his physical fitness was unsustainable. Wade was deeply affected by injuries, and his breakthrough was greatly affected. His finishing ability was greatly reduced. Kellyan felt distressed watching from the sidelines. If a normal coach were to give up this round of the series, he would have to protect Wade, to prevent his injury from getting worse and affecting his career. Only Pat Riley, a famous ruthless man, not only let Wade continue to play, but also let him take on the heaviest task of attacking. If the team is behind or in a stalemate, Kellyan may choose to let the players focus on Wade's right attack, but there is no need to be so mean in a big advantage. Kellyan asked the players to be a little gentler on Wade and try not to aggravate the opponent's injury. At the end of the first half, the score was 78-46, and the score difference was pulled to 32 points. There was almost no suspense in the game. However, in the locker room, Kellyan did not let the players hold back, but asked them to beat the opponent to death while ensuring safety. "I want to knock the Heat out of their temper in this game." Kellyan said so, and his players did the same. So, in the second half of the game, the Hawks continued to take the initiative, and the Heat completely collapsed. During the timeout, Pat really stabilized the players' emotions and prevented them from having any extreme reactions. It would not be good for the Heat to cause any trouble in the Eastern Conference Finals. Besides, Wade is still here. If the Heat dare to do anything, it will be a retribution to their own star, which will not be worth a loss. It's over, Pat really sighed, having already anticipated the end of this season. The Hawks led 105-67 into the final quarter, and the game completely entered garbage time. In the final quarter, O'Neal and Wade were both watching the game from the bench. The Heat's 5 players, Payton, Quinn, Peterson, Helm, and Mourning, were on the court, seizing the opportunity of the Hawks' slack defense to score points. Payton and Mourning both plan to retire after the end of the season. Although this round of the series will be humiliating, they won the championship last season and made it to the Eastern Conference Finals this season, so their careers are still quite complete. The Hawks basically played the fourth quarter with substitutes. The best performer was Gibson. The substitute point guard shot 2 3-pointers in the last quarter and made 3 of 8 3-pointers in the whole game. His output and efficiency were not bad, which attracted Pat Riley's attention. Compared with the Heat's previous Damon Jones, Gibson has better athletic ability and can complete mid-range shots through pick and rolls. He is obviously an enhanced version of the former, and most importantly, he fits Wade. The final score was fixed at 125-97, and the Hawks got a good start in the Eastern Conference Finals, leading 1-0. After losing the first game and the gap was so big that it was difficult to recover, Pat Riley directly announced at the press conference that Wade's right shoulder injury worsened and he would not play in the remaining playoff games. Dwayne has a strong desire to play. But as the coach and management of the team, we need to respect the player's wishes and consider Dwayne's health. And his injury has made it impossible for him to play normally on the court. Pat really emphasized. Just listening to this, people still think that it was the Hawks who hurt Wade. Damn, Wade was injured in February and you arranged for him to return at the end of the regular season and didn't consider the player's health when he played in the first and second rounds of the playoffs. Seeing that he was beaten, he shouted that the season was over. When Kellyanne heard the news, he also made a few sarcastic remarks to Pat Riley. There is no need for any medical report from the experts. I can feel that Wade is playing in great pain from the sidelines. I think it is irresponsible for the player to play under such circumstances, so the Heat made the right decision to let Wade recover. I hope Wade will recover well in the off-season, and we will have many years to play against each other in the future. Although both sides verbally denied that the series was over, everyone with a discerning eye could see that even Wade at full health could not fill the gap in strength between the aging Heat and the Hawks. The Heat's letting Wade go was a signal of surrender. At the same time, the Western Conference Finals were also in full swing. Although the Jazz's strength on paper was slightly inferior to that of the Suns, the team of old coach Sloan was good at fighting tough battles, and the strength of Darren and Boozer, the new generation of Utah's double evil, should not be underestimated. The strength comparison between the two sides was basically 4.5:5.5. The Suns dare not say that they were as sure to win as the Hawks. In the G1 game, the Jazz showed their resilience. Darren and Boozer played well in the pick and roll, dragging the game into double overtime before finally losing. In the whole game, Darren and Boozer both scored 30 plus and blew up the Suns' defense. In the Hawks office, Kellyanne, Atkins, Hornacek, and Hamblin also watched the game together. After the game, everyone gave their own opinions. 48 minutes of regular time plus 2 overtimes, a total of 58 minutes. D'Antoni only used 8 players in the lineup rotation. Nash and Marion's playing time should have exceeded 50 minutes. At the end of the game, the core players were too tired. Compared to the regular season, Barbosa's performance declined significantly, which is why Nash played for so long. Although Marion contributed a lot on the defensive end, he only scored 12 points. The shrinkage is also quite serious. Nash's slow lateral movement is an old problem. Kumi, you can look into the tactics you named before. I think it will be very useful against the Suns in the finals. Compared with watching the Spurs game videos and doing tactical analysis before, the coaching staff was more enthusiastic in today's discussion. This is also normal. Compared to hammering the Spurs turtle shell, it is definitely more exciting to play against the Suns. If Kellyanne were a football coach, he would definitely rather play against Barcelona than hammer Mourinho's bus. On May 26th, the Eastern Conference Finals game 2 continued at the Phillips Center. Since the Heat had surrendered in advance, the game did not attract much attention. As a result, TNT commentators Kenny Smith and Barkley were looking forward to the finals when they were commentating on the game, discussing what might happen when the Hawks played against the Suns and what would happen when they played against the Jazz. In line with the principle of surrendering is half the battle, Kellyanne did not arrange any special tactics in this game. The Hawks players basically controlled the game and did not fight hard with the Heat players. They did not even double team O'Neal, allowing the Big Shark to score a double-double of 28 plus 12 in the first half of the game. Even so, the Hawks led the game and did not give the Heat any hope. In the end, they defeated their opponents 112-94, changing the score to 2-0. Garnett continued to clock in for 3 quarters in this game, making 8 of 13 shots and 5 of 5 free throws, scoring 21 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists and 2 blocks, and was the best player of the game. Poole also beat the Heat's outside line, delivering comprehensive data of 22 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists and 2 steals. He and Garnett played pick and roll very well. Compared with Darren and Boozer, Poole and Garnett's cards are more comparable to Stockton and Malone. After the game, the media interviewed Kellyanne and asked about the finals. It is undeniable that we are only one step away from the finals. Kellyanne said, and laughed, wait a little longer. I hope we can be the final winner. "So are you forcibly restraining your emotions now?" the reporter asked. "Not restraint, but worry. In fact, I haven't won anything so far. I don't have much successful experience. So, the closer I'm to success, the more careful I will be. I hope all my emotions can be released at the moment of true success," Kellyanne said sincerely. The Pistons, their nemesis, were overcome by the Hawks. The two tougher teams among the three teams were suffocated in the West, and the Hawks had an advantage in strength. Whether the Jazz or the Suns broke out of the West, including the Heat's surrender in the Eastern Conference Finals, this year's playoffs, everything is moving in a direction that is favorable to the Hawks. However, the better the opportunity, the closer to success, and the greater the pressure. Chapter 242, Meeting in the Finals. In G3, the Heat, who returned to their home court, still had no way to deal with the Hawks' shrinking defense, and their offensive efficiency was low. During the 2 days of rest, Pat really focused on arranging players to practice outside shooting, but the last-minute cramming certainly could not be implemented in the game. Only Peterson and the Heat's starting lineup made a three-pointer, and the team made 3 of 15 three-pointers in the whole game. The Hawks' defense could recklessly receive the ball into the restricted area and then wait for a bounce. With a sure win, Kellyanne not only did not use the shark-cutting tactics, but also did not deliberately target it in the tactical arrangement. But even so, O'Neal made 9 of 21 shots, 7 of 18 free throws, and scored 25 points, 8 rebounds and 4 assists. The efficiency is not high, and looking at the Heat, whose players are all in a slump, the performance can only be said to be mediocre. On the Hawks side, Garnett was much more relaxed. He only played 31 minutes, made 10 of 18 shots, 3 of 3 free throws, and scored 23 points, 12 rebounds and 3 assists. With Paul organizing the offense and delivering comfortable passes, Joe Johnson restraining the opponent's defensive strength, and Dio feeding him from time to time, Garnett has never fought such a rich battle in his life. Now that he has picked up the head of the low-blooded Heat team, it is also the first time in Garnett's 12-year career that he has enjoyed such good luck. He really feels that his season has finally come. Pat really has no expectations for winning. Sitting on the sidelines, the divine calculator is thinking about rebuilding. O'Neal's decline is irreversible. It's time for the Heat to reshuffle. While O'Neal's performance in the playoffs this season is still good, send him away, and at the same time clean up some veterans in the team in exchange for some reconstruction resources, and start building a team around Wade. After 1 or 2 seasons, the Heat can regain their competitiveness. Speaking of reconstruction, the opposite Hawks is the template for the Heat's reconstruction. Pat really has an ability that is very similar to Kellyanne. He is also very good at Teo from the bottom players to fill the gaps in the lineup. 89:107. The Heat lost at home, trailing 0:3. Heat fans also lost confidence in winning the next game and avoiding a sweep, and left the court early. After the game, Pat really also made an amazing move. He took the initiative to walk towards Kellyanne and congratulated him in advance. Usually, unless they are very good friends, most people will only communicate and greet the players and coaches of the two teams after the series is over. Pat really and Kellyanne are not friends. His friendliness made Kellyanne a little flattered. Friendship is friendship, but giving face is impossible. No team in the East has ever made it to the finals with a total score of 12:1 through 3 rounds. The Hawks have the hope of becoming the first, which will be a new record created by the Hawks. The core players were sleepwalking, and the Heat were completely defeated. The Hawks won 106-75, sweeping the Heat 4-0. The moment the game ended, the people on the bench, who had been ready for action, all rushed to the court, surrounded the 5 main players, and jumped and danced to celebrate the victory in the Eastern Conference Finals. Kellyanne also walked onto the court quickly. He suppressed his smile and shook hands with Pat Riley. Pat Riley left tactfully, leaving the space to Kellyanne. Kellyanne and the players clapped their hands vigorously, feeling extremely happy. After 2 seasons, Kellyanne worked hard and made every possible plan to finally lead the Hawks into the finals. This is the first time in the history of the Atlanta Hawks to reach the finals. As early as 1956 to 1961, The Hawks had reached the finals 4 times in 5 seasons. In Russell's journey to 11 championship rings, the Hawks, who were still in the West at the time, played the role of losers several times. In 1957, they won the only championship in team history under the leadership of Bob Pettit. However, the Hawks at that time had nothing to do with Atlanta. The Hawks were still in St. Louis at the time. In 1968, the Hawks moved to Atlanta. For a long time, the Hawks were a mid to lower level team in the league. Perhaps only Pistol Maravich and Human Film Essence Kendrick Wilkins can leave a deep impression on the fans. After the 96-97 season, the Hawks entered the darkest period in their history. They failed to qualify for the playoffs for 7 consecutive seasons. In the 04-05 season, they played the worst record in the league with 13 wins and 69 losses, which was also the worst record in team history. After 7 consecutive seasons of accumulating good luck, the team finally ushered in the true son of heaven. When the game ended, the fans gathered in the squares and streets of Atlanta went crazy. They sang the song of Kellyanne and cheered for the team to advance to the finals. This is the first Eastern Conference championship for the Atlanta Hawks in the true sense. On the other side of the ocean, fans in the forums in China also worship Kellyanne as a god. Chinese fans are very protective of their shortcomings, and those who understand this will understand. Yao Ming may be very strong, but in his 9-year NBA career, he only won 1 round of the series, which can only be described as lackluster. Chinese fans still put him in the ranking of historical centers on a daily basis. Yi Jianlian's experience in the NBA is definitely a failure, but Chinese fans always find excuses for his failure. Too many injuries, unsuitable tactics, too introverted personality, teammates exclude, coach hates China. Anyway, never mention the problem of strength. Protecting shortcomings is not a problem, but sometimes, one close friend is 10 haters. Fans are crazy and can even force passers-by to become black fans, and then it is moral kidnapping. Are you still a flower-growing person? Compared to Yao fans who can only praise Yao Ming without mentioning his achievements, Kellyanne can be said to have full 5 qualities, with good team performance, gorgeous style, obvious progress of young players, high tactical attainments, and high appearance. Fans praise Kellyanne with confidence. The most important thing is his appearance. This point is recognized by all female fans. So there appeared a post like this on the forum: if Kellyanne chases Liu Lingfei, can he catch her? Half of the replies under the post are in support of Kellyanne, and half are to humiliate Liu Lingfei on his behalf. Huo Qingshu even sent the link to the post to Kellyanne. To be honest, I'm not interested. Kellyanne replied, I won't tell never, don't worry. Huo Qingshu replied, tell me, if there is no never, which one would you prefer, Jinsuo, Xiangsan, or 040? Refused to answer this question. Boring. Kellyanne led the Hawks to win the Eastern Conference Championship and advance to the finals. He became the savior of the Hawks, but there was only one step left before he could be deified, which was to win the damn championship. The next day, after returning to Atlanta, the Hawks coaching staff gathered in the office to watch the Game 5 between the Suns and the Jazz. Unlike many fans who thought that the Suns would beat the game, the Jazz's resistance was much stronger than that of the Heat. In the Game 3 and Game 4, they defended their home court and chased the total score to 2-2. After beating the Rockets in the first round and slaughtering the Warriors in the second round, Boozer continued his godlike performance against the inside combination of Stoudemire and Marion, averaging 30.5 points and 11.5 rebounds in 4 games, and even suppressed the little bully Stoudemire. Darren Williams was not afraid of the 2-time MVP Nash, relying on his size advantage and accurate shooting to fight against Nash. As one of the 3 great point guards in the 2005 draft, Paul's great success has more or less stimulated Darren, allowing him to play better. Whether it is Stoudemire or Boozer, they are somewhat restrained by Garnett. From this perspective, no matter who enters the finals, the Hawks have the first-hand advantage. Add to that the home advantage, and it's not a big problem to say that it's 60-40. But if you ask Kellyanne to choose an opponent from 2, he will choose the Suns. There are 3 reasons. First, the special 232 format of the finals. The Hawks first play 2 home games, then play 3 away games, and finally return to Atlanta to play 2 home games. The Jazz's Energy Solutions Center is the most devilish home court in the league. So far, the entire playoffs have won 7 games. If the Hawks lose a home court in the first 2 games, they will go to Salt Lake City to play 3 games with the Jazz, and they will be in danger of death. Relatively speaking, Phoenix is not that evil. The second is De'Aaron's inherent attribute of eating, sleeping, and playing pool. Just like Howard dominates the entire league, Yao Ming dominates Howard. Paul can show his style against most point guards, but he is really at a disadvantage when facing the strong De'Aaron. The third reason is that the Jazz's defensive strengths happen to match the main firepower of the Hawks. This Jazz team is very effective in defending small guards and inside players, but is more likely to be defeated by shooting wings. If the Jazz enters the finals, Joe Johnson has a chance to compete for FMVP. Kellyanne, Hamblin, and Atkins are all in a relatively calm state of mind, and Hornacek clearly supports the Jazz. After all, it is his old club. Hornacek's biggest wish is to take over Sloan and coach the Jazz in the future. Even if the Jazz really enters the finals and defeats the Hawks and wins the championship, Hornacek will be happy for the Jazz. As a famous home dragon team in the league, the Jazz's away strength is slightly stronger than the Nuggets, but it is just stronger. Including De'Aaron, there is a certain degree of decline, and Fisher, who travels back and forth between Los Angeles and the game because of his daughter's eye cancer, did not perform well in the game 123:114. The Suns won the Battle of the Kings Mountain and the Western Conference Championship is within reach. In the 6th game, the two sides were evenly matched. Nash hit a key mid-range shot with 12 seconds left to help the team lead by 4 points. After that, De'Aaron missed a 3-pointer and the Jazz were forced to use a foul tactic. Nash made 2 free throws to lock in the victory 108-102. The Suns eliminated the Jazz with a total score of 4-2 and advanced to the finals. After the game, the media congratulated the Suns sincerely. The Suns and the Hawks ranked first and second in the league's regular season average points per game. D'Antoni and Kellyanne are the 2 top offensive masters in the league. This season is also seen as a victory of offensive basketball. After several seasons of the Pistons and Spurs, everyone wants to see a more exciting finals to refresh their eyes. Instead of Duncan and Rasheed Wallace playing bumper cars in the penalty area, ESPN immediately held an event to predict the outcome of the Hawks vs. Suns, and most of the experts were optimistic about the Hawks. Steve Ashburner, I think Garnett's suppression of Stoudemire is the key to this round of the series. In the 2 regular season encounters, although Stoudemire had good statistics, his assisted efficiency exceeded 70%, and most of the offense was completed after receiving the pass from Nash. His face-to-face singles and strong eating under the basket were useless when facing Garnett. I think if Garnett can contain Stoudemire during the finals, the Hawks will have a higher chance of winning. Brian Martin, in addition to Stoudemire, the Suns also have Marion. No matter how strong Garnett is, he can only limit an all-star inside player at most. If the Suns want to win the series, they need Marion to stand up and continue the team's offensive firepower. Mark Medina, I don't know if Kami and his players can handle the pressure brought by the finals, but in terms of playing style, the Hawks are a more balanced team in offense and defense. And in the Suns, only Bell has played in the finals. In terms of experience, they don't have much advantage. Sean Powell, no matter how much luck is involved, the Hawks advanced to the finals with a score of 12-1. This kind of dominance has only been shown by the Lakers in 2001. Ask yourself, do you think the Suns can achieve similar results in the East? John Schumann, rationally speaking, the Hawks have a stronger lineup and a more solid bench, so they are definitely a bigger team. It depends on what means D'Antoni can use to deal with Kellyanne. I think the Suns have a chance, but the Hawks are clearly superior in strength. Michael Wright, looking back at the sign-and trade between the Suns and the Hawks regarding Joe Johnson, maybe D'Antoni himself didn't expect that 2 years later, the Hawks would become their opponent in the finals, and Joe Johnson would become a member of the Hawks' Big Three. The Suns may have lost their best chance to win the championship because they saved some money. 6 experts voted 5:1, and the Hawks have a huge advantage. The best record of 68 wins in the regular season and 12:1 in the playoffs made the experts look up to the Hawks. After the Suns were confirmed to enter the finals, the two teams had another week of rest. On the Hawks side, Kalyan changed from 1 training a day to 2 training a day, allowing the players to find their form through training. Historically, in the game between the 5-star Warriors and the Spurs lead once reached 23 points before the scumbags stepped on Leonard. The Warriors lost because they took the Jazz away 4:0 and then took a big break. In the first half of the game against the Spurs, the whole team was not in good shape, and then the scumbag made a move to decide the outcome. By increasing the intensity of training, the team can avoid mental disarray. Kalyan is not worried about the team's physical strength problems. The Hawks only played 13 games in the playoffs. On the other hand, the Suns played 5 more games than the Hawks, and the consumption must be greater. Chapter 243, Finals begins. June 2nd, Atlanta. NBA fans from all over the world are all focused here today, looking forward to the upcoming Finals Game 1. The Phillips Center is already packed. The price of tickets for the finals has increased dozens of times compared to the regular season. The price of a regular seat ticket is more than $2,000, and the price of a ticket in the front area of the inner factory is easily over $6,000. This price has exceeded the monthly income of ordinary people, but even so, it can't stop the enthusiastic fans. The sports environment in the United States is good, and the fans are enthusiastic. High participation is very important, and the most important point is that they are willing to spend money. Kalyan asked for 5 tickets. In addition to Wang Lefan's family of 3 and Huo Qingshu, another single seat was given to Birdman Anderson, who had not appeared in front of the public for a long time. This summer, Anderson's suspension will expire, and he can be released from prison. At that time, he will join the Hawks and return to Kalyan's command. With half an hour left before the game, the fans entered the stadium early, wearing white t-shirts that the staff had put on the backs of their chairs in advance, and began to cheer for the players who were warming up on the court, not sparing any effort. In a moment, the Hawks' home court turned into a surging white, bright and dazzling. In the middle of this ocean, there were a few Suns fans wearing blue and white jerseys, who also tried to make their voices heard and express their support for the home team, but they were drowned in the endless waves of the home team's fans. More than 100 TV stations broadcast this finals live, and the attention received was much higher than last season's Heat vs. Mavericks. This is the benefit of an offensive team entering the finals. CCTV arranged a program group to broadcast the finals live throughout the entire process. Yoga and Zhang Heli came directly to the scene to do timely commentary. Zhang Heli was ready to teach Garnett the nickname given to him by Chinese fans in the post-match interview. Zhang Heli analyzed the lineups of both teams. The Suns have Nash, Stoudemire, and Marion. The Hawks have Paul, Garnett, and Joe Johnson. Coincidentally, they can play against each other. However, the Hawks have more substitutes than the Suns, and Antoni's rotation is not as good as Kalyan's. In the finals, it is easiest for a surprise player to stand up and solve the game. The head coaches of both teams encouraged the players for a few words, and then the players came out. The starting lineups of both teams remained the same. Hawks, Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett, Dio. Suns starting lineup, Nash, Bell, Richardson, Marion, Stoudemire. Garnett made a successful jump ball, and he passed the ball to Paul. The Hawks got the ball for the first attack, and the game officially began. Paul received the basketball, slapped forward heavily, exhaled a long breath, relieved his nervousness, and dribbled across half court slowly. Joe Johnson and Paul were outside the left 3-point line. Battier went to the right corner. Garnett was at 70 degrees on the right, and the Hawks' offensive formation was completely opened. Joe John held the ball in the middle and played a single, attracting Bell's defense and observing his teammates' running positions. Paul stopped at the bottom line and ran back to the top line at full speed to receive the ball. Dio hung on Nash, and Richardson followed up to switch defense, leaving Dio to Nash. Joe Johnson passed the ball to Paul, who threw the ball to Dio, who went straight into the basket, and the French magician easily put the ball into the basket. In the first round, the defense was completely dismembered by the Hawks, and Nash was a little tired. But he didn't say anything. The Suns were too used to getting back on the field through offense after losing points on the defensive end. Nash came to the top of the arc with the ball. Facing Paul's defense, he first observed the running positions of his teammates, raised his right hand, made a gesture, and then handed the ball to Marion, who was brought up, and ran to the weak side. Paul followed closely beside him. At the same time, Stoudemire ran to the strong side at 45 degrees. After he got into position, Nash immediately turned around and ran back. With the help of Stoudemire's off-ball screen, he shook off Paul and came to the sideline. Another run back disrupted the rhythm of Garnett, who was defending, and also created an opportunity for Stoudemire to force Paul. Battier tried to return to the inside to make up for the position, but it was too late. Stoudemire had a strong impact and easily knocked Paul over and pushed Battier away for a dunk. 2. Good shot. Nash didn't even catch the ball, and the Hawks defense was distracted. Yoga praised. Stoudemire didn't have many opportunities to single out Garnett. If he wanted to play more freely on the offensive end, he needed his teammates on the outside to create a better output environment for him. The key point was to take Garnett away. The Hawks attacked, and Joe Johnson passed the ball to Battier on the right, who then passed it to Garnett in the low post. Garnett played against Stoudemire in the low post, and ignited Stoudemire by shaking his shoulders, then took a step and jumped up, scoring with a one-handed dunk. 4:2. Stoudemire has first-class physical fitness and good speed. His strength is good, but his defensive habits are really bad. He can occasionally contribute 2 wonderful blocks to the top 5 shots, but there are flaws in the highlights. The Suns attacked. Nash and Stoudemire played pick and roll, advancing one step into the free throw line, and at the same time, tied up the defense of Garnett, Paul, and Dio. He passed the ball to the right side at 45 degrees, and Marion cut in the air to receive the ball, squeezed Battier, who was defending, and rushed into the penalty area, and dunked the ball with both hands. 4:4. The Hawks attacked, and Joe Johnson passed the ball to Garnett again. Garnett took a step after receiving the ball, and Marion retreated to help defend, stealing the ball from the bottom 3, and Stoudemire defended behind him. Garnett had excellent vision and passed the ball to Joe Johnson, who was in an open position. In the singles, Joe took aim but did not shoot. Instead, he waited for Marion to rush out and then passed the ball to the inside. Garnett received the ball, turned around and made a jump shot. 6:4. The Suns attacked. Nash and Marion played a pick and roll and then pushed forward in the middle. After restraining the double defense, they sent a hand-to-hand pass from behind. Richardson, who cut in from the ribs, received the ball and took a step. There was no obstacle between him and the basket. He easily scored a layup. 6:6. In 2 consecutive attacks, Nash's passes were wonderful. It was also the first time for Garnett and Nash to play in the finals. The Hawks also played a pick and roll. Paul came to the top of the arc with the ball. Dio screened for him and blocked Nash behind him. Paul entered the restricted area and played against Richardson. He kept an eye on all directions and passed the ball to Garnett, who was cutting to the basket. Stoudemire followed him closely and constantly exerted physical confrontation to prevent him from having the opportunity to accelerate to the basket. Garnett's fake move once again made Stoudemire frustrate, but Bell got to the basket in time, reached out and cut the ball and hit Garnett's hand. Ouch. Garnett shouted while putting pressure on the referee. He passed the ball to the bottom corner. Battier took the ball and shot. The 3-pointer went into the net. 9:6. The key is that the Suns' own players mistakenly thought that Bell had fouled, but they didn't expect Garnett to attack with 2 prongs, which was a win anyway. This is actually a problem of defensive habits. If you were the Spurs, you would never give Battier such an easy shot. This shot hit the morale of the Suns a little. In the next round of offense, Nash passed the ball to the inside after completing a breakthrough from the wing. Marion rushed to the basket at a rhythm, tied up Battier's defense, and passed the ball to Richardson. The latter wanted to touch Joe Johnson, who came to defend, but he didn't expect the opponent to not be shaken, and went straight to the basket to attack the basket, but was interfered by Garnett. Dio grabbed the rebound and immediately pushed forward the offense-defense transition, assisting Paul to score a layup. 11:6. Oh, Richardson should have shot this shot, Zanghelli said regretfully. Compared with the 3D type Bell, Richardson's personal ball-holding offensive ability is good, and his joining also improves the weakness of the Suns' starting lineup with few ball-holding points. But today, facing the defensive expert Battier, Richardson was not comfortable at the beginning, which affected his choice of this shot. His teammates still need to adapt to the atmosphere of the finals, so Nash chose to do it himself. Entering the Hawks' restricted area through a pick and roll, Nash relied on his skilled dribbling skills to walk around the garden. When all the Hawks players thought he was going to pass the ball, he suddenly turned around and shot backwards, hitting it accurately. 11:8. If the Suns' offense completely depends on Nash, it will be a good thing for the Hawks, but at this moment, Kellyan can't relax, which may be caused by the atmosphere of the finals. Obviously, the game is going in the direction of his ideal, but he is still worried about accidents. The Hawks attacked. Dio set an off-ball screen for Joe Johnson. Paul passed the ball, and Richardson switched Joe Johnson. Joe Johnson held the ball and singled out Richardson, dribbled the ball into the penalty area with continuous crossover steps, and made a large change of direction to shake off his opponent. He forced a layup, but was interfered by the assisting defensive Stoudemire. Beep. The referee whistled a foul on Stoudemire without hesitation, which aroused Stoudemire's dissatisfaction. It may be that Stoudemire's complaint to the referee contained language attacking Joe Johnson, and the two soon had some quarrels and began to spray each other across the crowd. In the summer of 2005, Joe Johnson expressed his desire to leave the Suns early. In addition to the salary negotiation, the conflict between him and Stoudemire was also one of the reasons. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Joe Johnson, who has always been good-tempered, also sprayed Stoudemire in the air. This scene is very rare. The referee came over and warned the two people separately, and the two of them restrained themselves. Joe Johnson executed the free throw and hit it accurately. 13:8. Looking back, Stoudemire was also extremely active on the offensive end. After making a pick and roll for Nash, he received the ball and forced his way against Garnett's defense. Although he failed to score the ball, he caused Garnett to foul. Garnett, who was shot while lying down, looked at Stoudemire, and his eyes, that wanted to stab him, could not be stopped at all. Last season, Stoudemire spent a year recovering from his injury. Despite this, he did not waste this year and practiced an accurate mid-range shot in the training hall. There was no pressure at all to execute the free throws, and he hit them accurately. 13:10. Stoudemire, who made both free throws, retreated while watching Joe Johnson spitting trash talk. The referee could not stand it anymore and decisively whistled a technical foul on Stoudemire, and the Hawks got the opportunity to execute the free throws. Stoudemire felt wronged after being severely punished for causing trouble and covered his head with a shocked expression. If trash talking also requires a technical foul, Garnett on the opposite side would have been fouled out long ago. Little did they know that the key to the problem was not trash talking, but provoking the opponent. Stoudemire was completely walking into the trap. If there was any violent incident in the finals, it would have greatly damaged the image of the NBA. It would be strange if Stern didn't punish him severely. Joe Johnson took the technical foul free throw, and after hitting it, he looked at Stoudemire with an expression of caring for a fool, and the smile was warm and bright. After receiving the ball, Nash slapped Stoudemire's butt twice, reminding him to calm down and not be angered by the tricks of the Hawks. The Suns attacked. Nash took the ball to the front court and passed it to Richardson, who was running to the bottom corner. Richardson broke through Battier and passed the ball to Marion on the left 70 degrees. Marion challenged Dio, faked and then broke through, but missed the shot due to interference, and Garnett grabbed the rebound. The Suns have not made a breakthrough in the playoffs, and Marion, who gets the most money, is to blame. No matter what brilliant statistics he can achieve in the regular season, Marion's performance in the playoffs will definitely be reduced, which is also Marion's well-known weakness. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, an opponent not to be ignored. The Hawks attacked. Garnett pulled out to set a screen for Joe Johnson. Stoudemire actively switched rooms. Battier cut to the basket, received the pass from Joe Johnson and easily scored the ball. 16-10. The Suns arranged Marion to defend Joe Johnson in a mismatch, and only Stoudemire, who had average defensive ability, was guarding the frame in the interior. The pick and roll of Joe Johnson and Garnett pinned the two of them to the outside, and the remaining Richardson and Bell were obviously at a disadvantage in height, compared to Dio and Battier. This is also the weakness of the Suns, that Kalyan and even the Hawks coaching team discovered and integrated in the previous video. Stoudemire pulled out to receive the ball. The Suns' strategy was to attack Garnett, who had already committed a foul. It would be good if he could score. If he could cause Garnett to commit 2 fouls in the first half of the first quarter, the subsequent games would be easier to play. Garnett knew the significance of staying on the court for the team and controlled his defensive scale. Stoudemire seized the opportunity and broke into the basket to score. 16-12. Garnett is a power forward who has no back to the basket ability compared to Stoudemire, but Stoudemire is an all-star after all, and he has Nash, who is the best at creating opportunities for his teammates, by his side. It is not realistic to completely block him. Looking back, the Hawks continued to use the pick and roll between Joe Johnson and Garnett to disgust the Suns. Stoudemire and Marion's defense was not coordinated, and Garnett cut to the basket and completed a dunk. 18-12. Stoudemire was a little impatient, and when he returned to the baseline, he slammed the ball to the floor. Nash still received the ball in the backcourt, and then shouted a few words, reminding his teammates to concentrate and not be distracted by negative emotions. After passing the half court, Nash waved his hand to reject Stoudemire's pick and roll, and handed the ball to Marion at the free throw line. The latter first looked for his teammates privately, creating the illusion of stopping the ball, and was forced to force the basket, but when Diaka broke through the line, he turned and shot, hitting. Both sides made full preparations for the game and analyzed each other's weaknesses, but knowing the opponent's weaknesses and attacking the opponent's weaknesses are two different things. The Suns can turn their fate around and cut off the Spurs to enter the finals. There must be something different about him. The Hawks grabbed some advantages, but the Suns were not to be outdone. After the first quarter, the score was 32-28, and the Hawks led by 4 points. At the beginning of the second quarter, Kalyan rotated 3 main players, Berrier, Joe Johnson, Battier, Weber, and Milicic. D'Antoni did not dare to be careless, and kept Stoudemire on the court. Barbosa, Banks, Jalen Rose, Stoudemire, Kurt Thomas. Without Garnett, Stoudemire can unleash his offensive firepower. Being liberated by Kurt Thomas to the power forward position, Stoudemire is also much more relaxed on the defensive end and can shed his sweat on the offensive end. As soon as Banks got into position, Stoudemire pulled down to the high post to ask for the ball, breaking through on the right side. Milicic judged the direction correctly and blocked the route. Stoudemire changed direction to the left and pulled the ball, turned and shook out half a body, took a step and forcibly tore through Milicic's defense and took off randomly for a dunk. 32-30. This ball is a complete manifestation of personal ability. Stoudemire's outstanding explosive power was fully demonstrated in this ball's offense. Except for Garnett, no one in the league can hold him down, including Duncan. On the sidelines, Kalyan saw Stoudemire's extremely domineering dunk, but he did not have any dissatisfaction. Instead, he clapped his hands vigorously and gave Milicic a thumbs up. 34-year-old Chris Webber stood under the basket, looking over with affectionate eyes. His eyes were full of his 24-year-old shadow. Back then, Webber was also glorious as a king. The Hawks attacked. Webber pulled to the free throw line to assist, used the pass to guide his teammates' running position. Gibson shook off Barbosa's defense by running back and hit a mid-range jump shot. 34:30. At this time, in a mansion in Miami, Pat Riley was also closely watching Daniel Gibson's performance. After being swept out by the Hawks in the Eastern Conference Finals, Pat Riley had the idea of rebuilding the Heat around Wade. The first thing to make up for was the team's extremely lacking three-point firepower. It was in the direct dialogue with the Hawks that Pat Riley noticed Gibson. Three-point accuracy, excellent off-ball running, and active defense are very suitable for Wade. The Heat made it to the Eastern Conference Finals this season. If they start now, it can barely be considered a high-level reconstruction. They don't need to go through a painful period of slumping to regain their competitiveness. Therefore, Pat really doesn't mind using future draft picks as bargaining chips to strengthen the lineup. Anyway, Kellyan likes draft picks the most, right? The Hawks' rotation players are okay on the offensive end, but they really can't defend Stoudemire on the defensive end. They watched the opponent score 9 points in 3 minutes and helped the Suns overtake the score. 40:41. Seeing this, Yoga couldn't help but say, the Hawks' rotation lineup is somewhat competitive, but without Garnett, the others can't defend Stoudemire at all. Stoudemire has already scored 17 points today. This is the most proud time he has had against the Hawks in the past 2 seasons. What Yoga can see, Kellyan will naturally notice. Seeing that the Suns have the upper hand, Kellyan knows that he can't let the Suns get more momentum. He took advantage of a dead ball opportunity to replace Garnett and Stevens with Battier and Webber. As of today in the playoffs, the Suns have played 5 more games than the Hawks. In terms of physical strength, I have the advantage. Besides, we have already reached the finals, so what is the point of saving physical strength? Play with all your strength. After Garnett came on the court, the effect was immediate. He scored points through singles in the interior and helped the Hawks regain the advantage. Although Stoudemire was able to score some points when Nash was playing the game, although Stoudemire's physical strength was better than Garnett's, and he was very efficient in killing substitutes, but D'Antoni had to admit that Stoudemire really didn't have many ways to single out Garnett. As soon as Garnett came on the court, he could control Stoudemire. D'Antoni had no other way to change this situation, so he could only continue to follow the cards and replace Nash. If you play Nash, I will play Paul. The main lineups of both sides have returned one after another, and no one can take advantage. At the end of the first half, the Hawks led by 5.65:60. On the Hawks side, Joe Johnson played the most minutes, but Garnett was under the greatest pressure in terms of offense and defense. Kilograms was not only the main offensive point of the Hawks, but also had to match the top scoring point of the Suns on the defensive end. On the Suns side, Stoudemire played the most minutes, but Nash was not easy either. He had to take care of the important task of organizing the team's offense, and at the same time, he had to complete the outside offense and help Stoudemire in the interior to relieve the pressure. Combining these 2 points, Kellyan made an arrangement to attack Nash in the locker room. Paul needed to take on more offensive initiation tasks to make it easier for Garnett and other teammates to score. On the defensive end, try to cut off the connection between Nash and his teammates and let him complete his personal offense when necessary. As far as Nash is concerned, it is better to let him score than to let him pass the ball. The halftime break ended soon, and the main players of the 2 teams returned to the court. What surprised D'Antoni was that Kellyan adjusted the starting lineup at the beginning, letting Milicic serve as a starting center in the second half, and Dio sat on the bench. There is no doubt that compared to Dio, Milicic can reduce Garnett's pressure on the defensive end. So you guys are also in a physical crisis. D'Antoni breathed a sigh of relief, but he also felt it was natural. After all, Garnett was already a 31-year-old veteran. Then, he called Nash back and whispered a few words in his ear. It was nothing more than launching more attacks from Garnett's side to increase the opponent's consumption. As the referee blew the whistle, the second half of the game officially began. The Suns got the ball in the first attack. Nash and Marion played pick and roll, walked inside the restricted area, and strolled around the garden. They encountered Garnett's help defense and double teaming, and passed the ball to Richardson. The latter faked Battier and broke into the basket. He encountered Garnett's defense and passed the ball again. Battier rushed out from the side and completed the steal. The Hawks took advantage of the situation to counterattack. The Suns retreated quickly and blocked the Hawks' transition attack. Paul and Garnett played pick and roll, attracted the switch, and then passed the ball to Garnett, who broke into the basket, attracted Marion to make up for the defense, and then passed the ball to Milicic, who faked a pass and rushed to the basket to dunk. 67:60. Although he has become more and more blue collar after Snyder left, one thing that must be admitted is that Milicic has regained the confidence he lost in the Pistons in the Hawks. He dares to shoot and dares to make some outstanding technical moves on the court, which is crucial for his future development in the NBA. Compared with his last trip to the finals, Milicic is more eager to help the Hawks win a championship trophy. The Suns attacked. Nash continued to break into the penalty area through the pick and roll defense. Facing Garnett's help defense, he chose to go to the right and was stopped by Garnett. In the difficult situation, Nash once again opened his eyes and fell to the ground and threw the ball to Bell in the left corner from outside the baseline. Bell took the ball and shot, and the basketball went into the net. 67:63. This ball is really a out of nothing pass. The camera is on Kellyanne, and you can clearly see his mouth shape is WCNM. Paul and Milicic played pick and roll. Nash stood in position in advance, squeezed through the screen, and did not give Paul a chance to shoot. Paul waved to let Milicic sink to the bottom, singled out Nash, pretended to break through on the left, and suddenly dribbled behind his back during the move, went to the right to pass the opponent, and made a mid-range jump shot. 69:63. Zangheli praised, good shot. In the first half of the game, Paul put more energy into organizing the offense, but the team also needs him to do more on the offensive end. In this shot, Garnett only acted as a spatial point to contain the Suns' defense without too much participation. It should be Kellyanne's pressure relief for Garnett. At the beginning of the second half, Paul obviously increased his weight on the offensive end. The Hawks' offense was initiated more through pick and rolls. In addition to the pick and rolls between Paul and Garnett, there were also pick and rolls between Paul and Milicic, and backcourt pick and rolls between Paul and Joe Johnson, while Garnett put more energy on the defensive end. The more the Hawks did this, the more D'Antoni was convinced that Garnett had some problems with physical distribution. Otherwise, why would Garnett, who was very efficient in attacking and defending in the first half and single-handedly taking on Stoudemire, reduce his production? The official timeout was issued, and he also arranged more pick and rolls between Nash and Stoudemire to give Stoudemire the opportunity to attack Garnett. To be honest, Nash refused D'Antoni's arrangement. Part of the reason is his own. Under the deliberate or unintentional consumption of the Hawks, Nash's physical strength is about to reach a bottleneck period. Another part of the reason is that the Suns' offensive tactics today are a bit too monotonous. They use too much pick and roll to launch offense. The Hawks have touched their vital points and their defensive flexibility is getting better and better. But for a while, Nash couldn't think of any other way. The defensive system built with Garnett as the core restricted the implementation of many other offensive routines of the Suns. The best way is to knock him off the court. Maybe D'Antoni's idea is right. The number of words updated yesterday and today is not much, for different reasons. Yesterday I was not feeling well, and didn't feel like writing a book. Today, my laptop had a problem. I tinkered with it until 10 o'clock, and didn't fix it. I wanted to ask for leave, but thinking that these days are important plots, I had to use desktop computer to type the words. I hope everyone will forgive me. Chapter 245. Every step strategies, every step murderous. After the timeout, the Suns attacked. Nash broke into the basket with the help of Marion's pick and roll. After attracting Garnett's help defense, he passed the ball to Stoudemire on the free throw line. The little bully made a fake shot, but Garnett didn't come up to help defend. When he shot again, his shooting rhythm was disrupted. Stoudemire didn't make this shot. This is an open position, and Garnett gave up helping defend. Yoga was a little amazed. After returning from injury this season, Stoudemire showed his mid-range shooting that he had practiced for a season after being injured. His hit rate was quite good. It was quite surprising to lose this big open position. Stoudemire thought Garnett would come up to help defend, but he was actually hesitant. As a former national player, Zhang Heli saw Stoudemire's psychology at a glance and explained, "At this time, the more you think, the more likely you are to miss." Paul quickly advanced, played offense and defense conversion, and took advantage of the Suns' unstable foothold to shoot from mid-range, but also missed. The Suns were attacking, and Marion pulled outside the three-point line to receive the ball. Seeing that no one was defending him, he took a signature 38 style shot outside the three-point line and made it. 83-78. Kylian had always looked down on Marion, a weakling in the playoffs, but at a critical moment, Marion helped the Suns survive, which made Milicic, who was responsible for defending him, feel a little guilty. Kylian made a clapping gesture to Milicic in the coaching booth, and then pointed at himself. It meant that it was his own problem, and had nothing to do with him. Paul dribbled across half court, and passed the ball to Joe Johnson. Marion pressed forward step by step, not giving Joe Johnson room to shoot. Garnett pulled out to set a pick and roll for Joe Johnson. Stoudemire was afraid that the rebound would be blown up, so he did not follow up to defend. Joe Johnson easily broke into the three-point line and shot from mid-range, hitting the target accurately. 85-78. The Suns used Marion to match up with Joe Johnson, and although they achieved a good single defense effect, the Hawks had two killer moves that could punish their opponents more easily. First, Paul and Joe Johnson's backcourt pick and roll. If Paul doesn't switch defense, he will resolutely break into the restricted area. If he switches defense, Joe Johnson will call on Nash, which is a huge advantage. Second, Joe Johnson and Garnett's pick and roll. Stoudemire follows. The basket is empty, and Battier and Milicic can dominate the Suns' basket. If he doesn't follow, it depends on Joe Johnson's open mid-range feel. In fact, the Suns have a great perimeter defender Bell, but he is 5 cm shorter than Joe Johnson and weighs 14 pounds less. He can't match up with Joe Johnson. His own 3D attributes can only shoot 3-pointers on the offensive end, and he can't play his role on the defensive end. This is a headache for D'Antoni. In the next 3 minutes, the Hawks adopted Milicic and Garnett's way of defending the basket, limiting Nash and Stoudemire from working in the Hawks' restricted area, while Stoudemire or Marion pulled to the free throw line to shoot, and the Hawks gave up a certain amount of space. In this case, Stoudemire's efficiency was not high, only 2 of 5 shots and 4 points. On the other hand, Joe Johnson's point became the nightmare of the Suns. He frequently launched pick and rolls and frantically targeted Stoudemire. Stoudemire didn't believe in evil and rushed out to help defend, but he still couldn't limit Joe Johnson's singles. Even if he didn't score, the Hawks controlled the Suns' basket and harvested front court rebounds unscrupulously. After the third quarter, the Hawks led the Suns by 12 points with 94-82, which was also the biggest difference between the two teams in this game. During the intermission, D'Antoni looked up at the data column and finally made up his mind. He said to Bell, "Roger, you will defend Joe Johnson in the fourth quarter. Is there a problem?" Bell sat in a chair, panting heavily, and sweat had soaked his jersey. He nodded and agreed. "No problem, leave Joe Johnson to me." In the first round of the playoffs against the Lakers, D'Antoni arranged Bell to defend Kobe, but the effect was very average. The reason why he was called the Kobe Terminator was just because he directly used a throat lock on Kobe when he was furious. Joe Johnson is taller than Kobe, and like Kobe, he is good at mid-range operations. When facing taller opponents, he can use his skillful dribbling to create space for his shots. When facing Bell, who is not as tall and strong as him, he can also open up space with his back to the body and make a turnaround jump shot. Bell didn't know if he could defend Joe Johnson, but he knew that the Suns had to make changes and he couldn't back down. On the bench of the Hawks, Kylian directed the players to make an effort at the beginning of the fourth quarter and try to take the Suns away in one wave. This group of people from the Suns is also playing in the finals for the first time, and they are also afraid of falling behind. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, they will definitely make a strong attack, and this is also our opportunity. In a tense atmosphere, the fourth quarter officially started. Almost all the main lineups of both sides remained on the court. The only change was that Kylian replaced Milicic with Dio, which was a signal of strengthening the offense. The Hawks took the lead in attacking. Paul crossed the half court with the ball, slowed down the rhythm and settled down. All 5 players of the team were active on the periphery, forcing Stoudemire to defend under the basket. Joe Johnson received the ball on the wing, with his right foot as the support point, and suddenly turned half a circle to the right, holding the ball and making a fake shot. Bell behind him did not jump up, but took another step forward when Joe Johnson turned around, desperately holding up Joe Johnson. With no advantage in height and confrontation, Bell could only defend Joe in this way. Joe Johnson squatted, patted the ball with his left hand, and arched his body to squeeze towards Joe Johnson. Bell took a small step back, then pressed hard against Joe Johnson's waist, opened his feet to form a horse stance, and steadily blocked the opponent's pressure. Bell's center of gravity completely sank, and Joe Johnson half turned again, withdrew his left foot, kicked his right foot, and bounced the distance between the two people. With a flick of his wrist, the ball flew into the basket. Swish. A beautiful singles. Joe Johnson really didn't show any mercy today. Yoga exclaimed. Yes, this ball was played very hard, with the feeling of Kobe. Here it comes again, and Zangheli has transformed into Weeping Bryant again. If Jordan had entered the league after Kobe, Zangheli would have definitely called Jordan the second Kobe. Before the two commentators finished speaking, the Suns quickly started a transition offense. Nash broke into the basket and passed the ball back to Marion, who forced his way past Garnett's defense and passed the ball. Snap. The basket guarded by Garnett was not so easy to break through. The Wolf King jumped from behind and gave Marion a big block, then took the rebound and passed the ball to Paul, who in turn played the Suns' offense and defense transition. It was still Joe Johnson. He received the ball on the wing and made a fake shot to force Stoudemire to expand the defense. He passed the ball to Dio under the basket. The latter received the ball, stepped forward, and then stood up and dunked with both hands. 98:82. While Dio was dunking, Nash was already shouting to Stoudemire. The little bully immediately sent the ball to the baseline. The Suns played a transition offense again. Nash broke into the restricted area, used his footwork to train Garnett, shook off the Wolf King, and scored a layup. 98:84. The Hawks' defensive strategy was half successful by forcing Nash to play a difficult singles. In comparison, Garnett was reserved in the third quarter just to exert his strength in the fourth quarter. Back to the offensive end, the Wolf King played a singles with his back to Stoudemire. After 2 back-to-back shots, he turned around and shot at the baseline. Stoudemire jumped up to block the shot. The two had physical contact, and the referee blew a foul on Stoudemire. Garnett still had his strength, but he didn't get his touch back immediately. He made one of 2 free throws. Marion received the backcourt rebound and directly threw the ball to Nash in the front court. Nash was reluctant to receive the ball the first time, and Paul stole the ball when he dribbled again. Could this be a transfer of power between 2 generations of top point guards in the league? Yoga was excited. The Hawks used the same tactics. Paul dribbled the ball across half court to Joe Johnson, who then lobbed the ball to Garnett. Garnett headed the ball twice and turned to the baseline. Marion came over to assist in defense and committed a foul to prevent Garnett from throwing the ball. Seeing Marion's clean foul, Kellyanne was stunned. Are you guys hack the Wolf tactics? Garnett did not miss the opportunity again and made both free throws, widening the gap to 17 points. 101:84. Perhaps because he was very likely to win his first finals victory in his career, Garnett was very excited. On the way back to defense, he kept waving his arms, signaling that the cheers on the scene should be louder. The Hawks were in high spirits, while the Suns were in low spirits. In the last round, even Nash, who was always reliable, made a ball handling error, which was unimaginable under normal circumstances. It was a blow to the confidence of the Suns. In the final analysis, Nash had too much work to do. The Suns' offense was too dependent on his organization. On the defensive end, he had to match Paul and bear the Hawks' deliberate name calling. On the other hand, Garnett, who was originally thought to have a physical crisis, was still in high spirits. Seeing Garnett exerting force on both offense and defense in the fourth quarter, D'Antoni felt that he had been tricked by Kellyanne. After 2 rounds, the Suns made mistakes again. Nash and Stoudemire played pick and roll cooperation, forcing the Hawks to switch defense. Nash passed the ball in time, but Battier fell to the ground and hugged the ball in his arms, and then called a timeout before the Suns players rushed over. At this time, even a blind man could see Nash's physical crisis. Taking advantage of the timeout, D'Antoni replaced Nash with Barbosa and made one last effort. If the score difference is still within 20 points halfway through the fourth quarter, let Nash go up and make another effort. And if the score difference is getting bigger and bigger, the Suns can only admit defeat in this first battle. Kellyanne also made substitutions during this restaurant visit. He replaced Joe Johnson and Battier with Stevens and Hassel, and used the online double-team defensive strategy to attack Barbosa. The main lineup was at the top for most of the game, and it was difficult for Joe Johnson and Battier to have the physical strength to implement continuous double teaming in the fourth quarter. This adjustment can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone, which can not only increase the intensity of the press, but also give the main players time to rest. If the Suns really turn the tables and play to the decisive moment, Joe Johnson may still be the most reliable singles point for the Hawks. Kellyanne really calculated any possible development of the game. In this game, the Suns will have a hard time. Zanghelli made his own judgment and praised Kellyanne. Not to mention what kind of vision is needed to form such a lineup through the draft and trades. Just playing this hand well and controlling the entire game with his own command made Zanghelli have to admit it. Barbosa and Marion failed to withstand the online double team that frustrated many teams in the league. After repeated mistakes, the score difference was pulled to more than 25 points, and the game completely lost suspense. With 4 minutes left in the game, the score was 119:100. Kellyanne replaced Paul and Garnett. The fans in the audience shouted MVP, not knowing whether it was for Garnett or Paul. The 19-point gap and 4 minutes may not be out of reach, but after assessing the situation, D'Antoni gave up the unrealistic idea. He had already lost this time. It was the right way to concentrate and fight again tomorrow. The final score was fixed at 128:113. Kellyanne made a plan and the Hawks led by a big score of 1:0. After the game, D'Antoni looked at the statistics table with a very ugly face. Garnett played 41 minutes in the game, made 13 of 25 shots, 6 of 7 free throws, scored 32 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks and 1 steal, shining throughout the game, and was the first contributor to the Hawks' victory. D'Antoni didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that when Kellyanne replaced Dio with Milicic to relieve Garnett's pressure on the defensive end, and when Garnett reduced the frequency of being the starting point of the offense in the third quarter, he really mistakenly thought that the Wolf Kings' physical condition was not so good, and deliberately launched an attack against Garnett. I just didn't expect that the clown was me. Garnett's physical strength had no problem, but I didn't do a good job of deploying the lineup in order to target Garnett, and I didn't seize the Hawks' weaknesses to attack, and fell into Kellyanne's trap. Joe Johnson, the shooting guard who I personally gave to Kellyanne, became the second contributor to the Hawks' victory. In the whole game, Joe Johnson made 11 of 22 shots, 5 of 5 free throws, and scored 29 points. His personal offense continued the firepower of the Hawks, and it was even more of an unsolvable existence for the Suns' defense. Paul sent out 17 points, 8 assists and 3 steals, which was slightly inferior to the regular season and the first 3 rounds of the series. Considering that he was still a sophomore rookie in his first appearance in the finals of his career, facing 2 MVPs, it was good to be able to complete the task arranged by Kellyanne. But if the Hawks want to win the championship, Paul needs to show better performance in the next few games of the series. On the Suns side, Nash played 39 minutes, 12 of 26 shots, 4 of 9 3-pointers, 6 of 6 free throws, and scored 34 points, 4 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal and 4 turnovers. Although the personal scoring data is good, judging from the data that he only sent out 9 assists, the Hawks did a good job in cutting off the connection between him and his teammates, and the 4 turnovers also showed that the Hawks' strategy of naming Nash was successful. Stoudemire was completely beaten by Garnett in the game, but he performed well in Excel, shooting 11 of 24, 6 of 7 free throws, and scored 28 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 turnovers. This point, being naturally suppressed by Garnett, is the biggest problem for the Suns in this series. In the next series, if Stoudemire still performs like this against Garnett, the Suns will hardly have a chance. Marion played for 40 minutes, 8 of 18 shots, 3 of 3 3-pointers, 3 of 3 free throws, and scored 20 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 2 turnovers. As the team's third in command, and also a player who has not been able to perform well in the playoffs for many years, Marion's performance today is pretty good. Just don't treat him as a giant. After the game, media interview. When asked by reporters about D'Antoni's opinion of Garnett, D'Antoni said, "Gainer's performance in his first finals match was phenomenal, which caused a great obstacle for us. But it won't happen again. I will study today's video carefully and find the right way to limit him." Joe Johnson used to be a player of the Suns, and Garnett was also very close to the Suns. After losing to them, does the management need to sum up their experience? No team can keep all their players. We got Al Harrington in the trade. Last season, he helped us reach the Western Conference Finals. This season, he went to the Warriors to create his own legend and also brought us Jason Richardson. The strength of our existing players is strong enough. The Hawks' victory is not just the credit of these two people. After the interview with the visiting team, Kellyanne also brought Garnett, Joe Johnson and Paul to the press conference hall to answer questions from the media. From the moment the red light of the game came on, the game of G1 was over. Next, both sides returned to the same starting line. Before the final crossing, no one is qualified to open champagne in advance. Macmillan. When the reporter asked Kellyanne what he thought of Garnett's performance in this game, he praised him highly. "I hope Kilograms plays a role in the game, and Kilograms himself has his own ideas about the game. Then KG's approach is to meet my expectations, and at the same time, show his strength to the greatest extent. I'm surprised by his performance and hope he can continue." What do you think of the game too? It should still be a process of responding to each other's moves. Michael will not surrender easily, and neither will I. I'm looking forward to it like everyone else, but the important thing is to go back and get a good night's sleep first. Chapter 246 The Deceptiveness of Data. The day after Game 1 of the finals ended, NBA broadcast channels such as ABC, TNT, ESPN, and NBA TV successively launched programs discussing and analyzing this year's finals. From the regular season matchups, the Hawks have never been afraid of the Suns. Garnett is an inside player one level higher than Stoudemire, and the higher the intensity of the game, the more obvious this point will be. Kellyanne assembled a young guard team with his own imprint last season, and then couldn't wait to dismantle it this season, in exchange for Garnett, Battier and a group of players who can fight tough battles. That's why he did it. If the Hawks can eventually win the championship, Kilograms should be able to rank in the top 3 among power forwards. This is the best opportunity in his career to get close to Duncan. Special attention should be paid to the physical condition of the two teams. Throughout the season, Kilograms played 76 games, with an average playing time of only 34.6 minutes per game, the lowest in his entire career. In the first 3 games of the playoffs, KG's average playing time dropped to 31.5 minutes. This is not because his physical strength has declined, but he is conserving his energy to prepare for the finals. Compared to the Suns, the Hawks had a smoother path to the finals, which is also an inevitable phenomenon caused by the pattern of the West being strong and the East being weak. In the next few years, if this pattern cannot be changed, the strong teams in the East will have some natural advantages. The Hawks may be the biggest beneficiary. The Hawks won the game, and experts pointed out the Hawks' advantages. Stoudemire, who had just played a 50-50 match with Duncan, was defined as one level lower than Garnett, and the attribute of hindsight was pulled to the full. Compared with other inside players, Garnett's popularity is so high that the American media is happy to praise him and often use him to tie Duncan. However, if Garnett really wins the championship plus double MVP this season, he is indeed barely qualified to be called double 21 with Duncan. On June 5th, the Hawks and the Suns started the second game at the Phillips Center. Welcome to the 2006-07 NBA Finals. This is the Atlanta Phillips Arena. The game will start in half an hour. Kenny Smith's passionate pre-game commentary ignited the atmosphere on the scene. All the Hawks fans wore white jerseys, and the entire stadium completely turned into a white ocean. Outside the Phillips Center, the number of spectators reached a record high. The entire street was densely packed. Everyone was looking forward to the Hawks winning Game 2 and going to Phoenix with a score of 2-0. If they can do it, then under the 230-to competition system, the Hawks will not end this season in Phoenix anyway. This is also the first time that Kellyanne felt the cruelty brought by the 230-to competition system. To be honest, if you lose one of the 2 home games, it is really easy to be swept away by a wave of 3 consecutive away games. The Thunder in 2012 is a typical example. Jump ball at midfield. Stoudemire jumped high and grabbed the first wave of ball rights. Kenny Smith raised his arms and shouted, "The game begins." The Suns attack. Nash quickly dribbled the ball across half court to find an opportunity, and Paul pressed the whole court, showing a strong desire to win right from the start. Marion came up to pick and roll for Nash, and the Hawks switched defense. Dio's defense was very fierce, and Nash easily dribbled past him from behind. Nash, who completed the breakthrough, did not drag his feet at all, and directly took a long 2-point shot and hit it accurately. Regardless of production, only talking about hit rate, Nash is also a well-deserved sharpshooter. Turn to the Hawks offense. The Suns adjusted their defensive formation. Marion defended Dio, and Bell stuck to Joe Johnson. Joe Johnson had an overall advantage in height and strength. Paul pretended to pass the ball to him, and suddenly accelerated to the basket. "This ball is in." Yoga celebrated in advance. The scene was Paul screaming and falling to the ground. Marion promptly moved inward to make up for the defense, blocked Paul's attack, and immediately passed the ball to Nash, who was on a fast break. Nash and Richardson crossed positions, distracted Joe Johnson's defense, and easily scored a layup. 0:4. Paul wanted to catch the Suns off guard, and this choice itself was not wrong. The key is the change of the Suns on the defensive end. Kellyanne also saw some clues, but he was not sure and wanted to observe it again. The Hawks attacked. Garnett received the ball at the corner and launched an attack. He used his footwork advantage to face Stoudemire and shot from close range after creating space, but failed to hit. Marion, who was still inward, protected the rebound. The Suns played a positional battle, and it was still Nash and Marion's pick and roll cooperation that tore through the Hawks' defense. After completing the first pick and roll, Marion hurriedly made an off-ball pick and roll for Richardson, who was circling from the baseline, helping Richardson cut into the restricted area from the wing, dribbling into the basket, and dunking to score. Beep. The referee whistled, and Garnett fouled. After slapping his hands vigorously to express his dissatisfaction, Garnett stood back in position and watched Richardson hit the free throw. 0:7. 0:7. This start is too difficult for the Hawks. Coach Kellyanne should pay attention to the Suns' offense. The Hawks attacked. Paul dribbled the ball and passed it to Joe Johnson. Garnett moved to the free throw line to catch the ball and look for opportunities. Paul and Battier cut into the baseline on both sides and ran back. Joe Johnson squeezed Bell's defense and came to the free throw line to make a hand-to-hand cooperation with Garnett. While receiving the ball, he made a ground pass, which just passed in front of Stoudemire's knees. Garnett received the ball and scored a violent dunk against Marion. 2:7. Strictly speaking, this ball can also be called a foul. Zhang Heli spoke for the Hawks. After a few rounds, Kellyanne was sure of some adjustments made by D'Antoni. Marion withdrew from the front line against Joe Johnson and turned to defend Dio, who had the worst shooting ability of the Hawks, while taking care of the task of protecting the frame for the Suns. If Dio pulled out of the restricted area to shoot, Marion would ignore him and bet that his shooting would be inaccurate. This defensive tactic is somewhat similar to the idea of the Pacers defending the Hawks and leaving Dio empty earlier. The difference is that Carlisle only slightly let Dio outside the 3-point line when rotating, while the Suns left Dio outside the restricted area empty. Betting on Dio's touch. D'Antoni dared to bet, but Kellyanne didn't dare to mess around. He shouted a few words to the court, and the focus of the Hawks offense shifted to the outside line. Kylian hoped to dismantle the Suns' defense from the outside to the inside. Whether it was Paul's small too big game after the pick and roll, or Joe Johnson's suppression of Bell, the Hawks should have a certain advantage in the matchup. However, in the game, this pair of backcourt double guns did not play the scene that Kylian hoped to see. The two took 9 shots in succession and hit 4 of them. This efficiency is not very low, but considering that the opponent is the Suns, who are strong in offense and weak in defense, it is a bit disappointing. The Suns also launched an attack from the outside. Nash and Richardson played more efficiently. In the first quarter, Nash made 7 of 12 shots and scored 17 points in a single quarter. Richardson also scored 8 points. At 24-37, the Hawks were 13 points behind the Suns in a single quarter. The outside line was blown up, and the inside defense was not strong enough. Kehei, adjust the defense quickly, don't use Dio stubbornly, put Milicic on, and let Garnett defend. Dio is really a double-edged sword, but if this sword hurts you, you should replace him in time. Nash is not Billups, he can really kill people. Hawks fans on the forum were more anxious than one another, and various keyboard warriors wanted to teach Kylian how to make substitutions and adjustments. But many times, the team is not Ultraman Tiger. You can turn red if you transform into a strong form, and you can turn blue if you transform into an aerial form. Doesn't Kylian know that arranging Garnett's help defense can effectively suppress Nash? Once Garnett's defense expands too much, allowing Stoudemire and Nash to respond, the Hawks' defensive pressure will be greater. The offense of both sides is mainly launched from the outside, and the firepower of Paul plus Joe Johnson vs Nash plus Richardson is being compared. In the case that Paul can consume Nash on the offensive end, Kylian doesn't think Nash can continue to explode. In the second quarter, both sides sent out rotation lineups to play. The Hawks' rotation lineup includes Berrier, Gibson, Battier, Dio and Milicic. The Suns' rotation lineup includes Barbosa, Biakowski, Jalen Rose, Stoudemire and Kurt Thomas. D'Antoni put Stoudemire, who did not have many performance opportunities in the first quarter, into the rotation lineup, hoping that he would release his vitality in the rotation lineup and help the Suns to open up the points difference. Kylian knew that the Suns had only one rotation player in the interior, Kurt Thomas, who was relatively slow, so he used a double point guard lineup to speed up the game and attack the Suns. Berrier advanced with the ball, facing Barbosa's defense, changed direction drastically to the left, and then pulled to the right, followed by a very rhythmic change of direction in front of his body, shaking off Barbosa by half a step, and then Berrier chose to shoot from mid-range. Sure. On the way back to defense, Berrier high-fived Gibson, hoping to pass his touch to his teammates. Barbosa advanced with the ball, and passed it to Stoudemire, who was asking for the ball in the high position. Nash went off to rest. Barbosa was the main point guard, and the Suns' offense inevitably became simple. Stoudemire suddenly broke through Milicic and forced his way into the inside line, but failed to completely shake off the Serbian. Battier stayed on the line of Stoudemire's breakthrough, causing Stoudemire to hit him with the ball. This shot was simple and rough from the moment it landed. It was clearly a strong attack by Stoudemire. If this could not be defended, it would be a problem. The Hawks attacked, and it was Berrier again. He took the initiative to find Dio to make a pick and roll. After shaking off Barbosa, he quickly moved up the gear. Relying on his excellent explosive power and full flexibility, he passed Stoudemire's switch defense and forced a layup under the basket. Although the ball did not go in, it caused Kurt Thomas to foul. Berrier made one of 2 free throws and helped the team narrow the gap to 10 points as soon as he came on the court. However, Stoudemire and Barbosa completed the cooperation, clicked on Milicic's defense, and scored after hitting the backboard. 27-39. The Suns lost in game 1, and both Marion and Barbosa had to take the blame. In this game, D'Antoni found the correct way to use Marion, but still couldn't find the manual for Barbosa. The Brazilian Lightning could not find a chance to push back. His shooting was only unstable in the regular season, but it was really inaccurate in the playoffs. Moreover, it became less and less accurate as the opponents became stronger. Stoudemire led the substitute lineup to deal with the Hawks, but he could not take advantage. The difference between the two sides was always around 10 points. 4 minutes into the second quarter, Kellyanne replaced Paul, Joe Johnson, and Garnett in advance. In 1 minute, he played a wave of 7:0, narrowing the difference to 3 points, and also forced D'Antoni to follow closely and bring Nash and other main players back to the court. 44:47. It was from this time that the situation between the two sides reversed. Stoudemire's physical strength declined, and the offensive threat decreased. Garnett handed the task of protecting the frame to Milicic, and expanded the defensive area himself, actively cooperating with Paul to chase and intercept Nash. On the offensive end, Garnett forced Stoudemire in the low post, and made consecutive hits, helping the Hawks to overtake the score. If Nash hadn't made a 3-pointer before the end of the half, the Suns would never have been behind by only 3 points at the end of the second quarter. 58:55. Many people have an overcorrection situation regarding Nash's scoring ability. Whether in the regular season or the playoffs, Nash is an efficient shooter, but that is based on a moderate output. Without talking about his time with the Mavericks, let's just say that in the 3 seasons with the Suns, Nash has faced the situation of losing and going home. In these 7 games, Nash's data is 20.7 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists per game. Compared with 17 plus 3 plus 11 in the regular season, it can be said that Nash will indeed improve his scoring ability when his teammates can't open up. But less than 21 points, perhaps a little better than Paul, is still a little far from the word terrifying. In the first half of the game, Nash's performance of scoring 25 points made Kellyanne doubt whether his decision to believe this data was correct. The team's ability to turn the situation around also depends more on the physical crisis caused by D'Antoni's stubborn control of Stoudemire. But in the third quarter, as the data showed, Nash's output and efficiency were both declining. Facing Paul's increasingly tight defense, Nash restored his point guard nature and gave priority to passing the ball. However, with Garnett firmly suppressing Stoudemire, Marion and Richardson had difficulty digesting these ball rights, which also greatly affected the offensive efficiency of the Suns. After 3 quarters, the Hawks established a 12-point lead, 82:70. In the fourth quarter, Stoudemire's physical strength further declined, and the Hawks adjusted their defensive arrangements and imposed more confrontation on Nash. The home advantage was also on the Hawks' side. The referee relaxed the standards and encouraged physical confrontation. Nash could no longer stroll around in the Hawks' restricted area and create killing opportunities, and the Suns could not catch up with the score. When the game was in the last 2 minutes, the Hawks were still 12 points ahead of the Suns. D'Antoni stopped struggling in vain, replaced the main players, and surrendered. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Suns 111:101, leading the finals 2:0. In this campaign, Garnett made 8 of 18 shots, 5 of 6 free throws, and scored 21 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists and 2 blocks. Joe Johnson was the main attacker of the Hawks in this game. Although he did not perform well in the first quarter, he made 10 of 20 shots, 1 of 3 3-pointers, and 4 of free throws in the whole game, scoring 25 points, 5 rebounds and 2 assists. His offensive performance was worthy of Kellyanne's trust. Paul's situation was similar to Joe Johnson. He did not play well in the first quarter, but his performance in the latter part was quite efficient. He made 5 of 13 shots, scored 16 points, 7 rebounds and 9 assists, and almost achieved his first double-double in the finals in his career. Among the role players, Berrier performed the best. He made 4 of 8 shots, 1 of 2 free throws, and scored 9 points in the whole game. But it happened to be the second quarter when he led the team to exchange Suns, and this contribution was particularly important. In an interview after the game, D'Antoni insisted that this game would not be the team's last game at the Phillips Center, and believed that the team's performance in Game 2 would be better than in Game 1. But why is this bold statement so cowardly? Returning to the Phillips Center, that is to say, the Hawks will not steal 2 games in 3 home games. Otherwise, don't write about the 3 consecutive away games, just the Hawks 3:2 Suns, and then write directly Game 6. The main reason is that D'Antoni is really out of confidence now, and Stoudemire is really naturally restrained by Garnett. If you know that there will be such a disaster today, D'Antoni will definitely use Stoudemire to replace Garnett, not only completing his own reinforcement, but also disintegrating the threat of the Hawks. If it was Joe Johnson, forget it. There is no regret medicine in the world. When Kellyanne arrived at the press conference room, he was dizzy with waves of white light. Kumi, please talk about this game. This game was a very hard one for us in the playoffs. In the first half, I really doubted that we would lose. Fortunately, Berrier made a contribution. His appearance affected the game. Fans should remember to praise him when they praise us online. In the second half, the game returned to the routine I imagined, and we won as we should. After winning 2 games in a row, Kellyanne was more arrogant than before. We all know that you are a coach who is very good at playing away games. Do you have the confidence to win the championship directly in Phoenix? The reporter said this with a bit of provocation. D'Antoni said he would return to Atlanta and then turned around to provoke Kellyanne. It would be better to say, I want both games, win at least 2 games, come on, this is the finals. Who can say that we will definitely win? And if you watch the game, you will find that it was not easy for us to win the past 2 games. There were many twists and turns in the middle. The 2:0 advantage is indeed huge, but it is really not enough for me to take it lightly. If you want to celebrate, wait until you hold the trophy. Kellyanne's words were both a response to the reporter's question and a reminder to his own players. This round of the series is not over yet. Chapter 247 Overlord Operation, Phoenix Landing. June 8th, the Hawks and the Suns played their third match at the West Coast Arena. This was the first finals at the West Coast Arena in more than a decade. Fans knew that this was a life or death battle for the Suns. Winning this game might even allow them to turn the tables. The Suns will have 3 consecutive home games next. If they make good use of their home advantage, they can turn the big score around. If the score is expanded to 3:0, they can just surrender. In the G3 game, neither side made any adjustments to the loop. At this point, no one had any trump cards. What mattered was the performance of the players and the on-the-spot dispatch of the head coach, which was exactly Kellyanne's advantage. In the past 2 games, especially G2, the Hawks won because Kellyanne was much better than D'Antoni in dispatching, especially because there were always people who could stand up as substitutes. In comparison, the Suns were far behind. Both sides started the game with regular starts. As Stoudemire won the jump ball and helped the Suns grab the ball, the game officially began. Nash advanced with the ball. Richardson received the ball on the right side and passed it to Marion at the corner. The latter moved sideways with the ball and found an opportunity to pass it to Stoudemire, who was in the 3-second zone. Before the latter finished the offensive jump, Garnett slapped him to the floor. The Suns were very enthusiastic today. Garnett was willing to fight back, even if he was fouled at the beginning of the game. The referee blew the whistle and Garnett fouled. Stoudemire was very unhappy because he failed to win the free throw. When he returned to the court, he pushed Garnett with his hand. Garnett immediately exploded and rushed to Stoudemire, pressed his forehead and spit trash talk. 3 referees rushed over and warned the 2 with whistles in their mouths. This is the NBA Finals. Don't try to challenge my standards of whistling. Then, the Suns continued to attack, and Stoudemire pulled out of the free throw line and took a mid-range shot, which hit accurately. The crowd in the American West Arena was cheering for the team. The atmosphere on the scene made Paul a little depressed. After halftime, he directly passed the ball to Joe Johnson. Joe Johnson successfully broke through from the side, faked Marion, who was defending, and scored a layup. Nash walked to the right, attracted a double team, and then passed the ball to Bell, who was running to the top line. The latter received the ball at 70 degrees and made a 3-pointer 5:2. Looking back, the Hawks still relied on Joe Johnson to attack. He singled out Joe and singled out Bell. He turned around and jumped, but he successfully made Bell foul and made 2 free throws. Just like the start of the previous 2 games, the 2 sides went back and forth, and neither of them established an advantage. The turning point occurred in the 5th minute of the game. Garnett was called for his second personal foul in the game during a defense, which made the Hawks panic. In order to stabilize the situation, Kellyanne did not replace Garnett immediately and planned to wait until the official timeout to take Garnett. However, it was during this period that Garnett was called for his third foul for a minor move, and the balance on the field was immediately broken. To be honest, in this game, the referee's whistle scale was slightly biased towards the Suns. Garnett's last 2 fouls were usually whistled or not. Considering that Garnett is a big name, the referee would give him some face and whistle at most 1 foul. Unexpectedly, this time he was iron-faced and impartial. If the series is tied at 3:0, there will be little suspense in the subsequent games, and the attention will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Kellyan can understand that the referee's whistle scale is slightly biased towards the Suns. The Suns are a team of the same level as the Hawks. In a desperate situation, they are full of fighting spirit, and with the referee's whistle tendency, they have a huge advantage. Without Garnett, the Hawks couldn't hold down Stoudemire in the interior, and they fell behind the Suns by 10 points with 25:35 in the first quarter. Take advantage of your weakness. To kill you in the second quarter, the Suns sent out all their main players to strongly suppress the Hawks' substitute lineup. D'Antoni gambled everything on one throw, and the Hawks' rotation lineup could not match the opponent's strength, and the score difference continued to widen. Halfway through the second quarter, the Suns led the Hawks by 23 points, 58:35, and the situation was very good. In the face of danger, Kellyan replaced Garnett, who had 3 fouls, and launched a counter-attack. If the score difference continues to widen, even if Garnett's innocence is retained, it will not make much sense. Kellyan chose to fight to the death, and could close the score, and there is still room for the second half. If the score difference continues to widen, or Garnett continues to be troubled by fouls, the game will soon lose suspense, and Kellyan will choose to give up G3 in advance, and the main players will leave the court in advance to prepare for G4. TNT commentators Kenny Smith and Barkley both agreed with Kellyan's adjustment. Indeed, the current situation is extremely disadvantageous to the Hawks, and it is indeed more ideal to start the decisive battle in advance. In this season's playoffs, Kellyan maximized Garnett's advantages as an inside player and showed them to the fans. Top-level movement speed and coverage, superb defensive ability, comprehensive offensive skills and accurate mid-range killing ability. Garnett was the key man of the team in the 2 relatively challenging series of the Hawks playoffs, the Eastern Conference semifinals against the Pistons and the finals against the Suns. In the face of danger, Garnett continued to show his strength as the regular season MVP, and his influence covered every inch of the court. Under the leadership of Garnett, the Hawks quickly recovered some points. At the end of the first half, the 2 teams were tied at 69:52, with the Suns leading by 17 points. When Garnett was on the court, the Hawks were not afraid of the Suns and even slightly suppressed the Suns. The key problem was that once Garnett left the court, no one else on the Hawks could withstand Stoudemire's bombardment. Once Stoudemire was released, the scoring pressure on Nash was greatly reduced, and the Suns' offense immediately took on a galloping posture. Regardless of whether they can successfully turn the tables, the Hawks must pay attention to protecting Garnett in the next series. As long as the Wolf King stays on the court, the team can suppress the Suns, otherwise they will be restricted step by step. During the halftime break, Kellyan made adjustments to the starting lineup. He replaced Dio with Stevens and used Garnett to stand alone on the outside line, adding an outside 3D player to improve the team's mobility and speed up the pace of the game. Kellyan's change of tactics disrupted D'Antoni's original deployment. Marion faced Battier and was restricted to the bottom corner. Garnett either singled out Stoudemire or played pick and roll with Poole to steadily score for the Hawks. On the defensive end, Garnett was responsible for protecting the basket, and Battier played Garnett's role in the double team, cooperating with Poole and Stevens to put pressure on the Suns' outside ball handlers, betting that Bell and Marion's shots would not score, and there was no way to punish the Hawks. The Hawks continued to chase points and once narrowed the gap to 11 points. Later, the Suns' home advantage also emerged at this time. The referee suddenly tightened the scale and became very strict in the whistle on physical contact. Battier was called for 2 consecutive fouls. When the Hawks double-teamed again, they had to be much more cautious. The league really didn't want the finals to have a 3:0 scene. The whistle scale of this game was obviously biased towards the Suns. The Hawks suffered several losses and the situation gradually got out of Kellyan's control. In the last quarter of the game, Kellyan calmed the players' emotions and led the Hawks to consecutive counterattacks, but they were all blocked by the Suns. With 2 minutes and 23 seconds left in the game, Garnett got his 6th foul of the game and left the court. Kellyan stopped doing useless work and directly replaced the main players. The final score was 121:107. The Suns recovered 1 point and changed the score to 1:2. The best player of the game was Stoudemire of the Suns. In the whole game, the little bully made 10 of 18 shots, 12 of 14 free throws, and scored 32 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists and 1 block, playing his best personal performance in the finals. Stoudemire was in full swing, and Nash was also liberated. In this game, he was extremely efficient, 7 of 14 shots, 2 of 5 3-pointers, 9 of 9 free throws, and scored 25 points, 4 rebounds, 9 assists and 2 steals. In the post-match interview, reporters asked Kellyan for his opinion on the referee's whistle. From their perspective, they all felt that calling Garnett for 3 fouls in the first quarter was a bit too much. There are always some games where the referee will become the focus of the court, such as this one. From the perspective of basketball rules, KG's action can be called a foul, but when other players complete the same offensive action, it seems that the referee is calling it with another standard. I don't know if it's my illusion. Kellyan's criticism of the referee is very particular about the art of language. The reporter has prepared the title in his mind, and he finally added "not sure if it's my illusion," leaving some room. Kumi, do you mean that the referee's whistle is biased? There are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. My eyes tell me the affirmative answer, but I don't want to say it. NTMD, this is called not wanting to say it. Kellyan's interview ended, and Anthony, who played at home, was interviewed. When talking about the reason for the victory, he emphasized the team's galloping offense. "This is the way we win. In the past 2 games, the Hawks curbed our offense, but in this game, we got back to the touch in time and won the game. I'm proud of the team's performance," D'Antoni said. "The finals have just begun. We will win the finals, I promise." After the game, the issue of the referee's whistle scale caused heated discussions online. It was a consensus that the whistle in this game favored the Suns. However, whether it exceeded the scale of home whistle and reached the level of black whistle, and whether the sentence for Garnett's last 2 fouls in the first quarter was too heavy, it is still worth discussing. As Kellyan said, there are some unspoken rules for many NBA whistles, such as the last 2 minutes of the game are left to the players to decide. The step of the star player's ball handling during the breakthrough is not counted in the 3 steps, etc. It may be rare for an ordinary main player to be called for 2 consecutive hidden actions like Garnett, not to mention that Garnett is the MVP of this season. If we really want to punish violations of the law, it is best to treat everyone equally. After a day of rest, on June 10th, the finals G6 game continued at the America West Arena. Before the game, in the locker room, Kellyan explained the importance of this game to the players. "The big score is 2:1. The advantage is still there, but we have no way to retreat. If the score is tied to 2:2, the 5th game, which is the decisive battle, will be held at the American West Arena, and the situation will be extremely unfavorable to us. I believe that everyone chooses basketball as their lifelong career, not just because of the salary. There must be a passion in your heart, wanting to do something in this league and leave your name in the chapter of history. When you are old, facing your own grandsons, you can proudly say that to your grandfather, 'I once won a championship with the Hawks.' Instead of waiting for your grandson to ask you about it, you can only say with regret that in a certain season, I once led the finals competitor 2:0, and I was only 2 games away from winning the championship. Winning this game is like 63 years ago, when Eisenhower commanded the Normandy landing to completely disintegrate the opponent's fighting spirit. We are not far from victory. The starting lineups of both sides were not adjusted. In this game, neither side had any hidden cards. After the game started, the situation was completely different from the previous game. Considering the referee's whistle scale, Garnet did not defend Stoudemire strictly at the beginning. In several rounds, there were obviously opportunities to interfere with the opponent's offense. Garnet did not go too aggressively to make up for the defense, but slowly tested the referee's whistle scale to find the critical point between fouls and no fouls. In this way, Stoudemire's personal offense had room to play. In the first quarter, Stoudemire made 6 of 10 shots, 3 of 4 free throws, and scored 13 points, helping the Suns lead the Hawks by 8 points 33-25. However, through the trial of the first quarter, Garnet roughly felt where the referee's whistle scale was. Starting from the second quarter of the game, he gradually increased the intensity of confrontation in the defensive area in an orderly manner, trying to suppress the Suns' offense, and Milicic, who replaced Dio, also did a good job of assistance to help Garnet defend the Hawks' basket. The Hawks' defensive strategy in the first half was not careless, but when Stoudemire and Nash's offensive coordination was blocked, Jason Richardson, the Suns' biggest X factor, stood up. The two-time dunking turned into the three-point king in this competition, repeatedly firing from outside the three-point line, helping the Suns, who were frustrated on the offensive end, to recover. Richardson scored 11 points in a single quarter, including 3 of 5 three-pointers, and abruptly blocked the Hawks' counter-attack. At the end of the first half, the score was 62-53. On the way back to the locker room, Kellyanne high-fived everyone and encouraged everyone, showing a thriving attitude, as if they were the ones leading by 9 points. This was not Kellyanne's deliberate attempt to confuse the team, but he was really satisfied with the team's performance in the first half. Don't look at us falling behind by 9 points, but the progress of the game is not as shown in the score. Kilograms used the concessions in the first quarter to find out the referee's whistle scale. In the second quarter, Stoudemire only scored 5 points, 2 of which were scored by Nash's assists. In the second quarter, he had no way to deal with Kilograms. Richardson's third three-pointer was a front-end three-pointer, which was completely a piece of shit luck. I know D'Antoni too well. He really doesn't trust the substitute players in his bones. He pursues a rotation of 6 to 8 people. Such a small number of people can't support the entire series. On the contrary, we have more people playing. In the second half, our physical advantage is more obvious. At the beginning of the third quarter, Richardson continued the good touch of the second quarter. He received the pass from Nash and hit a three-pointer against Batia's defense, widening the score difference to 12 points, which is also the biggest score difference in this game. 65-53. But then, as Kellyanne said, the Hawks controlled the game. The team restricted Stoudemire and cut off the connection between Nash and other teammates. In 3.5 minutes, the Suns only scored a 2+1 by Nash and did not score a single point in the rest of the time. On the contrary, the Hawks frequently played transition offense after completing defense and wiped out the score difference with a 15:3 attack wave. For a time, the crowded American West Center was beaten into silence, and the team's sudden power outage made it difficult for fans to accept. After the timeout, the Hawks continued their good momentum, while the Suns players stood out for impatientness. Stoudemire and Garnet had an argument when fighting for a rebound and almost fought. They were both called for technical regulations by the referee. However, after the conflict, Garnet quickly calmed down and switched back to the state of the game, while Stoudemire was angry and felt that he was venting rather than playing. In just 1 minute, Stoudemire applied for 2 fouls and was replaced after a total of 4 fouls. In the last game, the Suns took advantage of Garnet's absence and attacked the Hawks' kidney reflex area, making the Hawks foam at the mouth. The situation changed, and the Hawks were not polite. Liu Wei-Dehuang pills were used, and the 3 whistles were blown 6 times, and the Suns could not resist. 82-91. The Hawks beat the Suns by 18 points in a single quarter, and after 3 quarters, the score had been surpassed. After the start of the fourth quarter, the Suns immediately launched a general attack. Stoudemire returned to the court, and the main players did not leave the court to rest. They made up their minds to catch up with the score difference. The Hawks did not give up a single point. The finals went to the 4th game, and every minute could determine the final championship. Kellyanne also vowed to win the match point today, leaving all the main players on the court to compete with the opponent. At this time, no one will save energy to say tired. Everyone is tired, but if you want to win the championship, you have to see who can bear it more. There is plenty of time to rest in the summer, and now is the time to fight hard. This is more favorable to the Hawks. Whether it is the physical reserve before the start of the series or the lineup rotation after the start of the series, the Hawks have done better than the Suns. In addition, the Hawks are younger in terms of player age. The core players of the two teams, Garnett, entered the league a year earlier than Nash, but he is a high school rookie and is actually younger than Nash. With a 9-point lead in hand, the Hawks are more keen to play a war of attrition with the Suns. Garnett reduced high post face-up singles and low post back to the basket singles on the offensive end, mainly playing pick and rolls with Paul or Joe Johnson and mid-range shots. The Wolf Kings' energy is mainly focused on strangling Stoudemire on the defensive end. The Suns lacked the most stable inside scoring point, and their offensive lethality was greatly reduced. Although they launched a counter-attack several times in a row, they failed to tie the score or even surpass it in one go. The Hawks maintained their lead until the end of the game. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Suns 113-103, leading the finals 3-1 and grabbing the match point. In the whole game, Garnett made 12 of 24 shots, 5 of 7 free throws, scored 29 points, 11 rebounds and 6 assists, and was elected the best player without any suspense. The media's praise was focused on him, and almost everyone knew that, as long as the Hawks could win the championship, Garnett would definitely be the MVP. With this year's finals as the masterpiece of his career, many people who criticized Garnett for his iron jump shot on the offensive end can shut up. Chapter 248, Retreat to Advance, Dunkirk. After defending 2 home games and stealing a victory in Phoenix, the Hawks are only one step away from the championship. The fans have been so excited that they started discussing whether to win the championship directly away or let the Suns go and win the championship at home. Not to mention the players, even the young players in the team really have such an idea, thinking that the team's style of play restrains the Suns, and even if they let the opponent go, they will win steadily when they return to the home court. In other rounds of the playoffs, there may be a situation where a 3-1 lead is reversed. The Suns once successfully reversed the situation when they were 1-3 against the Kings in the playoffs last season, but this situation has never happened on the stage of the finals. In response to the players' mentality, Kellyanne expressed great dissatisfaction and repeatedly emphasized in the training class that they should not underestimate the enemy. After a 2-day rest, on June 13th, the two sides played G5 in Phoenix. The Suns burst out with amazing energy in desperate situation. Stoudemire could not deal with Garnett in the interior, so he lowered his status as a blue-collar worker, reduced his face-to-frame singles, or attacked the basket after pick and roll, or stayed in the elbow area to act as a space point. The offensive focus of the Suns was completely placed on Nash and Richardson, the outside line partner. The Hawks continued the game strategy of saving strength at the beginning of G4 and testing the referee's whistle scale, but they were hammered by the Suns' three-pronged attack in the first half of the quarter. Paul and Joe Johnson made 1 of 10 shots in the opening. The Hawks only scored 17 points in the first quarter and were beaten 32-17 by the Suns in a single quarter. With a large score behind, Kellyanne could not sit idly by and watch Stoudemire lead the rotation lineup to continue to widen the score. He could only choose to increase Garnett's playing time to match up with the little bully. Kellyanne made adjustments, and the lineup matchup in the transition period should have been an advantageous situation for the Hawks. However, whether it was Berrier or Gibson, their touch was relatively average, and they failed to echo Garnett, and the Hawks failed to narrow the gap. In the second half of the second quarter, Kellyanne replaced Garnett to prepare for the tough second half. Paul and Joe Johnson still failed to support the Hawks' offense and defense during this period. In the first half of the game, the Hawks fell behind by 23 points, 68-45. Although Kellyanne tried his best to mobilize the players' enthusiasm, the Hawks' desire to win was really not as good as their opponents in the advantageous situation. It was obvious that the Suns were more active. Very dissatisfied with the players' performance, Kellyanne turned on the hairdryer mode in the locker room and output a lot of output to the players, which also made the players relive Kellyanne's tough side. To be honest, if it weren't for the finals, Kellyanne was even ready to use the more vicious green formula to disgust the players. In the third quarter, Kellyanne replaced Dio with Stevens and used a small lineup to attack the Suns. In the G3 game, the Hawks once used a small lineup to regain the points difference and even had the hope of helping the team establish a 3:0 lead and ending the suspense of the game in advance. Later, it was completely force majeure that caused the Hawks to lose. However, D'Antoni was well prepared for this game. He replaced Bell, who had a weaker ball handling ability, with Barbosa. Once Nash was oppressed and passed the ball to Barbosa, the Brazilian Lightning could use his speed to break through the Hawks' defense before the next wave of encirclement from the Hawks came up, thus achieving a 2-on-1 or even 3-on-1 situation in the penalty area. No matter how powerful Garnett is, it is difficult to cover this situation. Halfway through the third quarter, the score difference was still 25 points. Kellyanne could see that the general situation was over, so he replaced Garnett and Joe Johnson in advance and replaced them with Weber and Milicic to retreat in order to advance. Prioritize saving the physical strength of Garnett and Joe Johnson. If the situation cannot be reversed, then prepare for G6 in advance and strive for success in one battle. If the situation can be reversed by luck, then it depends on the situation and how to dispatch. Kellyanne's move is a conspiracy, but D'Antoni, who is in a desperate situation, does not have Kellyanne's tolerance rate. He must first ensure that this game is won before he can have a chance in the next game, so the main lineup continues to play. Kellyanne's side sounded the golden retreat. Paul, Weber and others played more easily. Their remaining role in this game is to make the Suns' main lineup play on the court as long as possible and consume more opponents. With a relaxed mentality, the Hawks' offense has improved, and even on the defensive end, Weber can disgust Stoudemire with his experience. After 3 quarters, the Suns led by 19 points 94:75. This advantage is certainly not small, but it is not to the point of resting on one's laurels. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Kellyanne continued to let Paul play and cooperate with Gibson as a double point guard. In this round of the finals, Paul played very averagely, and his statistics dropped significantly compared to the regular season, which is why Garnett locked the FMVP in advance. Although he missed the award, Paul still hopes that his statistics in the finals will look a little better, so as not to be called a lying champion. Taking advantage of the opportunity to play against the Suns substitute, Paul decisively traveled in the off-peak and dared to fight. Of course, Paul's daring to fight is reflected in both offense and defense, rather than arm defense, fast break without falling, and counting down 2 points. Without Nash and Stoudemire, the Suns lacked a main attack point. Barbosa and Marion could not support the team's offense, and the Hawks played a 12:5 attack wave, narrowing the gap to 12 points. D'Antoni wanted to curse when he saw this. In desperation, he took Stoudemire back to stabilize the situation. Kellyanne replaced Battier with Joe Johnson to enhance the team's firepower and at the same time forced D'Antoni to put Nash back on the court to control the situation. Throughout the last quarter, the Hawks had 3 main players resting off the court, but they dragged the Suns' main lineup on the court until the last 2 minutes. Is this also a strategic victory or a Dunkirk? Well, although this game gave the Hawks a certain physical advantage in Game 6, it was still regarded as a stain in Kellyanne's memoirs in the future. The finals are not over yet. In the first round of the playoffs last season, we defeated the Kings after falling behind 1:3. Now it's just a little more difficult. We are ready to meet the challenge. Even if we go to Atlanta, we will never give up the fight. D'Antoni's speech in the post-match interview also made clear the Suns' determination. Although they were at a disadvantage in time, place and people in the last 2 games, everything is not over yet, right? On June 16th, Game 6 of the finals kicked off. The Hawks' appearance ceremony was grand and shocking. Anthony Wrestler, Larry Sander and other management staff were present to watch the game and received applause from the fans. Before the game, they also went to the locker room to encourage the players and asked them to play well. David Stern and Bill Russell also followed the two teams from Phoenix to Atlanta, and they were accompanied by the O'Brien Cup. Fortunately, there is no need to leave. Whether the two teams decide the winner in advance in G6 or fight to the final tiebreaker, they will end the battle in Atlanta, at the Phillips Center. This may be one of the benefits of the 232 system of the finals, right? Before the game, there was still no interaction between Kellyanne and D'Antoni. Perhaps after the game, Kellyanne will invite D'Antoni to have a drink together, but not now. After warming up, the players of both sides returned to the bench, accepted the final task assignments from the head coach, and then prepared for the game. Garnett won the jump ball and the game began. Joe Johnson received the ball in the front court. The main defender was Bell. His teammates moved away. Garnett played a pick and roll with him in the middle. After Joe Johnson got rid of it, he attracted Stoudemire's defense, opened up the distance, attracted Marion to chase and defend, and passed the ball to the basket. Dio received the ball under the basket, and a fake pass fooled Richardson, who came to defend, and easily scored on the rebound. The Suns attacked. Nash and Marion played a pick and roll in the middle, and forced Dio to attack. He was double teamed by Garnett near the penalty area. Paul did not chase, and blocked Stoudemire in the middle, interfering with the ball. Nash had no chance to shoot, and passed the ball to Richardson on the perimeter. The latter failed to get rid of Battier, and passed it to Bell at the baseline. There was not much time left for the attack. Bell made a hasty shot and missed. Dio protected the rebound well. The Hawks were on offense. Joe Johnson received the ball at the corner and singled out Bell. He took 2 steps inside to attract the defense, and then passed the ball to Garnett, who was on the outside. Garnett received the ball, and made a fake shot. He then kicked Stoudemire, and went to the basket, and scored a layup. 4:0. Nash crossed the half court with the ball, but Paul followed closely, and he could not get a single gap. Stoudemire passed the ball to Nash, but Garnett made up for it in time, and did not give Nash any space. The Hawks had the advantage in physical strength, and they were even more unscrupulous in targeting Nash. However, the reason why Nash was a two-time MVP was that he was the absolute strongest brain on the court. He still found a passing line when he was stuck in a deadlock. Richardson cut into the basket, received the pass from Nash, jumped up in one step, and smashed the ball into the basket. The Hawks were on offense. Joe Johnson used the screen to make a pull-up mid-range shot and missed, and the rebound was protected by Butler and Stoudemire. Looking back, the Suns did not seize the opportunity. Richardson again distanced himself from Battier by running without the ball, and shot a 3-pointer from the outside, which bounced out of the rim. Dio grabbed the backcourt rebound, and immediately pushed for a fast break counter-attack, making an accurate pass at the center circle logo, assisting Paul to score a layup. 6:2. Both teams are strong offensive teams, but the difference lies in the number of ball handlers on the court. The Hawks' 4 players on the court, except Battier, can directly create threats, while the Suns only have Nash and Stoudemire, who was restrained by Garnett. Nash passed the ball to Richardson, who passed it to Stoudemire, who faced Garnett, and could not force a breakthrough, so he looked for Nash again. Nash pulled to the left 3-point line to receive the ball, turned around and forced a breakthrough on Paul. Paul kept a distance of 1 step, and was able to keep up with Nash one-on-one. His one-on-one defense was very good, blocking Nash's breakthrough route. There was not much time left for the attack. Nash changed direction to the middle, turned around and shot a fadeaway. His hand shape was very standard, but he still missed the shot due to Paul's interference, and the rebound was grabbed by Garnett. Paul crossed the half court with the ball, and Nash chased him in place. The ball came to Joe Johnson, who passed it to Garnett at 45 degrees on the right. Garnett backed up and attacked Stoudemire, attracted Bell to double team him, and then passed the ball back to Joe Johnson, who received the ball and shot a 3-pointer without any interference, and the shot went into the net. 9:2. The Suns attacked. Stoudemire cut in, and received the ball, and wanted to force a shot. After a few shakes, Garnett's defense was impeccable, so he could only look for his teammates on the outside. Richardson's jump shot missed, and Stoudemire fouled in the front court rebound. Zangheli, who was in charge of commentating the game, also saw the problem of the Suns. The Suns are not only behind in the score, but also in the players' mentality. Look, Stoudemire's impatience is written on his face. If we don't adjust our mentality, the score difference will get bigger and bigger. Dio, who received the ball one step outside the free throw line, made a fake shot, attracting Marion's close defense. Suddenly, he hit the ground and sent the ball to the basket. The two inside players of the Suns were standing relatively far outside, leaving the inside empty. Battier received the ball with both hands under the basket, turned around and scored with a rebound. 11:2. The situation became increasingly unfavorable, and Nash tried to stop the bleeding for the team through personal offense. He broke through Paul's defense from the wing, compressed the opponent's defensive position, and then made a backward jump shot and hit it. 11:4. This was not an offensive method that Nash was familiar with. The fact that he was forced to play like this showed that the Suns had entered a very dangerous moment. Paul moved to the front court, with the help of Garnett's pick and roll, broke through on the right, and the person who switched defense became Stoudemire. Garnett cut to the basket, and jumped to receive Paul's lob. Marion, Nash, and Bell went inside to the basket, and tried their best to block Garnett. Garnett turned and passed the ball to the perimeter. Joe Johnson received the ball on the wing, attracted the defense, and passed the ball back to Dio, who was unguarded at the top of the arc. Dio aimed and shot, and the three-pointer went in 14-4. The fans in the audience cheered enthusiastically. Dio's three-pointers in the regular season were not very reliable, with a hit rate of only 31.4% and low production. Therefore, in the playoffs, he minimized his three-pointers. This shot was only his third outside shot in the finals. Less than 4 minutes into the game, the score difference had reached double digits. D'Antoni called a timeout and replaced Bell with Barbosa for a desperate fight. Although Barbosa's performance in the playoffs was not good, and he did not deserve the position of super sixth man, he was a person who could rush with the ball after all, and his role on the offensive end was always greater than Bell. As for the defensive end, he would be eaten alive when facing Joe Johnson, which was no longer a concern of D'Antoni. If the offense can't open up, the Suns will really be finished. D'Antoni's adjustment had an immediate effect, and the Suns' offense became more dynamic, and they were able to score on the court, but the negative effects were also deep-rooted. Barbosa was chased, beaten, and played in fancy ways by Dio. D'Antoni watched Joe Johnson score 15 points with 6 of 8 shots in a single quarter, which also helped the Hawks lead the Suns by 15 points with 37:22. Compared with the score difference, what made Kellyanne feel more confident about winning was the team atmosphere of the Suns at this time. D'Antoni seemed to have no way to boost the morale of the team. During the intermission, the Suns' locker room was lifeless, as if they had psychologically accepted the outcome of failure. Perhaps, in this situation, a chicken soup master like Rivers can play a greater role than an offensive master like D'Antoni. Chapter 249. Enjoy the present and plan for the future. With the championship in sight, Kellyanne maintained his rationality to the greatest extent. He did not rush to kill the Suns with one blow, but played steadily, rotating the lineup normally to ensure that the physical advantage of the main lineup and the team could be maximized in the second half. Some people think that he missed the opportunity. If the main players can continue the performance of the first quarter in the second quarter and not give the Suns any chance to breathe, perhaps the second half of the game will become showtime. If it were not the finals, Kellyanne's personality would probably have arranged the lineup in the same way. The importance of the finals made Kellyanne lose his former sharpness. Perhaps when the situation was unfavorable, he would try to change the situation by changing the lineup, but when the situation was favorable, Kellyanne could not help but become conservative. The upper four against the middle four, the Suns had a slight advantage in the first half of the second quarter. Even though Kellyanne replaced Paul and Joe Johnson to control the game in advance, they still recovered some points. 46:37. But this is also the last hope of the Suns this season. In the second half of the second quarter, Garnett, Battier took the field, and the Hawks immediately took the initiative on the field. The Hawks improved their defensive strength, and the Suns gradually couldn't keep up with the Hawks' rhythm. There have been rumors that the Timberwolves were more willing to trade Garnett to the Suns to get Stoudemire, the core of the team. But the Suns rejected the deal, and were only willing to trade Marion. Now it seems that they may have lost the first championship in team history because of their hesitation. The score difference returned to double digits and was getting bigger and bigger. Yoga said with regret for the Suns. Stoudemire certainly has strong destructive power and is younger than Garnett. In any case, he is not small change. But compared with Garnett's versatility, his weaknesses are still too obvious, and considering the factor of peak overlap, the Suns' bet on Nash plus Garnett is obviously more promising. Moreover, the Suns also gave Joe Johnson to the Hawks. This was partly because the Hawks were in the East and their strength was far from that of the Suns, and partly because of the personal relationship between D'Antoni and Kenyon. But I never expected that Kenyon would lead the Hawks to the finals in 2 years and become the sharpest knife on the Hawks' offense. Zhang Heli also said with emotion, if it happens again, D'Antoni might rather keep Joe Johnson in the West than give him to the Hawks again. Signing and trading for Joe Johnson, giving up the opportunity to trade for Garnett, and banning the more experienced and difficult Spurs. In a sense, the Hawks' ability to win the championship this season really owes a lot to the Suns. At the end of the half, the Hawks led 66-49 and victory was in sight. The third quarter became a time for the Hawks home fans to cheer. Every time the Hawks scored a goal or the Suns missed a goal, the fans at the Phillips Center would cheer enthusiastically, and the atmosphere was immediately full. Under the encouragement of the fans, the Hawks players fought harder and harder, while the Suns collapsed completely. The score difference once reached more than 30 points, and the game completely lost suspense. The game entered garbage time. In the last quarter, Kenyon let the stars rest off the court. The fans on the scene had started various activities to celebrate the second championship in the team's history, which is also the first championship after the Hawks moved to Atlanta. The entire fourth quarter was a public execution of the Suns players. Nash and Stoudemire, Marion and others looked at hen. After 3 years of hard work, they finally broke through the blockade of the Spurs and Mavericks and entered the finals, but they didn't expect to lose to their old friends. The Hawks bench also began to celebrate in advance. From time to time, players came to hug Kenyon and thank him. In the entire Hawks team, only Dio stayed in the team before Kenyon came. The other players were all brought by Kenyon. This team was completely under Kenyon's needing to form a strong team. In terms of merit, Kenyon is definitely the most meritorious. Wang Lifen in the audience was also the focus of the fans. The fans around her hugged her and expressed their gratitude to her. The most emotional player in the Eagles was the veteran Webber. In order to join the Eagles and fight for a championship ring, Webber gave up $5 million in the buyout agreement with the 76ers, and his performance in the Eagles can only be described as mediocre, with occasional highlights. But in any case, all these sacrifices are worth it to be able to get a ring in return. Time slowly ran out, and the players on the Eagles high-fived each other. Kenyon and D'Antoni, the former partners, also came to the midline to shake hands and greet each other. Kenyon just said a few simple words. The bitterness of failure still had to be slowly digested by each other. Finally, the time ran out, the red light came on, Gibson threw the ball into the air, and then hugged his teammates regardless of anything. Garnett blew his trumpet to the sky, howling something. The only word Kenyon could understand was mom. Mom. Paul ran around the court excitedly. In the second year of his career, he won a championship ring as a core player. This was perfect. The Western Finals floor will never appear again. Joe Johnson hugged his teammates one by one, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. He chose the Hawks because the Hawks offered the highest salary, and he felt that he could play the role of big boss in the Hawks and strive to lead the team back to the playoffs. Championship was not a factor he considered. Who would have thought that the progress would be so smooth? In just the second year of joining the Hawks, the team overcame all difficulties and won the championship ring that many players would struggle to pursue throughout their lives. It was all worth it. In addition to veterans such as Webber and Bobby Jackson, Milicic also cried miserably. This was his second championship ring in his rookie contract. Compared with the championship he won with the Pistons as a victory cigar, Milicic made his own contribution to the championship ring of the Hawks this season and proved that he can gain a foothold in the NBA. Unfortunately, due to contract issues, he has played his last game in the Hawks. The road ahead depends on him. Kellyanne, may I ask, how does it feel to win the championship? Zhang Heli found Kellyanne and Wang Lifan from the chaotic scene and interrupted the beauty of the two in a very unpleasant way and interviewed Kellyanne. It feels almost the same as when never agreed to my pursuit. Kellyanne looked at Wang Lifan beside him and the other party showed a sly smile and then turned his face away. Muah. A scene that surprised Zhang Heli appeared. Kellyanne kissed Wang Lifan's cheek in front of the camera. Looking at the camera again, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Well, after all, he has lived abroad for so many years, and it is understandable that he has become westernized in his style. Zhang Heli speculated. The Hawks have achieved great success this season. This is undoubtedly a great season. Do you have the confidence to continue the glory of this season next season? I don't know whether we can continue to have such a great season, and I don't know whether we can continue to win the championship. I only know that I brought back the second championship trophy in the history of the Hawks. Yes. Kellyanne excitedly shouted at the camera. Drink today and worry about tomorrow. This is Kellyanne's most real thought now. Bang, bang. There were several consecutive sounds, and the ribbons floated down from the sky above the court. Dio and Gibson found a large bucket of Gatorade from somewhere, quietly walked around behind Kellyanne, counted 3, 2, 1 with their fingers, and then poured the whole bucket on Kellyanne. This scene was also recorded by the camera. Zhang Heli also showed a weird smile, and Wang Lifan beside Kellyanne noticed it in advance, and was only splashed a little. He was wet all over, his hair was messy, and he had no shape at all. The league couldn't let Kellyanne, the handsome coach in the coaching world, go on stage to receive the award in such an image. Amid the cheers of the fans, Kellyanne returned to the locker room to wash and change clothes. Zhang Heli grabbed the Frenchman Dio, and the two foreigners whose native language was not English completed an interview in English. When he walked out of the locker room again, Kellyanne changed into the championship t-shirt prepared by the team in advance. The players had also put on their championship caps and were waiting for Kellyanne to go on stage. Kellyanne quickly went on stage in 3 steps and was immediately sent to the center by everyone. Everyone still respected Kellyanne very much. The song "We Are the Champions" by Queen resounded throughout the Phillips Center. President David Stern presented the championship trophy, and all the players, coaches, and staff cheered together. Garnett won the FMVP without any suspense, achieving the great achievement of double MVP in a single season. He excitedly received the trophy and gave a speech. "I'm very lucky to join the Hawks. If Kobe hadn't gone to Minnesota in person last year, I don't think I would have stood on the championship podium this season so soon. Winning the championship is the result of the joint efforts of all of us. I'm very happy to have such a group of great teammates." Garnett said a lot and thanked many people. After the award ceremony, everyone attended the celebration banquet together. Anthony Wrestler, Larry Sander and other senior executives of the team were all arranged and waiting at the venue. At the party, these heroes can enjoy themselves. There are also some ladies at the party, all levels. This is also the culture of NBA teams. Everyone plays so hard just to enjoy a higher quality of life. In fact, players like Curry and Yao Ming, who are known for their clean private lives, will also attend such player parties. It is very simple to keep themselves clean. Curry directly brought his wife, while Yao Ming went symbolically and left before midnight. The next day, Kellyanne woke up from a hangover, and his head was still aching. He was relatively restrained at the party last night, but he couldn't refuse the hospitality and drank a whole bottle of champagne by himself. Champagne tastes good, and it's not easy to get drunk when drinking it, but the after effect is really strong. Even after a night, Kellyanne still felt dizzy. When he walked out of the room, Wang Lifan and Huo Qingshu were both in the living room. Huo Qingshu even bought porridge and pan-fried dumplings for Kellyanne. "Oh, thank you. I want to eat something hot now." Kellyanne turned around and took a basketball from the room and handed it to Huo Qingshu. "This is the ball used in yesterday's game." Not only was it the Eagles championship ball, but it also had the signatures of the entire Eagles team on it, and it was of great collection value. Such a valuable gift. "If you hang out with me, you can eat meat." Kellyanne drank a mouthful of porridge and felt his stomach better. Just when Kellyanne was having breakfast, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Larry Sander calling. Larry, is there something you need from me? Kellyanne answered the phone. Kimmy, the draft will be held in a few days. I need to confirm with you whether we should do nothing. In addition, we also need to consider the personnel issues within the team. Before the end of the season, Kellyanne refused to discuss these issues in order to avoid shaking the morale of the team. Since the team entered the finals, the team's summer plans were much slower than other teams. How about this? I will go to your office at 3 o'clock this afternoon to discuss it. The 06-07 season ended. The contracts of Milicic, Weber, Bobby Jackson, Stevens, Benga, and PJ Tucker in the Hawks team all expired. Hassel, who had a 3-year $12 million contract, was also on the team's cleanup list. If nothing unexpected happens, the team's bench will be rebuilt. Okay. Larry Sander agreed. After hanging up the phone, Kellyanne saw Huo Kingshu looking at him in surprise. You haven't held the championship celebration yet, and now you have to discuss next season? Isn't this too busy? What do you think? The draft is still a week away, and the free agent market will start in 2 weeks. Are you not working now and waiting for revenge next season? Kellyanne wrinkled his nose and said, think about it. As a coach, he feels that playing in the finals affects his rest, and it is much more tiring than being eliminated in the second round last season, not to mention the players who fought hard on the court. This is also why many dynasty teams will give up some regular season games to a certain extent. The consumption is really too great. In the afternoon, Kellyanne showed up at the team office on time and met with Larry Sander to discuss the renewal issue. Last year, after we chose to renew Boris Dier's contract, Dako's departure was inevitable. Milicic's new contract is at least a quasi-full middle-class contract, more than $6 million. The Hawks already have Garnett at $21 million and Dyer at $9 million, so it is impossible to invest more money in the interior. Chris Anderson is fully capable as the first substitute in the interior. I have tried him out, and I can ensure that he can be of great help to us. Kellyanne recommended Anderson, not only because he promoted his own confidant, but also because Birdman did perform well after returning from suspension. Although he and Milicic are two different paths and there is no way to replace his role, he has his strengths and is indeed capable. We will definitely sign the person you give us. Larry Sander agreed to give Anderson a minimum salary without hesitation. The key point is the minimum salary, which saves money. Deshaun should choose to leave the team. He joined the team just to gild the team, and now his goal has been achieved. He should be more sought after in the free agent market. In terms of strength, Stevens is indeed a starting level wing with excellent defense. After the transformation to 3D, his 3-point shooting has also steadily increased. He is indeed a good player. It's a pity that the Hawks can neither give him the contract he wants nor give him a starting position. It is inevitable that they will part ways amicably. Kellyanne does not have much opinion on this. There is no need to keep the two veterans Weber and Bobby Jackson. After these veterans win the championship, whether they can continue to play a normal role is a question mark. I don't want the team to become the second Heat. The Heat relied on a group of veterans to assist Wade to win the championship, but did not change blood in time. As a result, the team declined significantly this season. This is a lesson for the Hawks. I will study the list of free agents in detail and give you the candidates when the time comes. Chapter 250 Summer Operation Plan. 2007 was one of the most lively in recent years. The players of the golden generation in 2003 had just fulfilled their rookie contracts. Some players did not reach an early renewal agreement with their parent teams and became restricted free agents. There were also big-name stars such as Vince Carter, Rashard Lewis, Billups, and Mike Bibby, many of whom had the intention to change teams. Lacking salary space, the Hawks lacked competitiveness in the free agent market. Kellyanne's eyes were mostly on young people who lacked opportunities like Deshaun Stevens or veterans who still had some competitiveness. After studying the list of players in the free agent market, Kellyanne set Devil Mountain Grant Hill as the #1 target. For Chinese fans who started to pay attention to the NBA in 2002 because of Yao Ming, Grant Hill can be equated with sickly, and more information about him is injured, and injured. If the position of another Rockets star Tracy McGrady is brought into the picture, it is even easier to misunderstand Hill. After all, it was because of Hill's successive injuries that McGrady was forced to take on more leadership tasks when the team's lineup was not complete. However, Hill's bleak performance in the Magic was more in the 3 seasons from 2001 to 2004. In the 2004-2005 season, the 2006-2007 season, Hill's attendance rate was over 80%, and he returned to the All-Star stage in the 2004-2005 season. It is certain that he is no longer as brave as he used to be, but after losing his former explosive power, Hill has gradually adapted to the current league. He has a mid-range shot and can occasionally show his prowess in back-to-back singles. When he has the ball, he can also serve as a forward organization point. The most important point is that Kellyan can be sure that, as long as he takes good care of him, there is no need to worry too much about Hill's physical health. Historically, Hill joined the Suns this year, and his attendance rate in the first 4 seasons was all over 80%, and his average points per game were all in double digits. Such combat effectiveness is very impressive. Brandon Bass, the second-round pick in 2005 that the Hornets gave up, is also a player Kellyan aimed to take. He is a short and strong inside player with a tough style of play. He has an accurate mid-range jump shot and can break through the basket, complete the finish. His shortcomings are poor passing ability, poor rebounding, mediocre defense, lack of height, and relatively poor assist defense ability. In addition to Hill and Bass, Bulls veteran PJ Brown is also a suitable supplement. His characteristics are excellent inside top defense ability and rich game experience. Having entered the end of his career, PJ Brown will not care too much about playing time and team status. It is his only thought to retire with a ring, which will also help the Hawks to grab players. If they can successfully sign the 3 of them, plus Berrier and Gibson in the team, the substitute lineup will be relatively complete. Of course, the team will have to pay some painful prices to send Hassel away, to meet the owner wrestler's demand, to lower the luxury tax. Kellyan gave a watch list, and Larry Sander was very satisfied when he saw the list. In addition to Hill, Bass and PJ Brown are players who can be signed with minimum salary, which is very helpful for the team's money-saving plan. Except for Hill, there is not much pressure to sign the other 2 players. Try not to mess it up. Kellyan reminded, "Don't worry, we are the defending champions." In addition to the status of defending champions, the Hawks also have the golden signboard of Kellyan. He is good at training young players, and many young people have become valuable in his hands. Playing under Kellyan is very attractive to young players. On the 3rd day, after winning the championship, the Hawks held a grand championship tour in Atlanta. Atlanta is a large place with a medium population, which is very convenient for holding events. Everyone sat on the bus and moved slowly all the way. Citizens gathered along the street to watch, just like a festival. Finally, the players and coaches went to the temporary stage in the square to talk about their feelings about winning the championship, and the team held a party that night. At the party, Kellyan chatted with Milicic for a while and learned that he planned to sign with the Bobcats and play for Snyder, and supported his decision. "When you were in the team, Quinn spent the most effort on you. Maybe if he was the head coach, you would be a main center," Kellyan said. Kellyan's words are not without basis. To be honest, if you ask the head coaches of the other 29 teams in the league to coach the Hawks, at least 25 will choose Milicic as a starting center. That is, Kellyan can maximize Dio's organizational talent and cover up his defensive weaknesses. Milicic was very moved by Kellyan's encouragement. Although he was in the Hawks for only 1.5 years, it was really the Hawks that saved his career. That was originally a joke. Kellyan gave more credit to Snyder, but in the summer of 2006, he also proposed a summer special training to him. However, later on, there was a task for the World Championships, and Milicic missed the opportunity to improve himself. Not only Milicic, Stevens, Weber, and Bobby Jackson are all sure to leave the team. Some of them are pursuing a better future, and some are abandoned by the team's blood transfusion mechanism. And this is the ecology of the NBA. There is no need to regret, at least they have succeeded together. On June 28th, the 2007 NBA draft was held as scheduled at Madison Square Garden in New York. At the draft front desk, Stern slowly opened a note in his hand and shouted, "The first pick of the 2007 draft, the Portland Trail Blazers, selected Greg Oden from Ohio State University." There was no suspense. Among the rookies since the new century, except for the chosen son James, no one's reputation can be compared with Oden. He was hailed as the next key to open the door to the center era. Before the draft, a team tried to negotiate a deal with the Trail Blazers. Albay's tone was, "Unless you trade for LeBron, there is no talk." The second pick of the 2007 draft, the Seattle Supersonics, selected Kevin Durant from the University of Texas. Considering that the Hawks have completed the team building, Kellyan is unlikely to snipe, and Presti has also completed the first step of his 3 consecutive MVPs by picking Durant. In fact, Durant's visible talent is not inferior to Oden. His shooting ability is a bug, his offense has no dead angle, and he has athletic ability that does not match his height. The reason why he lost to Oden in the number 1 pick competition is mainly due to position problems and the fact that players with unprecedented body types like Durant have lost too much water in the past few years. After the predetermined Oden and Durant were selected, Chinese fans began to get nervous. Yi Jianlian's momentum before the draft was almost in the second tier with Oden. Durant can't be compared, but compared with others, he seems to be not much worse, and he could be selected by anyone. The third pick in the 2007 draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves, selected Al Horford from the Dominican Republic. Why didn't they choose Conley? Kellyan was a little confused. Why did the Timberwolves choose another inside player when they already had Bynum and David Lee? If it was Oden, it would be fine. After all, the market before the draft was there, and his talent was amazing. Horford's selling point is more about his combat effectiveness, and his talent is not optimistic. Maybe they think Conley is too short and his physical talent is not particularly good. Larry Sanders speculated. Speaking of his performance in college, Conley is more of a foil to Oden. Some people are optimistic about his ability to feed the ball to the inside, but some people think that he benefits too much from Oden and has obvious shortcomings. But don't the Timberwolves lack a point guard who can comfortably pass the ball to Bynum and David Lee? The Timberwolves habitually make stupid mistakes, and the Grizzlies did not hesitate to sign Conley with the 4th pick. Damon Stoudemire chose to retire. Chucky Atkins' organizational ability was not up to standard, and the Grizzlies needed to strengthen the backline. To echo Gasol, who returned from injury, Conley is undoubtedly a suitable candidate. The Celtics chose Jeff Green with the 5th pick, and immediately packaged Jeff Green, Zerbiak, and Ironte West, and traded them to the Supersonics, getting Ray Allen and a 2nd round pick. This deal immediately ignited the forum. No one expected that the big deal would come so soon. The win combination of Pierce plus Ray Allen seemed to be more complementary than Ray Allen plus Lewis, and the Celtics lineup was more balanced. There was a potential new star Al Jefferson in the interior. If nothing unexpected happened, he could secure a playoff spot. If he was lucky, he could even hit the top 4 in the Eastern Conference. Kellyan was not surprised by this deal. This is a wheel of history itself, and with Ainge's temperament, since he started gambling, he would not hold back. There is a high probability that another star will join the Celtics. Just like in history, Yi Jianlian was selected by the Bucks and joined the Bucks as the 6th pick. When this result came out, the CCTV studio was immediately at a loss. No one expected Yi Jianlian to join the Bucks. They lacked the most basic understanding of the Bucks. They couldn't even say who the Bucks interior was, what Yi Jianlian's prospects were, and what the team's prospects were. Alas, Kellyan felt a little regretful. For Yi Jianlian himself, this was not a good place to go. After Yi Jianlian was selected, the Hawks received a call from the Heat. Pat Riley said, "We want the Hawks backup point guard, Daniel Gibson." Pat Riley emphasized that Gibson was a backup point guard, just to remind Kellyan, and then take the point guard he valued with the lowest offer. Talk about the Heat's offer. With other people, Kellyan might have symbolically said a few words, "Not for sale and important member," but it was unnecessary to say so with Pat Riley. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point guard playing? The team also has Berrier on the bench, and can also sign a veteran point guard in the free agent market. If the chips are right, Gibson's importance is not that high. Kimmy, I won't beat around the bush with you. We can give you the Heat's first round pick next season. Pat Riley said straightforwardly. Although Gibson is a second round pick, his current performance is obviously worthy of a late first round pick, or even slightly higher. His outstanding 3-point shooting ability is a perfect match for the Heat. He can help Wade and Shaq create space, which makes Pat Riley believe that Gibson's joining can help the Heat improve their record. The Heat's first round pick in 2008. To be honest, Killian was a little tempted. Historically, this was a second round pick, and it eventually evolved into Beasley. The Heat declined seriously in the 2007 to 2008 season. There are many reasons. First, the star player Wade was plagued by injuries and could not play to his full strength. Then there was the lack of firepower on the outside of the team. No one in the team could shoot open 3-pointers reliably. Finally, Marion, who was traded in, was incompatible with the team's lineup. Heat fans believed that Wade could play the role of Jordan, and the well-rounded Marion was Batman Pippen. The result was far from it. Later, the Heat simply played badly and won a high draft pick. The current Heat team is slightly different from the one in history. The Eastern Conference Finals were beaten by the Hawks' shrinking defense, which exposed the team's lack of firepower on the outside. With Pat Riley's shrewdness, he will definitely make up for this problem in the offseason. For example, Gibson at the point guard position is one of the solutions. O'Neal performed well in the playoffs, and Pat Riley may be more patient with him and will not use him to trade Marion, which may also avoid a landmine. Without the draft pick in their hands, the Heat will not be so desperate to play badly in the later period, and the results may not be so bad. Despite various reasons, Wu Kalyan is still not optimistic about the Heat's performance. Don't forget that Wade's consumption is more serious, which is the core factor of the Heat's decline in performance. His injury is also a fatal blow to the Heat. Thinking of this, Kalyan wanted to agree. However, Larry Sander on the opposite side of him waved at him, as if he had something to say. I need to discuss this with my team, Kalyan said, and hung up the phone. Don't forget our other mission, Larry Sander said. How about putting Hassel's contract in the deal? The Heat don't have the space to take Hassel's contract, Kalyan reminded, and the Heat can't take a junk contract and give us a draft pick at the same time. But we have to get rid of Hassel's contract. This is the best opportunity, Larry Sander emphasized. This may be the only chance for the Hawks to take the initiative in the negotiations this summer. If we don't seize this opportunity, I don't know how much time and effort it will take to get rid of Hassel. Larry, believe me, the Heat will not perform well next season. Their draft pick is likely to be a lottery pick, or even a top 5 pick. Kalyan said seriously, there are many ways to deal with Hassel's contract, but we will regret it if we miss this draft pick. Even if it is a lottery pick, it may not be possible to get many opportunities if it comes to the Hawks. Larry Sander said, we are a championship team, and we don't have so much margin for error and space to cultivate rookies. Generally speaking, Larry Sander obeys Kalyan's decision. However, this time, he argued with reason and refused to give in. From his firmness, we can also feel the pressure he is carrying. The boss has given a very clear indicator that Hassel's contract must be given away no matter what. Taking a deep breath, Kalyan said to Larry Sander, really, you will regret it. I'm sorry, Kimmy. Larry Sander said, I will try my best to cooperate with you in the free agent market, but we all have difficulties. You come and communicate with Riley. With a wave of his hand, Kalyan tacitly agreed that Larry Sander would be responsible for the negotiation of this deal. He can't afford to lose this person. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.